Yo, it's up. We're doing it again. Let it begin. What is up, everyone? Oh boy. What's up? Michelle B, how are you doing? America's #1 canceled scientist. It's true. The biggest, the best. Who else is getting canceled like me? I don't think anyone else. Got canceled on TikTok for talking science. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine getting canceled for talking about science, about things that you've done, that actual things that you have accomplished and are in publications on, getting canceled because of that? How is that possible? Meow, meow. Thank you. Thank you. They're coming for us. They're coming for us. TikTok is coming for us. But we persevere. We will keep holding on, fighting. We'll keep it up. Because that's what we do. All right. Still getting everything all situated. How's it? Welcome in, guys. What's up? What's up? Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. Where? Oh, there it is. Boom. Boom. Welcome in. What's up, Addie? How are you? Let's talk about the people that act entitled. Oh man, are you talking about that edit that happened in the guy that yesterday? Oh my gosh, he was so silly. I know, dude. I was like, I was hoping that it would just die, and then he decided to bust into the comments, and I don't put anyone that I talk about or anything in the clips. I don't at anyone because I think that invites harassment, and it's okay. Nobody's defined by what they say. You know what I mean? Where we can, and I think it is good to give some people a chance to kind of like some space to rethink themselves. What's up, bud? How are you? Thanks for coming in. But yeah, he came in so hot, and it was a very weird conversation. But I think I honestly think he'll probably come in tonight. I really do. I did. I've got my first TikTok warning for talking about science that I did. So that was very weird. I got tagged for misinformation for talking about science that I've done. So that was very, very odd. But that did happen. Yeah, man, we're just talking about anything that you want for a little bit, and then just kind of getting going. I just started up, so we're just chilling. You can request up if you want. If you have a science question, science topic you want me to talk about, we're kind of just getting going, chilling. No, it was me. Yeah, it was about my science. So it was about something that people were talking about. There is no treatment for this thing, and I was like, oh, there is treatment for it, and I've actually done that for cancer. And Ducray, what's up? And I was saying I've worked on a treatment for that, and it does work. So I got canceled because I was talking about some science that I've done where I actually have some. I love you so much, Sarah. I love you. Thank you. Dr. T, how's it going? So it was just weird. It's just really frustrating to get. I'm talking about my warning that I got. Use your science in a joke if it's. That's the thing, is that I literally I'm a published author on something where we had talked about like doing a treatment for a certain particular type of cancer, and I was talking about that, and that was somehow flagged. So I don't understand what it is. I mean, TikTok has so much misinformation on it. It's just very weird. Yeah, but you're not wrong. I've thought about it, and I did appeal it. But we'll have to see. So welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We got a good science segment planned. I didn't get any news back from it. I worked at a German company that had a research and development site in San Diego, and the entire San Diego branch got shut down because of Trump's tariffs, his defunding of science, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine increased German energy costs by 30%. Those three kind of trifecta things just put everyone out of business. They shut down the entire San Diego branch. So, it was, Russia invading Ukraine was kind of its own thing, but then Trump kind of, it creates a lot of economic uncertainty in science right now. So people aren't willing to kind of invest that money and try to build out science in the United States right now. And I think that that's a huge problem that people don't know what's going on. Thank you, Run Kim. I appreciate you saying that. Honestly, like the whole thing with, thank you, Dr. T. Yeah, this whole thing with TikTok's been going since, so it's been an unexpected joy in my life, trying to do this and meet all of you people. So that's been really fun. So, all right. Dude, it's crazy. The last couple times I went live, I had someone that was live with in the guest box within 30 seconds. So it was like, boom. It's like, what in the world's going on? So if anyone wants to hop in, it's empty. We can talk about anything. I don't have a bunch of science segments tonight. So I was just going to chill for a little bit, talk about whatever we want. Do the science segment in like an hour and then go from there. Oh, thanks, Krista. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot to me. Yeah, it's been fun. This is actually like the 1 week anniversary of going. Oh, thank you, Erica. Thank you for saying that. It's been 1 week since doing it every night, and it's been really fun. So I can't probably do the 4 to 5 hour ones, every night. But this whole week has been so wild, and I'm having so much fun that honestly I've been planning to like tamper it down at like 2 hours, and I've been having so much fun. We keep it going. I was looking at the graph from the CDC with the percentage of excess deaths. Oh, okay, dude, that was crazy. Did you see it in the show notes? It was crazy. Yeah, I got my PhD in microbiology using nanotechnology techniques to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts. If you're interested in my research publications, it's in my link tree. You can check that out, and you can toggle it to include or exclude COVID. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay. I like that. That's cool. Some dashboard interactivity. Yeah, that's cool. Did you put it is that the one in the show notes? Oh man, Apatar wants to co-host. It's probably one of those battle guys. Let's not do the battle right now. Were you always good at school, or did you start off taking it seriously in university? Man, even in undergrad, I didn't even really love it, to be honest with you. It wasn't until grad school that I actually really loved going to school, because you're really in grad school, you're really learning about something specifically that you really, really love. And there's so much interactivity. There's so much hey, Jen, nice to see you. There's so much interactivity. There's back and forths. You're reading a paper, you're digesting it, you're learning new information. I really kind of thought that like grad school was actually what my undergrad experience was like. And I was so happy that I went to grad school, because it was like I finally understood kind of like what people are talking about when, academia can be so fulfilling. Good morning. Good evening, Jen. Nice to see you. So yeah, it was, but yeah, I mean, I flunked out of community college. It was very hard for me to go through that. Came back after getting fired from Best Buy, and yeah, I transferred to UCSD from there, and then UCSD was very tough. Oh yeah, Addie, I'm with you. Genuinely, if you ever want to chat or anything, you can DM me, or like we can talk, or because I had there's a lot of mental health things in grad school, for real. You feel very isolated, you feel very alone, and the Discord is actually be a good place to go. Genuinely, there's a lot of people in there that are in grad school or post grad, and oh hey, thanks for the follow. And I think that that's a good place just to shoot and be open, like what's going on. You're not alone, Addie. You're not alone. Oh, nice, dude! Congratulations. Let's go. Oh man, when you just smell that air, that is so nice. I wrote my dissertation so quickly. I did not push it off. That was like something that I was like, oh man, I can write it. Oh man, I wrote it in a week. It was crazy. Because I had 3 publications that I had already published. So it was really just kind of like doing the formatting and stuff. And it still took me a full week to do. But it was so exciting to get that done. And then I finished it, and talked to my friends, and they were like, yo, you did it. And I'm like, what? And like, that's it. No, I'm a microbiology. Ducray, no, it's all good too. Like, please. No, I mean, Ducray, you can talk about it here or in the Discord, however you want, but yeah, like I said, grad school is really fun because you're actually digging into something specifically that you really, really love. And that's the thing that can really make a big difference for you is when we're talking about grad school and why you'd want to go to grad school from an undergrad. And oh yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, that's another thing with grad school is that people go to it in different parts of their life. So they could be parents, they could be wanting to become parents, they could be married or not. Like people going into undergrad are usually very similar, coming right out of high school. But grad school, there's a lot of diversity, and that's just something that's really cool. Okay, interesting. Holistic healing, muscle testing. Okay, interesting. Yeah, do great. You too, man. Like you can anyone if you're really going through something and you just want someone to talk to, you can do Discord. We could like have a call on Discord. No pressure. It doesn't have to be on here or anything, like I'm here for you. Dang, wow, Jen. That's tough. That's tough. Dang. Yeah, I hear that. That's tough. But it's worth it. Grad school is worth it if you want it to be. Like I was my nobody with a PhD told me that I should be going to grad school, by the way. So no, all my PhD friends were like, don't do it, don't do it. And I literally I think you have to have that kind of tenacity and that kind of resolve in order to get through those moments, because there's so many blocks, there's so many tough parts of grad school. You really have to be able to say, like, I'm going to get through this, and we're going to get it happening. Wow, Sarah. Wow, that's impressive. It is so hard for mothers in grad school. I feel so bad for them having to kind of like, there's you have to take it off. Obviously, like at least 6 months, and still then coming back and still having to pump and deal with the little ones, and then it's so bad. That is so tough. Dang, that's impressive though. Yeah. It's It is worth it. I mean, just so if anyone's this is kind of different. 3 months, that's not enough. Dude, that is not enough. That's still like breastfeeding every like 4 hours at 3 months. Oh my gosh. Oh no. If anyone's curious, so STEM PhDs get paid in the United States. So masters, if we're talking about routes you could go out of undergrad, you can work at a biotechnology company, for example. So that's what I did. So you can get some experience there where you're working with science and you're learning the process. You're learning to kind of make things yourself and do things yourself. How's it going, Ado? Nice. That's my old guild leader from World of Warcraft, guys. It's true. Isn't that wild? It's a good guy. He's funny. The undergrad, you can go into a biotechnology company, which is he's killing. He's trolling. Don't listen to him. He's chilling. He's a biotechnology company, or you can go to a master's. I strongly do not recommend going to a master's. Genuinely, you do not need to go from undergrad to master's to PhD. That's a common misconception. You can actually go straight to PhD. That's very true, Augie. I totally agree. Hey, Gary, nice to see you. The bachelor's to PhD program straight away allows you not to pay for a master's, which is very important. If you had a low GPA, like if you're below the minimum requirement, which is like a 3.2, then you might have to do like a master's, or you have to, I would probably recommend, honestly, summer school before I recommended a master's, though. So master's isn't necessary. It's actually going to be really bad for financially. But the idea is you actually can go into a PhD and get paid in order to do that. If you go straight to a PhD, usually does that come with the master's? So basically in the United States, the first 2 years of a PhD program is essentially a master's program. That is, so you can, if you really wanted to, like gun to your head, really wanted to get a master's, you can actually get accepted into a PhD program and master's out within the first 2 years and not have to pay for a master's. So that's what I mean, honestly, Dr. T, that's a really good point with the funding and everything with the NSF and everything right now. I mean, I would, you can still find something probably. Let's see. Let's see. Catching up with chat. There are lots of cures to diseases, and as gene therapy's gotten better, we've actually gotten better and better at finding them. So I think that's like a really common misconception. Hello. That's one of my things that I've got warnings for, but I can't tell you there are actual cures to diseases that are out there that people are working on. That there's specific diseases that people have that you can actually find cures for, and it's this whole MAHA idea of they don't make cures in order to keep you sick kind of thing is just some nonsense global conspiracy stuff that is complete disinformation. So that is not true. I'm in menopause and I'm in deep depression. What can I do? I can't have estrogen. Oh, I'm so sorry. All the shades. I mean, if you want to like hop on voice, we can talk. But I think, man, for me, I think when I'm in like depression, I really think about how there's not really any difference between my physical and mental health. So if I don't have a good mental outlook, mental health, I think about physical health, and have I been working out? Have I been pushing myself that way? Then that's where I would start, and sleep and water. That's what I would go. You should vax. Vaccines are safe and effective, and they look out for other people as well as yourself. It's a good thing to do. You should be vaccine. Hi, Puff Pass. How's it going? Ducre, you still want herd immunity, though. You're not wrong, but you still want your herd immunity. This helps. Yeah, I do not have the firsthand experience on that, all the shades of blue, but people in the community might help. We have an amazing community of supportive and supportive people that. Sorry, Ducre. Maybe I misread what you were talking about. I'm with you. I know. We're all good. We're on the same team. I know. My funding is in flux. It creates a whole different loss of stress, not depressed, but oh my gosh, Augie, I'm so, that's so, dude, I feel so bad for my friends still in academia, still having to deal with that. It's like, it's just so sad. The amount of like stress and, to not only do the research, but now like the funding and the insecurity, going forward. It's really sad. Yeah, minor bio sentences. That's a good one. No, that's not true, sissy. Yeah, that's not true. Absolutely does work. Yeah, I mean viruses will mutate, but you actually have somatic hypermutation. So your immune system will mutate the antibodies in order to help with that. So you can definitely vaccines are safe and effective, and you should definitely get them for all of everything that we have. That account that is limiting you is doing it live right now. Oh, really? Oh my gosh, that's crazy, Jen. We tried to report them. Oh, dude, our virus is alive. That's a great question. I know there's a 3-hour podcast of that I know where they discuss just this. It's a very interesting question. I think that like you could maybe make the argument that their viruses are alive when they're fully expressed, but it's hard when they just become like a sequence of nucleotides. I think that is the part that I personally have a hard time with. I also think try to think about like, are seeds alive? That's an interesting idea, right? Are seeds alive? And I think because like seeds require nutrients outside of themselves in order to do something, and I guess so. I guess they would be considered live. So would those nucleotides then therefore be considered alive? I don't know. It is kind of tough. It is interesting. Let's see. Honestly, I think flu cases would be a lot more lower if people got vaccinated. Yeah, exactly, Ducre. I totally agree. And masks when they're sick. Like I think that there's so many. Hi, Carla. How's it going? I think that has been a cultural shift. Like at least at work, more people were masking when they were sick or not feeling well, which was good. But then it comes like you're such an easy target. People are like, oh, what? Just go stay home. So they kind of, people kind of harass them about it. And I don't like that too. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. I feel like I've made it. Someone did Dr. underscore nanotube, and and then they bought 1,000 followers, and it's just weird. Have you talked to neighborhood virologists? No. I'm brand new to TikTok, guys. I don't know really anyone, so I'm down to always down to network neighborhood virologist. Yeah. So thanks guys for helping me or whatever. Oh, okay, nice. All right, cool. I'll follow him. Oh, dude, what a beautiful coronavirus in his profile picture. Beautiful. All right. Let's see. Can you add today's date in the upper left where the Q message is? Is that for me, Jen? Do you want me to put the date on the screen? Masking is extremely important to block viruses on vapor and yeah, exactly. I totally agree, Sissy Bird. I totally agree. Vaccine hesitancy seemed almost non-existent 30 years ago, at least not rampant. I totally agree, Augie. I don't understand what happened. Okay, so just to let people. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Oh, dude, you're like a watermark. Okay, I like that idea too. Okay, cool. Thinking, dude. Thinking. You got a whole slew here. Boom. Let's see here. Boom. There we go. Oh. Trump did happen. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, that's not, unfortunately for my job, for science, for the United States, for the world, for future generations, for everyone, it happened, Yep. Dr. Eric. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I'll have to just throw them out. I'll have to have a networking stream one time or something. Dr. Eric. Doo. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Yeah, I'll follow him too. Sweet. Thanks, guys. I hope so, Dreams. I hope so. You are aware why Trump dismissed you, right? You look better than him. Oh, thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, interesting, Jen. That's cool. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Just me, it's okay. I mean, we don't hold it against you, So it's okay. Hey, Dato. How's it going? He kept some sanity through the pandemic. Who? Who did? Hello. Prudence Song. How's it going? Dude, yeah, I think that he was just oh, okay. Yeah, I followed him. So yeah, we'll have to see. I think the pandemic really brought out so many grifters. I think that was the biggest thing. And it's so hard as a science communicator. That really brought me to science communication when I saw so many people with PhDs and MDs that were just had a failed academic or professional career, and then they launched during the pandemic to being this big media persona, and it's just crazy. These people are pushing discredited information that are harming people, and it's hard for people to understand or what's going on, because they have those credentials. But science as an institution has to push back. How do I feel about the vaccines? Nancy, they're all vaccines are safe and effective, and you should get all of them. Absolutely. I am not, Daniel. I grew up non-denominational Christian, and I'm an atheist now. I do call I have a video, and I've said it before. I do consider myself, because I have Christian values when I grew up. I do understand Christian atheism, and I think that's kind of cool. You should look it up on the wares of Wikipedia. I'm not just making this up. There's Christian atheism is a thing where it's the values of Jesus, and the anti-rich, the looking after one another, the healing people, looking after the poor, all those kind of things. And yeah, it's true, G. Taylor. I'm happy to inform you about Christianity if you didn't know. So it's cool. I'm teaching you something. It's just basically you accept and like the teachings of Jesus Christ, but you don't accept that he's the Son of God. So it's pretty easy to understand. It's pretty easy. I've gotten all the shots in. Continue to. All right, Kate Joe. I like it. That's awesome. Just LL. You don't think autism contributed to people being against vaccination before 2020? No. It's like, I mean, I think some people pushing that stuff maybe, caused vaccine hesitancy, but that was complete disinformation, unfortunately. All the information was tied to grifting, or honestly, Russian bots, to be honest with you. I think Russia had a big influence on that. My husband passed 23 months ago. He passed with no illness, took the vaccine, and got brain cancer. Yeah, Nancy, I'm sorry to hear about that. And I can understand you're trying to associate blame or try to understand what happened, but it's not going to be, the vaccine isn't going to cause brain cancer. So I'm really sorry to hear that, but you don't need to lash out and potentially harm more people, Is that just not being a good person, Addie? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think but it's also like explicitly what Jesus Christ talked about. And I'm trying to bridge that gap between Christians that don't think that atheists have any morals. And I'm basically saying that I can have the same morals, and it's something that is attainable. I think a lot of morals come from basically evolution, where you can't have a population where you are murdering each other constantly, right? If you have just a population of individuals and they're constantly murdering one another, that population is going to die out. So I feel like that's kind of like where a lot of morals come from, is actually evolution. So, hey Nico, how's it going, man?
It's going well. How are you?
Good, dude. Good.
Do you know the story of the invention of vaccines?
You mean the sulks?
I think I heard a story. It may not be true, but it was like, I think it was during the plague. A doctor thought, what if I take pieces of flesh from a person that has passed away from the virus,
Oh,
and what if I give it to someone that is currently fighting it? And I heard this on a podcast. I may be misremembering, but it was like some crazy like Hail Mary of a thought, and I guess maybe the antibodies from that kind of transferred over.
that's crazy. That's
Uh,
weird.
yeah, but so one thing that I was curious about is during 2020, or was it 2021 maybe? I think it was 2020 when Trump got COVID,
Yeah.
and then they gave him monoclonal antibodies.
Oh yeah.
Why is that tech so exotic, and why is it reserved for the elite? Like,
It's
how can
expensive. It's just super
okay?
expensive. Joe Rogan got it too. They all were like, "Oh, yeah, bro, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine's all you'd need." But as soon as they got SARS-CoV-2 positive, they were so worried about COVID that they all spent like 30 to 40 grand on monoclonal antibody treatments. So it's just
So
like,
is that a
it's crazy.
is that essentially like giving mRNA to some bacteria, which is then making the antibodies and then purifying that, or how do they make that?
Oh, interesting. First vaccine attempt was from smallpox, from cowpox. Oh, interesting. Is that the one where the guy like just ate a bunch of it and was like tried to um yeah, it was like some type of, there's something where they were like, he doubled down, it was his science and he thought that he was going to be fine, so he put the thing in, and then the the disease causing bacteria and then the vaccine right afterwards or something like that. Anyway, I don't know where the antibodies come from explicitly. That's a good question. You could get it, from a couple different sources. You could get it from a yeast cell and then just, you know, lyse the yeast cells and then just purify the antibodies. So there's really nothing. Yeah, it's just really hard to get antibodies that are in abundance and that have that somatic hypermutation, and it's monoclonal, so right, it's not going to be that diversity of like, so mutations are going to make a big
Mhm.
difference, and you're also going to have you're going to need a lot of them. It's going to be really really tough because you need a big bolus really quickly because you're not going to be able to make a bunch of it too, right? So you're going to need a big bolus of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, the one thing that I mean, the one vaccine that I've dealt with the shingles. I don't know if anyone has ever gotten the shingles, but was told that that vaccine is kind of underrated. Like not many people are getting it, but
To
there's been
the
an
shingles. Oh,
increasing
okay.
there's been an increasing rate of like younger people getting the shingles, and
Interesting.
it is the most painful thing you could imagine. It's
Huh.
like your skin is on fire, your nerves are just burning, and it's horrible, man. It's like
Interesting.
it feels like a first world, or sorry, not a first world, but like a first or an old world virus, where it's just
Mm,
like you get these sores, right? And it burns like crazy.
mm,
So yeah, the shingles
interesting.
vaccine, not many people talk about it, but it's like the only one that I'm like, trust me, you want to get that one no matter what.
Interesting. Do you get it after you get it after you had
No,
the
I
chickenpox?
didn't. I just I didn't I got it, and then I went to a dermatologist, and she's like, yeah, this is shingles. And I didn't know that people were getting vaccinated about it. They don't really push it that hard. But it's one where I think they recommend it for the elderly because it's more
Oh,
common with people after 60.
oh,
But
this.
if you've ever gotten the chicken pox, then
Yeah.
you can get the shingles at any point.
Okay, here
Yeah,
we go.
50 plus.
This is John Gower saying Jenner invented smallpox vaccines, noting the milkmaids had similar diseases. Cowpox were smallpox resistant. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. That's really cool. That sounds right. Versatilla?
Oh, Dr. T, are you saying it's limited for people? They don't let people under 50 get it at all? Because I was told you
Ah,
can get it. That's interesting.
you get chickenpox vax as a baby, but I thought people. Oh, okay. So I guess if you never get chickenpox, then yeah, you'll never have the dormant infection, so you'll never have shingles later. Because it's like it lies on your nerve, right? That's the whole idea. It
Yeah.
like it stays dormant on your nerve for whatever long.
Yeah, I had a friend who she got meningitis. So she got the shingles like in her meninges,
Oh dang,
and that was a super intense experience as well.
dude.
So, yeah, meningitis, I'm convinced that this chronic fatigue syndrome or
Yeah.
this malaise thing, I'm convinced it's meningitis because when I looked deep into meningitis, there's
Hmm.
people that are bedridden for years after getting meningitis.
Hmm.
And so I think it might have been when people, I don't know, I'm not an expert at this stuff, but I've seen the kind of similarities in this like being bedridden for years.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's so much COVID related fatigue and other things like related to it. I mean, I think that if COVID is long COVID is a neurodegenerative, then you might definitely have like some cascading like impact. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting question that people are just gonna have to deal with. There's so many people with COVID, long COVID specifically in the United States.
Yeah. Well, anyways, yeah, just wanted to break the ice. I know that usually there's like a ton of guests up here, and
I know. It's all
no one was
empty.
up.
I'm
So
just like talking to myself right now. It's crazy. But I don't know why, but the first last two was like one of the religious guys were like right on it. Like within, I was like putting my headphones in and like getting ready and putting the windows up, and all of a sudden, boom, boom.
Yeah, the religion is something where I think you said something interesting about it, where you said it's like it's generally, I think, a good thing. Like it provides good structure in people's lives, and so like I can see it being an evolutionary advantage to
Hmm.
form religions. But when it extrapolates, it gets crazy, right? Like I think what we're dealing with, like Christian nationalism, and even
Yeah.
just the Middle East, it's like it's pure chaos. And so,
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Um, and again, we kind of like live in this world that is, it's kind of like vaccines where we are there's people that say kind of like religion was a step in human evolution, and we're basically post religion right now, where in the fact that like, and you can kind of see it in the fact that our institutions aren't like feudal. We're not feudalism right anymore, where with the king being ordained by Christ or anything like that. We don't have through crusades going through, killing out thousands of druidic religions throughout Europe. We don't have Muslim crusades laying waste in the Middle East and founding the Ottoman Empire. Or like, there's so many non-religious wars anymore. Like religion plays such a small part in our lives now, as in our culture, that you have like these slapbacks, right, with like ISIS or something, where it's like, oh no, this we're coming back. But I think that there's such a big push towards, you know um, like modernism or post religion humanist thinking, that it blows my mind that people are still kind of trying to keep us back into that. Like things
yeah,
weren't good when religion was strong. Like that's the problem with all religions, where they really have to answer to like, was the life expectancy at 30 to 5 years old, when you ran all the governments and nobody could question you and you would kill anyone. So it's like, it's just very odd. Like they had their heyday, they had their time, and we walked away from it, and now we're prospering because of it.
yeah. But there's something interesting where have you heard the saying, "There's no atheists in the 11th hour"?
There's no atheists in foxholes and stuff. Sure.
Yeah, and I've seen a friend. I had a friend who passed away from COVID, and he was an atheist. And as he was kind of like his last days, I saw him naturally kind of go to this like try to find meaning beyond, right? I think it's very scary to think that once your computer shuts off, that's it, right? You
Hmm.
just kind of like you dissipate. And so I think there's this natural need to find some type of afterlife or meaning beyond all of this.
Hmm.
Um, because it's really weird to not have, or I don't know, maybe that's just a human, I guess that's just a human construct, right? But I guess some people find peace in that, right? I guess that maybe that makes life more beautiful for some people, but I think it makes life pretty scary for others.
I think it's like that same part of our brain, our frontal lobe, that when you're driving down the freeway, you think, what would it be like if I just like went like this and just drove my car
Yeah.
into the spine, and it's like, oh well, I would be flying up in the air and I would die, like. So it's kind of the same thing, where everyone knows, guys, like everyone knows that you all don't see God in your life. You know what I mean? We all see like it. We've never seen any confirmation of anything supernatural, and we all know that. You do. And it's like, but what if there is? That's the same thing. It's like, what if we just like turn the wheel real quick, and there's like a whole supernatural world out there that we don't understand, that's like crazy. And so it's like, yeah, wouldn't that be that? And that kind of like that that push in order to understand things that we don't understand. Like I get that as a scientist, right? That is like in my bones, and I love that, and I think that that's really cool. That we can like still be exploring and all that kind of stuff. But just realize if that's what religion is and that's what God is, then there will always be a God that is shrinking in size, and as we understand and get more into the world with science and reason, that like the God will continually always be shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
That's interesting. I once had an experience where, I mean, I've always been kind of, I grew up Mormon and then I became an atheist when I started learning about science. Um, and then during the pandemic, I started dealing with like anxiety just from being locked in all
Yeah.
day. And I took a heroic dose of pizza, let's call it, right? And and it completely changed my entire perspective on all of that. Where I used to feel like I had this primal instinct to
What's
understand
up, Omar?
everything,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
understand the mechanisms behind the world. Like I had this, like, I think science is like a very natural, like we're very curious primates, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But then there was this, I felt this sense of like, you don't need to understand everything, right? Like you can kind of just let things be, or just it's kind of like I let go of
Exactly.
that need to understand everything. Um, and it was awesome. And I saw the movie Contact recently, right? Where the story is about this atheist who gets in contact with aliens. They build a spaceship,
Mm-hmm.
spoiler alert. And then
Oh,
she has this experience, right? And then she's on trial at the end. They're like, like, renounce this experience that you had. And she's just like, I can't, this is like scientifically, I know this is all explainable by science, but there's something about me that I can't. And I
mm-hmm.
feel like a lot of people that have these experiences, whether it's even like Bobby, right? Bobby
Yeah.
was pretty convinced that he was abducted.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, and there's this like visceral conviction that your biology has that
Mm-hmm.
your logic can't override sometimes, right? And
Exactly.
that's what I think religion kind of taps into that same mechanism. But it's almost like, is that a part of being human, right? Like, should we kind of like accept that or embrace that as a part of the human experience and not distill it down to some like evolutionary mechanism or survival mechanism?
I mean, this is why though, like that hand accounts actually aren't that like worthwhile, man. That's the
Yeah.
reason. I mean, you can have. I mean, I was so homesick one day, and I was watching Oprah when I was a kid, and they had this thing where they had someone come in and steal a purse from the person in the front row, and they had like a specific look on, and then there was like 10 people around her that when they stole the purse, and then they all asked those people what the give me a sketch, and they were all different. Like people go through a lot of different things. They're not necessarily like their firsthand experience isn't that big of a thing. You can actually have tumors in your brain that alter your brain chemistry, so now you're a completely different person, pretty much
Yeah.
overnight. You could there's a lot of different ways that, and if you have pizza, there's a lot of different, you realize how our reality that we live in is on just like a knife's edge, man. We're not like this, like reality isn't necessarily always this concrete thing. And so that's why like firsthand experiences, especially when it comes to supernatural things, like the idea that like someone has like some type of experience and now you have to believe in a completely like supernatural thing that we have no other explanation for other than just this story, this anecdote. Like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean anything. You have to be able to prove things through an experiment where that can be shown to be false. That's the whole idea with philosophy of science and Karl Popper and falsificationism. You have to be able to test these hypotheses with an experiment and show that it is false. And if you can't do that with an experiment, then it's not worth believing.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Ruben, you should come up here, Ruben. Ruben's talking a big game. Ruben's been on here before. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saw him in Good Troubles chat, but
Oh, cool. What about dreams that
anyways,
manifest in reality? Do you think? Do you mean like people just thinking about ideas, or like thinking of stuff, or are you talking about like wish boards or something like that, where you're actually, like trying to conjure something that's unique?
there's a really interesting mechanism where when people
Hmm.
cross over when they pass, they report this kind of life review, right? That they have this
Yeah.
experience. And it's a pretty common explanation when people that come back, they say that they see this light and they go
Yeah.
through this life review. And there are some scientists that believe that we have this endogenous molecule which produces that experience. And you don't have to pass to have that experience, but it's results in a lot of like archetypes that people report being very similar. And I don't know if there's like an evolutionary explanation, but there is recently a paper that came out which said that your body goes into this state to protect it against the lack of oxygen. So it produces this molecule, and
DMT.
it, yeah, DMT, and it could be this way neuroprotective to protect your brain from kind of atrophying in the
Yeah.
absence of oxygen. And it's interesting because it's kind of this like mechanism that explains a lot of these mystical experiences that we have.
Yeah.
And it could be behind all of this, it could be the driving force behind all religion, maybe even, right? All these experiences of seeing God. Um,
Oh, dude, a burning bush? Like, give me a break, man. The guy was on a lot of pizza.
yeah, a lot of pizza. Yeah. Yeah, maybe all of it is just tripping.
Yeah, for real. I mean,
But
that's like so obvious. Like, I mean, what do you think shamans used to give people, bro? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have any medicine at that time other than like herbal tonics and stuff, and they go out and get some, mushrooms, and boom, happens again. Yeah, Jen. I guess it would be. I mean, I would probably just say it has to be like coincidence, right? But I don't know anything other than that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It would have to be some type of way to prove it in like some experimental sense. Yeah, I mean, I've had heard people learning how to, um, what's that dream state that you can like um, astral project or something,
lucid
into
dreaming?
the lucid dreaming, astral projections. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I think that maybe like when you're, the fact that maybe that you're remembering it or is unique because you don't remember most of your dreams. So I think that is kind of like an interesting like fact. I don't know. All right, Miles Paulson. All right, well, thanks, man. I appreciate you breaking the
Yeah,
ice
man.
as always. Always good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise.
All
See
right,
you,
have a
man.
good one, man. All right, Miles Paulson, you're up. Oh, sorry to hear about that, David. Hi, Miles. How's it going?
It's okay.
Hey, how's it go?
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, just tired. Tired of waiting.
Oh, waiting for what, bud?
Pardon?
What are you waiting for?
I don't know.
Hmm. What are you thinking about?
That's difficult to say. I'm sorry, I just can't think of anything
It's
offhand.
okay. What do you wish you could do right now?
Bring peace and love.
Hmm. I feel that, man. I feel that. I'm with you. Like in your life or just in general to other people?
to other people, to
Hmm.
everyone.
Who are you thinking about in general? And like, who are you thinking about when you say that?
The whole world.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What do you think people can do to make that happen?
Let go of some of their judgment
Hmm.
and pay attention to their experience of peace.
Mm. Dude, that was profound. That was beautifully said. Wow. That was incredible. What are you working on in your own life? What did you do today?
Oh, I did some self care
Good.
today, but and had a social interaction for a couple of hours. That was good.
Good.
And did laundry,
Nice.
for myself that way, and so on. And now I'm kind of getting ready to sack out.
Mm. Nice, man. I love those days where you can just kind of chip away and make tomorrow a little bit better, you know?
Hmm.
What was the social interaction? What were you doing?
I beg your pardon.
What was the social interaction that you did for a couple hours? Were you like, did you go somewhere? Did you talk to someone?
Uh, uh, oh my God, busted here. Uh, um, I think we were having a political discussion, but
Hmm.
I can't really put my finger on it right now.
Gotcha. Do you like talking politics? Does that help you?
I'm not good at talking politics, but
Hmm.
I'm not opposed to talking
Yeah.
politics.
Yeah. I feel like it's like something that a lot of people, it's happening all around and you're kind of surrounded in it. But unless you're kind of grown up in that world, it can feel hard to jump in. Like their opinion doesn't matter. And I think that's really
Hmm.
sad. And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, like
Was it a good friend? Like, how did you know them?
I beg your pardon.
How did you know the person that you were talking to? And
I don't know.
hmm, gotcha.
I'm sort of like I'm not very well focused tonight, so
Okay. Well, what do you think about the future? What's your next goal? What are you thinking about?
the future.
Yeah. What are you excited about? What are you nervous about?
It's frightening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's a lot of positive things going on, but we don't tend to hear much of that.
Hmm. If you could change one thing in the world, what would you change?
Hatred.
Hmm. Yeah. It's very toxic, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah. I feel like it's so like a spiraling emotion that just gets everything like a hurricane, just gets wrapped up into it. And it's so hard to turn down the toxicity once it's been brought up so much. What's the last thing that's really brought you joy? Or today, or it can be the best, the best thing that you think about and brings you a big smile.
Yeah, it's difficult to recall, but I think it's something to do with a dog, and I don't know what.
Hmm. You have a dog, or is this a dog that you had before?
Um, I've had dogs, yeah, before.
Gotcha. Miles, do you mind me asking how old you are? I'm 38.
79.
Oh, wow.
I'll be 80 in December.
Wow. That's really cool. So why do you go on TikTok?
I guess distraction.
Okay. That is really cool. Everyone in chat's very excited and happy for you. That's
Thank
very
you.
cool. I think you're really unique in trying to better yourself and better understand the world around you and better connect with people by going on a place like this.
Hmm.
Because it's probably very tough for you. I know it is for me. Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what, man. It's a wild app out there, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly tough for me.
Oh, okay. Wow, it's impressive.
Yeah. It's we've got a capacity to help people become comfortable.
Hmm. Do you mind me ask what you did like as a profession, or what was your the thing in your life that you're the most proud of, like the biggest contribution that you had, or anything like that? I'm so curious about your backstory, like where your background and your history and.
Mhm. God. I've had seems like so many lives, but
Mm,
salient to where I am now is I've been a therapist,
mm,
an LCSW, uh, licensed clinical social worker.
Oh,
And
wow.
I work mainly with, well, with couples and individuals.
Oh, that's awesome. I've gone to couples therapy with my wife, and it was really productive. It was amazing.
Mm, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest thing that I wish people understood about therapy is that it's really good to do when things are going well, because it allows you to have the tools necessary in order to figure out when things are going bad and then how to get them back onto the best path.
Yeah. Yeah. Having the tools without the resistance.
Exactly. That's a really good way to put it. Exactly. What would be some like the big takeaway from your couples therapist time, like about maintaining strong relationships, or any advice you would ever have for couples?
I guess I'd say stay with.
Mm,
It's worth it in the long run.
yeah. What about someone that hasn't found that person? As a couples therapist, do you have any advice for someone who hasn't found that person? What makes someone good to be in a couple?
Well, you want to keep your gear on in terms of getting a sense of what's safe and what's not regarding like your boundaries out there.
Mm.
And listen to yourself and don't second guess.
I'm sorry, one more time. The last part, don't second guess. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the second time, yeah, I said don't second guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If a couple had like a strained relationship, like
I
what do
beg
you
your pardon?
think would be some steps? Like, do you think that they could ever fall completely back in love like it was before, or how would they go about doing that?
And who were you questioning about?
Just anyone, if they've had like a strained relationship, a couple.
Yeah. And what is the likelihood of them getting back together? And if so, uh, how might that be different?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, does it happen? Do you see couples go back together and they've fully healed, or is it always kind of like a source of, problems that they kind of can't get over?
I've had couple of couples whose problems they just could not get over.
Hmm.
Uh, and then others who learn, I'm sorry, they have children, and they learn to sort of not cohabitate, but co-parent.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
that can be a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm curious your thoughts about like the divorce rate or anything like that. Like, do you think like in your lifetime
Oh,
it's increased dramatically? So I'm like curious about like your thoughts on that.
yeah, I would not be able to say I'm aware of the divorce rate.
Okay.
Total to it.
Okay. That's fine. Do you have any kids of your own?
No, sir.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. What would you tell a couple that hated one another in order to get over that hatred? Because you were talking about the hatred being such a negative emotion in the world, but I'm curious how you would resolve that in a couples scenario.
Really good question.
Thank you.
I can't give you a clear answer.
That's tough. So much. I feel like hatred, especially generational hatred, is so.
Could you repeat that?
I'm just thinking like when you're taught as a young child to hate people of specific religion or culture or something like that. It's such a toxic thing.
Yeah.
And then the other side's taught the same thing. And it's the same cycle of sadness and despair. And I don't know how the kids that are born, can be broken free of the chains of their grandfathers. It just seems they're just so locked in.
Yeah. Locked in.
Do you think that there's anything with like exposure therapy, like someone that is, that's Muslim or something living in the Middle East, like growing up and knowing a Jewish person or, like, or an Israeli might like change their perspective, like have you used any like exposure therapy techniques in your work?
Not like that.
Or just like, oh yeah, I'm just curious about like in therapy in general. So I try to have my channel and this place be like a positive place where people can be, it's okay to be wrong and we can explore ideas and we don't castigate people that we disagree with. And because I have been on my personal journey where I've, learned and changed my own beliefs. And I feel like I'm a new person every year since I was 18. And so I feel like positivity and keeping like a positive community is a good way to not only improve myself but also improve the viewers, right? That this can create a community of positivity where people can contribute to something that's larger than themselves. And I'm curious if you have any advice for me.
Well, I have to say good night. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you so much, Miles. You can join anytime, okay? And take as much time as you need, and it's you're always welcome here, okay?
Thanks. I'm just nodding off, so I'm going to say good night.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
have a good night.
You too. And
Oh no. Oh no, I thought he was done and I hit disconnect. I'm so sorry, Miles. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Miles. Thank you. That was so nice and so kind to talk with me, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Grace, I was gonna hit you. Sorry. Okay, Grace, while she's doing that, we gotta do our thing, guys. We've got a new thing. Lines are open, guys. You guys, someone needs to queue up, okay? Someone needs to queue up while we do this thing. Here we go. Here we go. It didn't work. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you guys so much for the gifts and the likes. Thank you so much to our last subscriber, Sheepadoodle. You're a rock star. Ducray with the gifts. Thank you, Maiden Mayhem, for the likes. Whether or not it's 1, 1,000, 10,000 likes, thank you so much. Remember, a subscription is the best way that you can actually help the channel. So do that if you want to. The Linktree in the bio has $5 super chats. If you want me to read your question live on air, I can do that right now. There's also a Discord link where we have access to the show notes, the primary sources, science discussion, and a link to the YouTube archive, which is all these shows that you can watch whenever you want. And also a list of my publications. So that's where that is. Thank you to all the likers. Thank you to all the gifters. Special shout out to Sheepadoodle. And thanks guys. All right. Alrighty. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it's been an hour and 20 minutes, so let's see. All right. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. All right. Well, I think you guys know what time it is. No. Oh. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Light is life. I see you. Light is life. I see you. But this is time for the peer review. Science news. All the cool things that are happening in science that nobody talks about except for right here, right now, where we talk about them. All right. Well, Trump's team. Outrage over Trump's team's climate report spurs researchers to fight back. report authors welcome serious scientific rebuttals to report that some say misrepresents decades of climate science. Dozens of scientists are scrambling to respond to a report released last week by the Department of Energy, which concluded that global warming is, quote, less damaging economically than commonly believed, end quote. The researchers say that the report, written by a small group of scholars who question the scientific consensus on climate change, misrepresents decades of climate science in a bid to repeal a 2009 government ruling that greenhouse gases endangered public welfare. They are now trying to coordinate a unified response, knowing that their arguments could influence a legal battle that is likely to go to the Supreme Court. This little report is basically designed to suppress science, not to enhance it or encourage it, says Joel Russell, an oceanographer at the University of Arizona. It is awful. I'm gobsmacked, says Benjamin Santer, a climate scientist at the University of East Anglia in the UK, who spent 3 decades working on DOE's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California. It's a revision of science and a revision of history. We have to respond. Some researchers are now writing short rebuttals to the scientific arguments made in the DOE report. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should we go through the actual report itself? I think we should. We should. Let's do it. Let's see. I actually have it right here, and we will go over it. I love reading primary literature where we can, and we will. And we shall. It's an executive summary, guys. It's short. It's 1 page. That's easy. All right, here we go. This is the executive summary, the actual report that we were talking about. This report reviews scientific certainties and uncertainties in how anthropogenic carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions have affected or will affect the nation's climate, extreme weather events, and selected metrics of societal well-being. Okay, already, guys. Okay, it's specifically about greenhouse gas emissions, I guess. Okay, whatever. Okay, those emissions are increasing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere through a complex and variable carbon cycle. Yes, but we are increasing way more of it into the thing. They are downplaying that already, where some proportion of the additional CO2 persists in the atmosphere for centuries. So they're already casting doubt on whether or not the actual atmosphere CO2 is coming from us, or if it's still there and we kind of know it's a some percentage. Here we go. This is crazy right here, guys. Elevated concentration of CO2 directly enhances plant growth. Unbelievable. Globally contributing to greening the planet and increasing agricultural productivity. That is absolutely wild that it actually made it in there. The idea that somehow this is going to be a massive green boom for agriculture in the world by increased CO2 ppms is just, it's insane, because you're basically not going to have the, if it was just CO2 ppms alone and nothing else, then maybe. But what's paired with that, guys? We have increase of CO2 concentration leading to increase in temperature, which decreases productivity. It's just there's downstream impacts of that they're minimizing here, which is ridiculous. They also make the oceans less alkaline, lower the pH, which is true. CO2 dissolves into water as carbonic acid, and that lowers the pH. That is possibly detrimental to coral reefs. Like, unbelievable, possibly detrimental. Coral bleaching is happening everywhere. That is unbelievable that they're talking about this. And they say, although the recent rebound of the Great Barrier Reef suggests otherwise. So they're even saying that coral bleaching might actually not be a problem anymore, that we could have an abundance of green plants and growths. We could have our coral reefs bouncing back, no problem. I mean, this is just absolute nonsense. Here we go, back to the report. Carbon dioxide also acts as a greenhouse gas, exerting a warming influence on climate and weather. Climate change projections require scenarios of future emissions. There is evidence that scenarios widely used in the impacts literature have overstated observed and likely future emission trends. Yeah, yes, because we are doing it way more than we thought. They are wrong, but they're wrong because our projections aren't aggressive enough. That's the problem. It's insane. This is 3 paragraphs in, and every other sentence is misinformation after misinformation. The world's several dozen climate change models offer little guidance on how the climate change responds to elevated CO2, with the average surface warming under a doubling of the CO2 concentration ranging from 1.8 degrees C to 5.7. Data-driven methods yield a lower and narrower range, as if the other ones aren't data-driven. It's nonsense. Climate change models generally run hot in their description of the climate change of the past few decades: too much warming at the surface and too much amplification of warming in the lower and middle atmosphere. The combination of overly sensitive models and implausible extreme scenarios for future emissions yields exaggerated projections of future warnings. I mean, it's because since Paris and those climate accords, we have had a drop in CO2. I mean, so that's part of this. So the idea that it has nothing to do with it is just insane. Most extreme weather events in the U.S. do not show long-term trends. Claims of increased frequency or intensity of hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and droughts are not supported by historical data. I don't think that that's true, but I'm not a meteorologist, so I don't know. Additionally, forest management practices are often overlooked in assessing changes in wildfire activity. They literally put that in there for Trump specifically because he thinks that's his pet issue. He thinks that climate change is solved by sweeping the forests or something. Global sea level has risen approximately 8 inches above 1900, but there are significant regional variations driven primarily by local land subsidence. U.S. tide gauge measurements in aggregate show no obvious acceleration in sea level rise beyond the historical average rate. Okay. I mean, yeah, you're going to have tide measurements. That's just weird to me. Attribution of climate change or extreme weather events to human CO2 emissions is challenged by natural climate variability. What? Data limitations and inherent model deficiencies. Moreover, solar activity's contribution to the late 20th century warming might be underestimated. Oh my gosh. That is just crazy to me that they're bringing the solar flares things back. That is so wild. It's completely wrong, by the way. Both models and experience suggest that the CO2-induced warming might this is the quote that they're talking about. Both models and experience suggest that CO2-induced warming might be less damaging economically than commonly believed, and excessively aggressive mitigation policies could prove more detrimental than beneficial. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Social costs of carbon estimates, which attempt to quantify the economic damage of CO2 emissions, are highly sensitive to their underlying assumptions. So is every study, and so provide limited independent information. That has nothing to do with the assumptions made. U.S. policy actions are expected to have undetectably small direct impacts on global climate. What? We're one of the biggest contributors per capita. That's wild. That is so wild. Or the biggest ones total and per capita were lower than China and India, but that's crazy. U.S. policy actions are expected to, and any effects will only emerge longer delays. Just nonsense, misinformation after misinformation. That is absolutely crazy. I don't know. That's a good question. I think that you could, there are, you can like try to hack computers and then like hack into government computers and have a lot of that information. I think that's like, so if you know how to do that, you can find all that information on physics and how magnets work inside of like, really secure government computers. Sorry, guys. Friend of the show. All right. That was Science News. The hottest things that are happening in science that nobody else is talking about. The peer review. Coming to you guys. We did it. Science News. All right, everyone. How exciting. All right. Get back there. Sorry. He always gets out. He always comes out the weirdest times, guys. I don't know. Sorry, Jen, don't engage. He's another friend of the show. My real life friends are actually getting, it's weird. Sheepadoodle, welcome in. They're getting, yeah. Sheep, how's it going? Thank you. You're so kind. All right. Light is life. You're back. Good, man. Good. We just had a really good conversation with a 79-year-old therapist. That was really, really, really incredible. I know. Yeah, I've been honestly proud. Guys, I'm honestly very proud of what we're doing here in the stream and stuff, and I'm showing them, and we're having fun, and it's been really cool. So I've been showing them, and especially the new edits, the try-hard edits that I've been doing, the new posts. So I think that I've been having a lot of fun with those, so I've been showing them off. So anyway, Light is Life, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah, it was a pleasure to hear from someone of his age and to give them the respect to be patient enough to allow them to think and respond was really important. So I enjoyed listening to that. Thanks.
Yeah. That was really, really different. And what's wild is that like the demographic numbers on the content creator side on TikTok, it's like 15 to 25, and then every 10 years, and then it's just like 55 plus. So, and for whatever reason, like 50% of my people are 55 plus. So we got the TikTok 55-year-old and above crowd on lock, guys. We got them in our community for sure. So
That's
so
awesome.
it's cool.
It's good to have fans, right?
Tay, I think it's interesting. Like, I understand, like, I'm not doing, I guess, what everyone else does on TikTok. So maybe that they just kind of scroll and they see something that's a little bit more chill, a little bit more professional, a little bit more, I don't know. They're just like more deep in the content space versus kind of like fast pace and begging for money with those battles things. And so I don't know. But that's just what my hypothesis is. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's, I think I shared with you the other day that someone had shared the live with me. And sometimes in every walk of life, you can have people that aren't patient or have a lot of empathy. And I think that even just listening to you, you've been respectful, at least if you're given it, right? So
Yeah.
you've been respectful. Yeah, so they probably feel comfortable, being allowed to speak and have that time with you. So yeah, it's important. So thank you for that. I do
Cool.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Augie, I like Lorna Shore. Like, grew up on Under Oath, so I get down with heavy metal too. It's all good. Yeah. So
Well, speaking of magnets, I have a question for you this time.
okay, cool. Let's do it.
Okay, so basically, since your work involves harnessing biological systems at a nanoscale,
Sure.
how do you see atomic interactions and electromagnetic fields that influence the way these vaccine platforms communicate with our nervous system? And how could neuromodulation, basically our brain waves and our nerves' subtle signaling, play a role in how the body integrates or even optimizes the responses to such a bioengineered vaccine? Do you think they play a role, and do you think they can be influenced?
Okay. So, I mean, basically all of the nucleotides are going to have a resonance frequency. So basically all the bonds that create or are linked in those nucleotides, when they come together, you can have a resonance frequency. You can see this happen in, like, everything has a resonance frequency, like bridges. Like, for example, this is why the military can't march in unison across a bridge, because they can actually, like, make the bridge go up and down. You can create you can see it on YouTube and see these happen. It's pretty crazy. But the idea is that basically the energy that's in these bonds can vibrate at a certain frequency, and so it allows you to see them in a spectrophotometer. So I would say that there's, like, energy in the bonds in that way, but there really isn't any, like, electrical energy potential. I guess there is in the idea of, like, they're polar bonds in a chemistry and organic chemistry sense. So there since there is some polarity there's probably some electromagnetism, but I don't think that it's strong enough in order to be magnetized and stuff. I mean, that was like a big conspiracy during the vaccine rollout, that when you got a vaccine, you became magnetized. So that doesn't work like that.
Yeah, well, and I wasn't even leading towards that either.
That's
But
fine. I was
speaking
just letting you people know
yeah.
if people had heard about it. That's like that was.
Sure.
So yeah, it's just the basically the vaccine is going to have lipid nanoparticles on it to coat the RNA, and the RNA is going to be inside, and the RNA gets degraded over time by your body doesn't want RNA just going around, so it eats those Lego blocks, basically, and to try to make more Legos in other ways.
So do you see so you said that it'll have some kind of resonance frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So resonance frequency, would you equate that to a magnetic wave?
A magnetic wave. I guess I'm not sure what you're saying. What
That's
you mean
okay.
by that?
So at some resonance level in an atom, it has to have an electromagnetic wave to create a resonance in itself, right?
Okay, an electromagnetic wave. Okay, is a disturbance in the electric and magnetic fields that propagates through space, carrying energy. Yeah, so yeah, you would have basically specific nanometers that you excite for for these bonds specifically. And it's like
Yeah, no, exactly.
260, 280 nanometers. So it's like super small,
Yeah.
260,
Well,
280 nanometers.
and yeah, no, I agree with you. It's such on a microscopic level that, okay, let's think about gravity in a sense, right? So like we think like gravity is so small in a sense, but yet it affects everything. You know what I mean? So sometimes when something is insignificant as that, we don't give it enough credit. Although, as insignificant as it is, that resonance of that specific atom would you not agree that it would create the resonance of all atoms and therefore create the resonance of your body? Like you said, let's take the bridge, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Every particle within that bridge has a resonance frequency. All the constituents make up that resonance frequency, and that allows you to have the maximum potential of vibration before it self-destructs.
I mean,
Right.
but the force is going to equal, like, mass times acceleration. So, like, let's say that if you had like enough particles, theoretically, but a lot of these wavelengths and stuff, they're not, you get hit by them, and it doesn't mean anything. Like, I can put 260 or 280 nanometers into my finger, and it's not like, oh man, all the DNA in all my body is now like vibrating, and I can feel it. It's just localized, and there's not enough force, because it's just the mass of those wavelengths isn't strong enough, and even though it's specific enough, it doesn't have the acceleration in order to F equals ma, so it resonate throughout the entire body.
No, yeah, I get it. And well, and then our tissues are designed to have some level of entropy anyways, right before it starts to realign. Like when we use, X-rays and things like that, there's a certain amount of potential we can take on as far as a magnetic wave. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I have a question. So do you think that the bioengineered, whether it's nanoparticles or anything, do you believe that it regulates or causes a reaction between the neuromodulations of a cell or
The
the
neuromodulations. Are you talking about like the neurons like firing across like the synaptic cleft and all that kind of stuff?
yeah.
I mean, if they did, they evolved in that world where that was happening, right? I mean, it's like the vaccine doesn't have anything that's like unique in the fact that it's like it's a lipid, it's a lipid molecule. So it's like that isn't anything that's really new. There's RNA and there's already RNA in the system. A lot of like what biotechnology is just billions of years of evolution, and then we come at the very end and just change a couple things, and then now it's our technology. So, but we haven't like fundamentally changed physics in order to make these new lipid nanoparticles or the mRNA vaccines.
So I have a question then. With and tell me if you don't know about this. It's totally fair. But there's a role that they're trying to create with nuclear power plants. Like right now, even in Texas, they have a nuclear power plant going up, and then they have in a specific town, and they're using water to basically cool it, which will create plasma crystals, and they're going to use them for lasers, whatever. But anyways, the point is they'll power what they call qubits, and those qubits will feed off that nuclear power structure. And if you don't know, again, this is fair. I'm not trying to set you up or anything. I'm just trying to get you to think. And just have a response if you have one. So basically, in a nutshell, what they're going to do is that these qubits will feed off of the nuclear power plants, and what it'll do is basically they're creating quantum computers, and that will be the fundamental overlay of what we would call like electromagnetic frequencies in the air. You can call it ether, you can call it noble gases, you can call it whatever you want, but there is an energy substrate that we're in, right? And so what they're doing is not the silicon chips, but the new quantum chips, whether it's wearable, implantable, however it will be, they'll be able to use that as a construct to read your body. And they're talking about how they'll use it for the future healing. And right now they're storing one in Kerrville, and then they're placing the qubits and stuff all over South Texas, San Antonio specifically, and along the coastline, saying that it'll use the potential of the tectonic plates to help generalize that. But the point is do you think that the bioengineering that is in the vaccinations, again, we all know that everything has a resonance, right? And at the end of the day, even if it's a nanoscale particle, it's got to have some kind of resonance to it, and the resonance is a magnetic waveform.
Yeah, but it's just DNA that your body already has, like the new RNA that your body already has. It's just a unique sequence, but that's not going to be in and of itself like a huge revolution in resonance energy or anything like that.
So you think in your perspective, you think it's too small of a scale to create a difference?
The electrical potential isn't so wildly different. When you just have ACTs and Gs and you have that sequence, like it's not, there's only 4 things. And when you have them repeated in such a way and for so long, like there's not going to be this like crazy out of whack, like physics thing that's going to make these cascading problems down the line. It's just, they just have a unique sequence because they want to make that spike protein specifically.
So, and whether we want to define it as like problems or the substrate for healing, because at the end of the day, what they are trying, like with CRISPR and everything else, their definition is they're going to make things better, right? I mean, that's their terminology. And I'm not even saying I agree or disagree at this point. I'm just coming at this as an alternative perspective, because everything does have we've talked about everything having a physical resonance.
Sure.
So So two more questions. Have you ever tested, and this may not be like your job per se, but have you ever tested the detox protocols, the pathways, whether it's the liver, the kidneys, any part of the body? Have you ever tested this after a person has been on or has taken a vaccine? And have you ever tested how their detox pathways or lymphatic system has either rid this bioengineered product, the spike protein, or have you seen if it even has basically a what you would call like a detox pathway? Does it stay in their system? Do you think it completely evaporates? Does it just get passed through the lymphatic system? Does it stay and resonate? Does it alter anything? Like, have you ever
So
tested for that?
I'm not a medical doctor, but I have used. Hey, hey, Rock, how's it going, man? I have used CRISPR since like 2014. Actually, one of the few. I was like one of the first in the world that was using it in Yersinia lipolytica, which is like a yeast strain, which is kind of cool. So I'm on the gene therapy side, like on the research and development of like the gene therapy and the gene changing and using that kind of stuff. Like, so I could speak to that, but basically, like I said, your body is going to have and take this lipid nanoparticle apart, and it's going to take it apart just like any other lipid. It's just that basically it creates a phospholipid little ball, because some are water phobic. There's the head and then the tails, and basically the one's going to hate the water and one's going to like it, and then you basically have the RNA on the center around these like the lipids, phospholipid parts, and your body's going to know how to take those down because that's what all your cell membranes have. So it's just going to break it down just like it would any of your cells that lysed, and there's like just resources around in its environment, and it's just going to have those proteins and enzymes already like ready to made. It's same thing with the RNA. So when the RNA is done being translated to protein and the spike protein so that your body can make antibodies to it, it's just going to break it down just like any other RNA molecule, and that's just like everywhere. So again, we're just taking small things in biotechnology, and we're just changing a couple things and then using it as a technology. It's not like we're inventing it wholesale. We're at like we are inventing this new way of doing this thing. It's just we figured that out. Like, hey, you just changed a couple things here. Like with CRISPR, for example, they found out like, it's 4,700 base pairs for the Cas9, and then there's another 200 base pairs for the guide RNA. And the CRISPR RNA that all intercalates together. But they found that if you just take those two pieces out, all it took would to just change 20 base pairs on the guide RNA, and then you could make it go anywhere in the genome and cut. So it's not like they completely invented this new thing, CRISPR. It's like, well, bacteria have evolved this defense mechanism for billions of years. They store information on which DNA they want to cut, and we found out which DNA that was, and then now we've reverse engineered, basically a gene editing tool from that. But Doudna was never looking for a gene editing tool when she was searching for bacterial defense mechanisms. It just so happens that 60 to 70% of bacteria have like some type of CRISPR system in them, and they're incredibly useful.
Yeah, well, and I wouldn't say that. I mean, even if there's infiltrators everywhere, no matter what career you're in, but I wouldn't per se that she was looking for something that would be specific to, cause the complete re-signaling of the body. Like I would hope that what she was doing, she really, at the time, or even now, obviously, would think that it was to better the, the health of the human body. So that, I mean,
She wasn't.
yeah, I agree.
She wasn't. She was just trying to look for bacterial defense mechanisms. She had no idea she was going to find a gene editor. She was not a bioengineer. She had no intention of doing any of that. She talks about it a lot, and like so it's the cool part about science, right? It's the cool part about being able to kind of like you don't know what your research is going to do necessarily.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. So would it be fair to say that if you have never studied the detox pathways to see if whether your substrates are affecting any organs, whether they're detoxing, whether there's, I guess, like by way of being, I guess what you call like, I don't know, dissolved within the tissues. So would it be fair to say that you feel that you physically don't know after your compartmentalization, and which I'm not trying to make it as a negative word, it's just what you study in, is it fair to say that you truly don't know what it looks like as far as what the outcome is?
I mean, I've never done the trial myself, but I don't see why it would be any different. Like, it's we know the mechanisms at the cellular level, and it's not like it's nothing foreign. It really is. So it happens all the time. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of the, it just that. It just isn't. I don't think it would be. I mean, that's why.
Okay,
That's
that's
why
fair.
it's like, let me try to think of an analogy. I'm blanking right now on an
You're
analogy,
good.
but
Well, here's the
go
one thing I
ahead.
will say. First of all, these aren't loaded questions. It's not me
That's fine.
going, "Hey, I'm gonna an aha, I got you." It's for me to think about your career and what you
Mm-hmm.
do, right, and to better get an idea of that, and also for you to take on an alternative way of thinking and basically spark. Like, let's say something happens in the lab that you're working in,
Mm-hmm.
and you go, you know what? There's a seed planted of, I wonder how this works. So, for instance, if you take your culture, right, and you apply different frequencies to it and different resonances, you can actually see if it grows or if it doesn't, if it stays the same, if different frequencies affect it. And the reason why is because, again, everything is a resonance. That means it's a physical frequency, right? So everything has to match something at some level. Even a bridge, if you apply a certain frequency to it, you don't have to have soldiers on it, or military. You can apply a certain frequency to it, right, to get it to self-destruct. I mean, everything is a particle, and therefore it's a vibrational pattern, which means that it can only hold so much vibration before entropies
Yeah.
at max level.
Do you know what a sonicator is?
No, I've never heard of it.
So a sonicator is a way that we lyse and burst open cells in the lab, using frequencies. You basically have a high frequency, and it looks like just a metal rod. You put that metal rod and you hold it here, and it has this little probe that goes down, and you just put like your algae or your yeast up into it, and basically it just lyses all the cells based off of, puts a really, really high screeching sound. It's like really, really gnarly. You have to use like headphones, and it lyses the cells. We use it for protein extraction. So you can take proteins out of the cell once it's been made, remove all the cellular debris, move all the proteins that you don't want, and then you have like your purified protein. So like, yeah, we do use, what you're talking about, like, all the time. I mean, where it's
Yeah, no, and I'm
where
just
it's useful, we do use it.
Yeah, and this is just at the end of the day, like, again, when I came on last time, I was telling you like how basically in a nutshell, holistically, how we know your body is solidified light. And I know that's hard to understand. And for many people, I'm not an imposter, I promise you. It's just to give you an alternative way of thinking, because at the end of the day, we are piezoelectric. That's just what we are. And we all have a certain resonance, just like your tissues. You're showing that if you use, what did you call it?
Sonicator,
A sonicator.
Sonicator.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know
SONICATOR.
what? And this is just, you may not know this, but do you know what frequencies they use?
Oh, dude, it's like 20 kilohertz or something.
Okay.
Sonicator,
Is it just an ionizing plate?
yeast, lysis protocol, sonication. No, it's just like, it's a probe. It's a metal probe. It's just like stainless steel, and it's like
Okay.
half an inch in diameter, and it's just like vertical, and you just put your, yeast or algae culture right into it. 20 kilohertz. The
Okay.
ultrasonic frequency used is usually greater than 20 kilohertz.
And how do you spell it? A sonicator? Like SONA?
SONICATION.
Got it. Okay. Well, here's at the end of the day, this is just me coming up and giving you. I mean, I'm not an
Sure.
imposter, like right. I do
That's all
holistic
good.
healing, so I mess with frequencies of the body. There's certain resonances to every organ. Everything is about electromagnetic waves. The study of quantum coming into that new era is all about resonating your neuromodulators, and so everything that we know, even in physics, whether it's particle physics, quantum mechanics, whatever. I mean, it all has a certain magnetic wave to it. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything's constructed out of that. So I promise you, it's not me just coming up saying, "Hey, giving you total bullshit."
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, well, thank you for your time. I was
Yeah.
just, at the end of the day, I'm just here to give you some alternative way of thinking.
Sure.
Thank you for being respectful. I promise you, I'm not coming up with crap to get an aha moment or anything. It's
No,
just
it's all
me.
good. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
cool to be able to tell you that like there are things that we are aware of things like that in science in the lab, and like we are using stuff like that where it does work. I mean, basically it's a mechanical way of shearing and lysing the cell versus like a chemical one, right, where you can use things like soaps or something like that. So if
Right.
you have a protein that you want to have and take care of, like a sonicator is a really good idea because you basically don't have to worry about like that chemical detergent hurting your protein or changing the modification. You're literally just using the sonic burst to open those cells, and then that's it. But you needed to keep it on ice.
It's
So
very
you have like
controllable.
the algae culture or whatever, and then you have ice just all around it because it gets so hot because you're vibrating that liquid
Yeah,
so much.
oscillator.
And I
Yeah.
used it when I made my carbon nanotubes, by the way, too. So it was like a way to heat up the polyethyleneamine, which is basically like a plastic coating on the outside of like the carbon nanotube. So I use sonication like a lot in the lab.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. So, if, one of my really close friends, she's has a master's in physics. She is in bioengineering right now, and her grandfather worked as a particle nuclear physicist for the government. So, basically, in a nutshell, I basically collaborate a lot with her, and she's one of the ones that works on CRISPR right now, but she's one of the 1,000 that'll be working on the nuclear plant in Kerrville. So it's pretty cool when you can bridge science with holistic stuff. So we always collaborate, and a lot of the stuff that I talk about has been learned from your science. So it's funny when they just don't know how to connect the two, because literally everything is a resonant frequency. It doesn't matter what it is. So anyways, it's just interesting. So
Okay.
next time in your lab, just think about, I the way you entrain people's body is by way of bioengineering things with vaccines, and trying to create a signaling effect. The way I use it, I just use nature to do it. So again, it's all resonances.
Yeah.
So yeah, I promise I'm not, some kind of troll.
No, it's okay. You're very sincere, and it's all good. Like I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I think the biggest problem is with a lot of the natural stuff is just like the credibility of the studies and the in-depthness. I think that is the biggest thing for me, where there are things that are gone through human trials and stuff like that, like, I mean, that's how we got Tylenol, right? Or but it's like it's not all that, and the problem I feel like is like the grifting and people being like, yeah, I mean, distrust pharmaceutical companies. They're not going to tell you the truth, but then subscribe to my monthly multivitamin for $50 a month, and you're like, what, like that? So it feels like a lot of it is fake, and like pushing for like the monetary incentive, while also saying all pharmaceutical companies are bad because of monetary incentive. So it's just that's the duplicity for me, as like that I see.
Well, I think so the important takeaway from this is that for neither one, whether it's holistic or science-based medicine, for any one of us to say we have the solution to everything, right? because before they used pharmaceuticals, right? I mean, even Newtonian, like, Sir Isaac Newton, I mean, when he got so far into mathematics, I mean, everything he went down to where his latter side of work was all alchemy. And he explained the resonance of in a mathematical equation. And he literally said everything in life is the mathematical equation. Now, it was before they actually started figuring out what photon, like he figured out a photon, but after that was the electromagnetic spectrum and how that all came into play. But at the end of the day, I want people, there's a place for pharmaceuticals and there's a place for holistic. And we know that they have to work, because even doctors have to figure out what you're on, especially herbs, because it will actually, it'll counteract or interact with one another. So if you're taking an herb for lowering, high blood pressure, you can, like, so in my office, if someone has low blood pressure, and especially if they're on medicine and pharmaceuticals for it, I cannot give them hibiscus before they leave, or they can pass out on the floor. Right. And we have to know this because we know the resonant frequency and what it does. And hibiscus lowers high blood pressure. So if it lowers high blood pressure and they're already on some kind of medicine, so I'm just saying at the end of the day, it does work, because if it didn't, the doctors wouldn't be concerned about what you're on, especially with supplements or herbs. So, and then too, like I've said before, a lot of your pharmaceuticals come from plants from the Amazon, and that's how they make their constituents. So not every one of them, but a lot of them do. So, at the end of the day, like I said, it's every single thing intertwines, right? We are a construct of the earth, right? Like where we're made, whether you believe in evolution or not, right? So at the end of the day, yeah.
Do you not believe in evolution?
I don't. No, no, I'm too far in the
That's not good.
electromagnetic field. I just,
Yeah, that's
I
not
am
good.
100% all Yahweh, all 100%.
So then how does like any of our medicine make any sense then? No wonder. I mean, that makes, because then all the animal models and everything, like why would that make any, like, why do you realize that, right? The, like
Yeah.
our pathways and everything are so similar with mice and or pigs or whatever animal model it is. So like, why would it not be that way?
I mean, at the end of the day, okay, I keep saying at the end of the day, we as humans, right, if we're solidified light, then, and I can go into that if you want me to. I can explain
you did
how
last time, and it's honestly a little too much for me.
It's
but
okay. It's okay. So
yeah.
You're good. So okay, let's just say evolution, right? Like evolution took place and it started with one molecule, right? Or particle, whatever, or one atom. However, I don't know like what evolution, like, okay, the Big Bang was something. So you explain yours and then I'll go off of it.
I mean, evolution is the process of gene flow within a population. So
right, but like the initial Big Bang, right? So
it's a different process of evolution. That's not evolution.
Well, okay. So what's your belief? Like, what was the very beginning? Was it a photon? Was it like
I don't know.
Okay, so that's fair. So in our belief, right? So in our belief, we have an intention, a word. It's called a bar. And if you look at, so remember when I was talking about the atoms?
Yeah.
Okay, so the atoms, when you start looking at them, they call it heavy water, right? And what happens is I mean, this is all electromagnetic waveforms, but when you take a waveform of a magnetic construct and it starts basically becoming a torus field, it takes on the shape. So here's the thing. I'll make this simple. If you take in a pharmaceutical, well, it can't be a pharmaceutical. If you take in a supplement or you take in an herb, when your body takes in, how does it know where to apply the transmutation of that, of the substrate, of the constituent?
I mean, it just binds to whatever it can as a protein or whatever. It doesn't really, I mean, it is going to go diffuse in a lot of different places that it's not, used in.
So you think it's just, so you don't think that there is a transmutation effect that something takes on? Have you seen the study of the chicken where the calcium and the potassium, and basically how they did the study on the egg and they removed like certain things, whether it was the calcium and potassium, and they found that when they removed the calcium and potassium, it didn't do anything to the egg. When they removed certain constructs, it did. So they found that what happens is a transmutation effect that actually created the shell of the egg to be hard. And even Gerald Pollack, I talked about him before, he talks about transmutation and how every bit of his science, because science doesn't really take on this effect. Like a lot of your old scientists believed in alchemy, but nowadays they don't. So when your body is taking
like
on these,
bloodletting and like leeches too. So I
well,
mean,
hey, listen, okay, that's fair. I'll give you that. But basically, in a nutshell, what I believe, we'll just go back to that, is that we are intention, we are Debar. And when you look at any atom, it starts to take on a hexagonal shape. And that is a certain resonance frequency, and you can find it throughout the entire environment. So all atoms, when they basically start to solidify and they gain electrons, it actually binds with, remember, hydrogen and oxygen. So when it has the binding effect with hydrogen, it creates a hexagonal lattice. And it's not wrong. This is
like I guess I don't understand why you're talking about this when we're talking about evolution. Like, I guess like evolution for me is like a natural process that happens with organisms, because they're going to breed in a population and then they're going to be exposed to different things, abiotic or biotic, and then they're going to create species from that. So that's kind of like speciation from natural selection, and that's kind of like how everything has evolved together.
Well, I mean, everything does. Like even us, we're completely resonating on a different frequency depending on what electric energy is in like induced into our environment.
Do you think that evolution never existed? Do you think things are not evolving right now?
Well, then we'd have to define what is evolving, right? Because at the end of the day, we all change. So yeah, evolution, if you want to define it as do we change? Absolutely.
No,
But as far
that's like
as,
what people talk about with like adaptations and stuff like that. I mean, the common like apologetics response is like, oh, I don't believe in macroevolution, but I believe in microevolution.
well, yeah, because even your bones adapt, right? If you
Yeah,
don't
but
use it, you lose it.
this is like the microevolution is a Christian apologetics answer for evolution, in that like species don't evolve, but you can still get resistances and that kind of stuff. It's a false idea of like what evolution actually is. So I mean,
Well,
I'm
what I'll
so
say,
curious. So if you don't believe in evolution, I mean, how old is the Earth then?
so I believe in the
So
biblical text. So
6,000. Okay,
6,000, yeah.
okay, all right. So
Yeah.
did dinosaurs exist?
Are you trying to get me on an aha and
I'm
try to
just
make me
curious. I
look
mean, like
ridiculous
I
or
mean,
what?
this is like, I mean, I feel like those are big questions, right? Those are the kind of like, I'm sorry, but I don't understand like how you can sit there and read like and be, reading scientific things on quantum energy and light energy, and then now you're able to grapple with these really difficult, deep subjects, and it's stuff like when you're not draining the simple, like those are just simple ones, right? Aren't they? Like
So
there's
you know how I
so
learned
much
about all of
evidence
this?
for those.
So I actually learned, and this isn't pseudoscience, this is actual science, right? Like I'm using technical terms. I can define them if you want me to, I can look up the equivalents of what you guys would use as a terminology so I can define them in your way. But there's a lot of physicists and, okay, Federico Fagan, are you familiar with him?
No.
And yeah, it's fair. Basically, he's an Italian American physicist engineer, and he's best known for like designing the commercial microprocessor. So,
Mm-hmm.
but through his practices, and this isn't specific to him, there's a lot of people who've come to the same conclusion. They actually, through their studies, instead of not believing in God, they actually came to the conclusion at the end of their study that there is such thing as God, especially when you get into quantum. So, but again, the reason why is because it takes form and shape, and it has to have an intention. It's a design. The only way you can even be held together is by that design. So, I'm just saying
So I don't
it's fair to say
understand
either
then,
way.
like, so then I think, yeah, exactly. So then you could completely hold the way of like God just works through evolution. That's how he created everything. But you don't hold that belief. Why?
Well, because I just don't see it. I just don't see it when the Bible is so specific and it has so many answers, and maybe someone doesn't understand it. Like, so in like my pastor, if I was to go to him about Jacob's water trough, he would say that it's like theoretical. It's just like, it's just something that didn't actually take place. And it's like, wait a minute, if Jacob's water trough took place and all he did was he basically created different magnetic wave in that water by using what? Tree branches, right? Which is what alchemy, right? It's basically creating a different resonance frequency. So
Okay.
when the cattle drank, they became spotted, speckled, and spaked. So you are what you eat is basically what you're saying. Like that in that conclusion, what you take on is what you're going to resonate at. Just like if you, okay, so you go and do jujitsu, right? Do you ever feel like you're run down?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and when you go to the gym and you're on your way there, you want to put on some rock music and start vibrating your cells, right?
Sure.
And you do understand that that takes on, whether it's mental, whether you want to think it's mental or it's physical, it does take on some sort of waveform where you actually start to get hyped up before going to work out at the gym.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that everything has a resonance frequency, whether we're taking it on temporarily or whether we are physically eating it. It's going to create an outcome or resonance frequency, or just how even your cells create a message, or how, I don't know how you want to define it in your science, but
Yeah,
it
but like,
creates
I'm just so confused. Like, why? So why is none of this in the Bible? Why do you
Oh,
have
it
to
is.
wait? No, stop.
Oh, it is. It is.
No. The Bible was written a long time ago, and then we had to break free of the Bible and theology and all that kind of stuff in order to like discover philosophy of science and then create like physics and biology, and it feels like you're kind of coming at the end there after all of that progress, and then you're kind of like hijacking a lot of like what these scientists did, and then you're saying like, oh no, I claim that actually as my own as a religious person, and it's like you really didn't. It feels dirty to me.
Okay. Well, first of all, what I will say is that I don't think I've claimed anything as my own.
Well,
I can go
well,
into.
you're caught like where is quantum mechanics in the Bible?
So well, because it's the physical outcome. So, okay, so prayer, do you know, like physically praying over something?
Okay, so God is writing a book, and this is a specific thing. He knows he wants to write a book. This isn't. He knows that video is going to be possible in the future because he has to have an ability to know what humans are going to be capable of in the future. So he knows that he's specifically an author. He knows quantum mechanics. He knows about all this stuff. He knows that humans are wrapped light and all that kind of stuff that you're talking about. And then he just doesn't put any of that into the Bible. He doesn't like talk about that at all.
How does he not?
He didn't.
Like,
There's nothing in the Bible that talks about any of that.
yeah, no, there is. The priests wore the stones of the breastplate for a reason. I can go into that. The prayer in
But
itself,
like
even a prayer circle in itself.
but that's
So
like, yeah. So
I
this
have a
is like
well, let's no, it's when you understand it, you know exactly what happened. But here's what I'll ask you. So have you ever heard a miracle of happening?
of course I've heard of one happening, but there's no evidence of them.
So what's going on in your um, understanding is you actually physically need proof. So
Yes.
if let's say you're in a hospital and someone is if they're on life support, right? And let's say the family prays over them or whatever, and they claim this miracle happens. You see them come back to life, and you say that's not proof enough. I need science behind it. So would you deem that not a miracle
I'm
because you
sorry.
didn't see the science?
I'm sorry. What was the science that you were saying that was the thing? I missed
Well,
it. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, you're good. So, and um, I'm trying to be patient with this as well and describe it in a way. So if you had someone on life support
Okay.
and the family came in and physically prayed to them, right?
Okay.
Whatever they did, prayed, used oils, whether they played music, whatever it was, read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
If they had an experience where that person became alive to where the science would deem them healthy enough to get off life support, would you claim that that's a miracle? Or like if they claimed it was a miracle, would you say that's not a miracle? I need the science behind it.
I mean, they're on life support, so that would probably be where if the life support would be what gave them life, right? Because if they remove the life support, they're dead. That's why
So
they're on
what
life
if,
support. So that's inherently saying that like there's stuff going on here that religion can't help.
so there's a lot of instances where miracles have happened. So one of the things that they even deem them unalive is they're basically testing for the brainwave capability. Yeah. And if they
Okay.
have no, brain waves and there's no interaction, then basically in a nutshell, they deem them brain dead, right?
Okay.
And so they would basically at that point say that they are not alive. We basically need to make plans. We need to remove them off life support, and we need to basically cut ties. Yeah.
Sure.
So there is studies and there's science where what is the most conductive part of your body? And as far as electrical wave, not a magnetic wave.
Heart, probably. I don't know.
Your brain is your electrical, your heart is your magnetic.
Okay.
So if you need so much brain power to where your brain has got to function, where's the first place it's going to remove the electric capability if you are low on electric potential?
Brain, I guess. I don't know.
Exactly. So here's the point. If you test their organs are functioning as much as they need to what? Stay alive. And as they begin to heal, then what happens? Their energy basically ramps up and they all of a sudden have brainwaves again. And I know this from experience. My brother, this was a situation with my brother. So my point to you is that what someone would define as a miracle, there's science that you can start to study and understand that there is an outcome, that science behind it. So listen, I believe in God because it's all there. This is just for an active conversation between someone who is completely I don't know if I could be more opposed. Not that I'm opposing you, but I probably couldn't be more right or left from where you stand. So,
That's okay. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. I do
here's
think I want you to be I want to be honest with how I feel about the
and I'll be honest with you, absolutely, yeah.
yeah, I do think that especially when we talk about like vaccine disinformation and the people that create vaccine disinformation, I do think that they helped kill 1.2 million Americans in the United States. And we know like that vaccine hesitancy helped kill about 300,000 Americans specifically. So I do think that like people that disseminate that do have blood on their hands, like legitimately.
So I'm going to say this to you. So I did tell you that I work with doctors. I work with veterinarians. In fact, I just worked with 2 veterinarians this past Monday. There was a lady that moved from California to Texas and they told her she needed to put her horse down. Basically the circadian rhythm because of the hormones was completely off and the horse was not sleeping properly. The magnetic field of the horse was completely off and it was during the day just passing out and hitting all kinds of things, right? So yes, I do work with doctors. So anyways,
Did you put out
I'll
disinformation about the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine during the pandemic?
I didn't put out any information about anything.
Okay. I mean, if I would never look up your social media, but I'm assuming that during that time, would you be posting things about that?
As far as my belief? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the thing. So I was able, and I told her, I said, listen, this is how I tell everybody. At the end of the day, especially if they're this far low on electric potential, it's very hard to create an electron donator to the atoms, right? And to get them to recouple. And at the end, like basically when I went out there, this is how I construct myself. I can basically, in a nutshell, start to listen and feel exactly what's going on with them. And I'm not saying I do Reiki. I don't do any of that. You can start to analyze, right? So when you're around someone, you can see if their eyes are closing. You can see if they're tired. You can judge by the color of their skin. You get what I'm saying? You can raise their lips to see, if their hemoglobin is good in their mouth. You know what I mean? Like if they're becoming anemic, all of these things, right? So I go out there, I look at the horse, I'm like, okay, this is what I would do. So I had herbs with me. I had a lot of things that I basically told her to do to reset the circadian rhythm. And just within 2 hours of the work, it literally, he was going to sleep. So within 48 hours, he completely came back to normal. Of course, the vets, and here's the thing, I own a ranch. So I have horses, I have dogs, I have cows, I have all these things that I have physically worked on after vets have given us a protocol. Not saying that they don't know what they're doing. They may not know. Not everyone has an answer. Okay, I'll end it. We were able to have this horse come back around, and it's been a week now, and she came and got more herbs and stuff from us, and the horse is thriving.
Yeah,
So, and it was a whole protocol. It wasn't just herbs, here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that there are answers outside of medicine. So did I work with people?
There's things that work, and then they are medicine. There aren't anything outside of medicine. Like I want you to know, like you can't lie to yourself that there was no alternative medicines or ways of treating COVID-19 that helped anyone during the pandemic.
No, there was absolutely.
No, there was not. Not a
Yes, there
single
was.
one.
I
was
did it
not.
myself.
Hydroxychloroquine,
I didn't do
ivermectin,
hydroxychloroquine. I don't
all
do
of
anything.
that stuff.
I don't
all
do
that
anything
was
synthetic.
wrong. All those people that went to alternative medicines and
Dr.
seeking
Grad,
help were not helped. I'm just
will
letting
you
you
listen
know.
to me? Will you listen to me for 1 second?
We looked at there's systematic reviews. There's actual scientific studies that looked into all of these claims, everything into it, and they all have been proven false. It doesn't matter if your anecdote has like someone that is somehow better because of it, because scientifically they were not proven to be correct. Zero.
That's false.
Not a single one of them.
Here's what I'll tell you. I don't use any synthetics. I don't use ivermectin. I don't use hydroxychloroquine. I don't use methylene blue. I don't use any of that crap. I don't use anything that's synthetic. And here's what I'm telling you. I have a background of knowing my grandmother and my grandfather were paramedics, right? My aunt's a nurse. My dad's a head nurse at the VA hospital. I'm very well versed with what medicine is. So I come at it also from a perspective where I understand what they use and how it affects the body. But I also, when I went to vet school, I had the understanding of what was an alternative, and I saw the potential in that, and I studied in that. So again, if they don't work, right, then your doctors wouldn't ask what supplements you're on or what herbs you're on or anything to have them either counteract or to have them exponentially lower blood pressure or any of these things that you would get. So if it doesn't, you have to come to that conclusion, right?
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
So then why would they ask?
Because there can be adverse side effects that were confounding that come together.
Why would there be an adverse side effect if it didn't work on anything?
Because things can have an adverse side effect. They can have a reaction that's not correlative to the actual disease treatment.
Yeah, which means what?
There's an
That there's a
interaction.
causation. Yeah, exactly. There's a causation. So then that means at some point in level.
Because you could interact with the drug that is actually trying to do a good thing by taking it out with something that's doing nothing.
But again, if it neutralizes it, then it's doing something.
Yeah, a bad thing. Exactly. It's neutralizing a good thing.
We haven't gone into whether it's good or bad. I'm saying that it neutralizes it. So it has an interaction. So if one herb is neutralizing it, that means they work in some substrate, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah.
I'm not trying. And here's what I'll say. I had a protocol for COVID and I physically used it.
Okay,
I physically watched it happen.
What was the protocol?
I'm sorry?
What was the protocol?
It was about 7 different supplements.
Okay.
So it was a combination of glutathione,
Vitamin
NAC. I didn't use vitamin C. Nope. But would vitamin C hypothetically work? Possibly. It's just not as high in antioxidants as glutathione or any of the others.
Okay.
And what you're looking for in that is an electron donor. right? Because ROS potential, if you look up the symptoms of COVID and Google it right now, the symptoms of COVID and the relationship it has to oxidative stress in the body.
How? Okay. Give me the most active
Let's,
ingredient that you have in your thing. What that you used? What was the most
they all work
active one?
synergistically. If I had to, let's say this, if I had to use one, if I had to choose one that would work best above anything else, it'd probably be glutathione. But
Okay.
they also
Okay.
work synergistically together.
Okay. So let's talk about it. Explain to me, please, the mechanism of action with glutathione with a SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus.
Okay, so let's say theoretically a virus is real, right? That's what you believe. So if a virus is
You don't
real,
believe in viruses?
oh, I told you last time I believe in terrain.
You don't accept germ theory?
No,
Oh my God.
I do believe in bacteria. I do believe in parasites, but I do not believe that there is a virus. Okay, I'm asking you a question. Where has the virus ever been isolated?
It's the Koch's postulates. We do it all the
No,
time.
I'm asking you. I'm
That's
just
what we
asking.
do.
Where is it?
That's what
You have
Koch's
to.
postulates are.
You have to even use a yeast substrate to even get it to even physically interact.
People isolate viruses all the time. They work with them. They work in the labs with
Pictures of
viruses.
viruses.
It's like you use it all the time. People use it.
Do you think I'm the only one that's come to this conclusion, or have you heard of other doctors coming to this conclusion within your
They're not
scientific
actual
studies?
doctors. No, they're not actual like trained people that are helping people. I'm sorry that they're just not.
I think you're biased.
Yeah,
That's my
I'm
personal opinion.
extremely biased towards science. Yes, exactly.
But
Yeah,
why? But here's my. If you're trying to, let's say theoretically, if there was another answer, if you're biased, do you think you'd be able to see that other answer?
absolutely. But I can design the experiment in order to prove myself wrong. Absolutely. That's the whole point of being a scientist is that you are wrong a lot, and that's what the hypothesis is,
So
where
I'm telling
you're
you what I
researching
did and
something, and
worked.
then you see the hypothesis, and then you research through the literature to see how this mechanism works, and then you make another hypothesis and move forward until you can reproducibly reproduce it. And what the problem is that you are at that stage where none of your things are reproducible, and it's all just anecdote after anecdote after anecdote. I mean,
Well,
seriously, not
let me
believing in
just.
germ theory and viruses is like, that is wild. That is
So here's
so wild to me. You know, we
so
can
here's what I'll
actually
tell
like
you.
see viruses. We can actually see it through like AFM. We can
Hey, listen,
actually,
I didn't say that when you have a substrate that starts to degrade that there's an outcome, right? I didn't say that. I mean, obviously we know
you can see,
when.
like, you can see the capsid, like,
That's what I'm saying. So y'all define it as viruses though instead of a degraded cell.
what? Oh, wow. Okay. So you think that the capsid and the coronavirus, when you look at a coronavirus, you think that's a cell.
I mean, it could be a substrate from a cell that's trying to detox. Absolutely. I mean, they all give off debris. I mean, you
No,
know that's the point
no,
of detoxing, right?
no.
What?
There's
Okay, so
so
what
much
happens
going
when a
on.
cell starts to degrade? What happens to the debris?
There's a lot of like vacuoles, and there's a lot of things that are
But
like put
we can
into the
understand that
environment.
there is a debris, right?
Debris. Do you mean like when it's lysed and then it has all the protein and everything that's like in the
Well,
supernatant? Like,
what
what are
is
you
your
talking
lymphatic
about?
system for? Isn't it a drainage point? Isn't it your septic system of your body?
We're not even talking about mammals. We're talking about just like microbes and viruses and all that kind of stuff. Why do you think like
I mean, you do understand, like even Russian scientists, when they go into the study of cancer and stuff, it's debris that's in your lymphatic system. Like the cancer starts usually there, right? So like we all know, I mean, you do understand that your lymphatic system is your septic system. And let me do this. We'll back up. Here's what I'll tell you,
okay,
because
so
you may have other people requesting, but here's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, what I will tell you is woe to you when I say that I have things that I've been using for years. I have a certification. I'm an ND, not an MD, because I am not a doctor in your medical science. I am a doctor in homeopathy. So I will tell you, when I have something that has worked, it is repeatable, it is testable out of the repeated protocols we've used. I know how your cells modulate. I know that they're looking for electrons for electron donor. I know the purpose of all of that, of the oxidative stress potential, right? And the removal of that. That's why you take an antioxidant. I'm not selling any product to you guys. Here's the point. You sat there and said that my protocols do not work.
Yeah.
And that is
And
so
you're
far
doing
from the
harm to
truth.
people. You're actively doing
Let me
harm
ask
to
you a
people.
question. Don't you think if I was doing harm, I would have been sued already?
Maybe you should, if you're actually,
Wow.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to say? If you're actually putting out disinformation about there and actually having, like, causing people to not get vaccines and to follow,
So I've
you
never said
could.
that you. So here's what I'll say. I don't agree with you, but I never
Oh,
said you're putting out disinformation, right? So I've never attacked you. I've never come at you. I've had a cordial conversation with you to
yeah,
basically start
but
bridging
public
the
health
understanding.
public health can be, but like, is a house of cards. And if you're, like, if you're working to dismantle the house of cards and putting it in with these insipid things where someone could just listen to you, and you're using all the buzzwords, you're not using them correctly, but you're using buzzwords so that
Well,
people
I'm using them
think that you might
correctly.
not like know any difference. And so it is dangerous. It is very dangerous, and especially a time of
Do you think?
anti-intellectualism and misinformation that's happening right now. Yes, people like you are actually doing harm to people.
Well, I'll allow you to have that comment or and that belief. But here's
Okay.
what I'll tell you. You know how many doctors are coming out of science and starting to, for instance, I have a friend of mine who's a PA, and so when we have our certification, right? We have our doctorate in ND. I have my doctorate in ND. She's a PA, so I work with her hand in hand. We're starting a clinic because of the amount of doctors that are coming out of medical science, pharmaceutical science, and they're coming into homeopathy after studying this for so long. They are looking for holistic practices to actually start managing and start doing their percentage of all their charts and stuff and regulating them versus medical science. So here's what I'm saying to you. If it doesn't work, how are all of these people coming to a same conclusion as I have and not staying with their medical science, being that the fact they've been in your medical deemed science for so long? Here's what I'm telling you. It works. And I think that you need to be more open-minded about it. That's all I'm saying. It's
No,
not
no,
dangerous
you need
unless you're making claims that are
no.
false.
Science has been too nice to you. We've coddled you like a baby for
Really.
so long. Absolutely. I got a strike
You know
in
how long
on
it's been since
TikTok
I've seen a
because I was
doctor?
actually talking about my actual studies that I've actually done with peer review evidence and publications. I can't even talk about my actual science on here because TikTok is basically MAHA YouTube now, and they're so ingrained with the Trump administration. The only reason that TikTok is even allowed to exist is because of the Trump. And now I can't even talk about my actual science because it coddles you, and because people want to grift on their TikTok store thing. And now that's actually impacting actual science communicators that I'm actually trying to actually talk to people for the first time. I can't
Well,
even do
here's
it.
well, here's what I'll tell you. First of all, I think no matter who you are, you should be able to have what we call, your amendment right to what? Have free speech. So that's total bullshit for anyone to be um, compartmentalized or to be, labeled misinformation. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for what? Our outcome of our life, right? No matter what we choose.
No,
If
you're a
someone wants to go
medical
the home,
professional.
no,
No,
here's what I'm.
you're more than that. Public health
No, I'm
isn't
not even
just about
talking about
you. It's
me.
about what you're doing to other people, and that
Hold
the
on.
advice that they're following that's impacting other people's
Greg,
lives.
I am literally saying that no matter what okay, first of all, don't, okay, take a deep breath because I'm not attacking you. Okay. And
Dude,
listen, do you understand that I hear everything you're saying?
I
So I don't want you
no,
to
I
feel like you
don't.
have to
You're
yell at
not,
me.
because you don't even believe in
No, I do.
viruses.
I just don't
So you don't.
agree.
You're not
I just
listening to
don't
me.
agree.
Yeah,
That
you
no,
can't.
I hear, I just don't listen. I just don't agree. But here's what I'm saying. Here's the thing. You should have a platform where you can freely talk no matter what it's about. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that people that should be able to spout disinformation should be able to be allowed on social
Well, you
media
can't be a
websites.
hypocrite. You can't say I'm a doctor, so everyone needs to listen to me, but holistic people need to be shut up. You can't say that. If free speech is free speech, no matter not just when it's convenient for you.
I mean, that's okay. I understand what you're trying to say, but what's happening is that people that have dangerous viewpoints that are impacting people's lives, that are killing hundreds of thousands of people during a pandemic, are being coddled and treated like children. That's what's actually happening.
So you think that my education on everything that I brought up, I'm being coddled and treated like a child, even though I've
Yeah.
had the same result you have?
It's not the
'Cause
same
I've-
result. Science
Hold
has
on,
had
what if-
no science has saved about 3 to 4 million lives through the
No, what I was
vaccine.
talking about, when I meant that, is being attacked on TikTok for misinformation. No matter what it is, I think a lot of even your viewers can say that they've been, deemed misinformation at some point. We even have to watch the words that we even say on TikTok, what's allowed and what's not, because there are, they're filtering what we say, and they're basically saying whether this is accepted or whether it's not. We're all being, held accountable for that. So
No,
here's what I'll say.
dude, I've
If
had
you don't
no,
want
no. I've had death threats on my lab because
Yeah,
we were
that's not
trying to
good.
we were trying to produce vaccines inside of lettuce so that people in the QAnon world and Mike Flynn, the traitorous Mike Flynn, talked about our research in QAnon. So we had people emailing death threats to our lab. We had to have security on our lab, walk people to their parking lot in order to protect people. Like, no, we are not the same. I've dedicated my life in order to bettering science and actually creating a better world versus you, which is a contrarian idea of like, I'm just whatever pharma isn't. And that's no,
Yeah, but hold on. When did I ever say
we're not
that?
the same. We're
Well,
not
when
the
did I ever
same.
say
I
that?
don't
No,
want to
we're not
be.
the same.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Okay, so don't you even equate that? Like, let's say I was raised biblically, and I'm raised as a Christian, and my understanding for the body has worked. I don't. If you go look at my page, I don't have a TikTok shop. I don't sell anything to anyone. I have nothing about my personal life or my websites or my business on there. So I don't sell anything to anyone. First of all, I'm
You're
not here for
posting
that.
you're talking about all these like businesses that you're posting up and popping up with people.
Wait,
And
no.
Like,
Wait, when did I
what do
ever
you
say I
mean?
posted a? No. This is locally. This is locally that I do stuff locally, and it's not a business. I popped up. People know me that I just have this knowledge. I don't charge for any of this. Now, eventually, we're going to start a clinic because there's outcomes in it, and I'm working with like PAs and doctors. Right. This isn't just me, because in the state of Texas, I have to be regulated. I know what my regulations are. I adhere to them. I respect authority, even though I don't agree with it. I respect it. Right? In any way, shape, or form, have I been disrespectful about that? I haven't. But what I will say is that the death threats and everything are completely, that is, no matter who in any life, you should have free speech, and no one should be attacked for anything. Because here's the deal: if someone decides to go to the medical way, they're responsible for their own outcome. And if someone decides to go the homeopathic way, they're responsible for their own outcome. We're all responsible for ourselves and the choices we make. There's consequences, there's blessings, right? So we should allow people to start making the decisions for themselves, not filtering what's being said. So
No, we did your way. We did your way.
we did do our way.
We coddled the disinformation people during the pandemic, and 1.2 million Americans died about it. We're ranked 200th in the world per capita deaths, and people do not care about that. And people will create conspiracies. This anti-intellectualism, anti-science will create these conspiracies that 1.2 million people didn't even die, and they'll make these insane statements up. And it is ridiculous. We did try your way. We did try the free speech way where everyone was allowed to say anything. And it was awful for people.
Well, they're gonna govern everything we say, no matter what perspective we're on, right? So at the end of the day, it's not just you that's having to go through heartaches for what you're trying to get out to the public.
I don't care. It's not my heartache. It's the 1.2 million people that died during the pandemic. It's the mothers, the fathers, the sons, the daughters. Like that. I don't care about the death threats to me. That has nothing to do with me. It's not me. It's the people in this country that died that didn't need to die.
Okay, hold on. Let's back up for one moment. I would never advocate for someone being in a situation where they needed a healthcare professional and they passed away. I would never downplay the facts as they see it, as way they have whatever numbers they've come up with
Dude,
to
you
pass
downplay
away.
it. You don't even believe that viruses are
No,
real.
but
We're in a
that's not even the
pandemic
topic.
from a coronavirus, and you don't think that viruses are real. You are downplaying it.
I'm not downplaying anything.
You don't even think that there's a virus. So how are we having a pandemic if there's not a virus?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into that. The point is that
Oh my God, we're gonna go into it. Yes, how would answer that
okay.
right
Then
now?
let's go. So electromagnetic
Oh
frequencies,
my
they
God,
affect you,
dude,
right?
no way, no way.
I'm
Are
going to
you
ask you, do they affect
serious?
you? Do they affect
Oh
you?
my God. So we're in a pandemic and of
What
a
do you think, Juan?
coronavirus, and people are
Hold on, hear me
dying,
out.
and
Hear
you're
me
gonna
out.
tell them about folded
Do you know how?
light
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many more are projected to pass away?
during the pandemic?
No. What's coming in the future as far as quantum, like the nuclear fusion that I was talking about, the qubits and all this other stuff? Do you even know? But have you looked into it? I mean, this is a
No,
fair question. Have you looked
no,
into
I
it?
don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well then at the end of the day, it's not fair for you to say that I am ignorant.
I can't. I can't keep track of all the quackery that exists in the world. I try more than most,
This
actually.
isn't quackery.
I,
Hold
I
on,
am
this is
actually
Texas
I
A&M.
am
It's a
deeply
government.
I am actually deeply ever since the 2020, I was actually deeply involved. The No New Normal subreddit, the biggest non-vax, anti-vax subreddit. I was actually in there doing science communication. I had voice chats with those guys, trying to tell them and answer science questions. I didn't do content with that. It was literally me just answering science questions. Like, I'm actually devoted to this. I'm actually a scientist that is actually devoted my life to science. This isn't just like a TikTok thing for me.
So here's what I'll tell you. In my biblical perspective, there's a fight coming up. And let me also tell you this. Don't you think that is seriously important for me to keep your temple clean? Don't you think that would be like the entire construct of my belief system, is to do what? To make sure that you are healthy. So why in the
Okay.
world would I ever advocate for people to pass away?
But how
It
are you
doesn't
going to
make any
protect from
sense.
people passing away if it's a respiratory coronavirus and you don't believe in coronaviruses?
Let's say there was a virus. Let's say in your realm it's real. Do you
Okay.
understand that there's another way to protect against viruses or illnesses, sicknesses, flus, all these other things, versus just taking pharmaceuticals or vaccination? You don't think that there's any other way
There was
potential?
none of them that were found in the pandemic that worked. None of them.
Okay, well, again, I just told you that
Ivermectin,
they worked.
hydroxychloroquine, all that
I
stuff.
didn't use any
None
of
of
those.
that.
I
Your
didn't use any of those.
glutathione has no mechanism of action against a coronavirus. You
Do
don't
you
even
know that if
understand
you
what a
even
coronavirus is. How can you understand the
No,
mechanism
I've
of
studied
action?
it. I've
How
studied
no?
it. I
How are
didn't go
you
to your
studying something that you don't
university.
agree that exists?
That's why I don't agree that it exists, because I studied it.
Exactly. You don't exactly. Yes. So then how can you
I just don't
understand where
agree
it's
with
coming
it.
from, and how it's going to evolve, and how the viral genome is going to change, and how it mutates, and
I have a question. I
how
have a
it's going
question for
to
you.
evade all that kind of stuff?
If there's a resonance frequency for everything, could you not, within theory, create an implosion effect on the virus itself?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
then
they
could you
use
do that within the
UV. They
body?
use UV in order to like sanitize hospital areas. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And they also use light therapy for newborn or premature babies. Light therapy is used and it works. Although some doctors don't even think that light therapy works, even though it's used and proven.
Dude,
Even in the state mandated regulations, you have to have a UV light for sanitization, but then they don't think that it works.
it's not strong enough. It's not used long enough. Yeah, I mean, it's not 100%. All these things aren't 100%. You have to.
No,
It's
they're
a
100%.
patchwork.
Maybe you just
They're
don't
not
understand it.
100%. They're not.
Yes.
Nothing is 100%.
Well, no, I do agree with that. There's definitely,
Okay.
okay, because let's just say you use light alone. Obviously, it has to work on something, right? Light in itself isn't going to do something. You have to use it. And what is that? It's an electron donor. So it's looking, right, to remove the ROS potential of a cell. And so you don't think that there's a possibility to remove the ROS potential of your body. Let's say there's a specific cell. You don't think there's a potential to remove that with other substrates other than vaccinations?
I. the idea that you think that viruses are producing reactive oxygen species, like, it just blows my mind. I don't understand, like,
You Google
which
what the potential of the
they
coronavirus is and the symptoms it gives off, and the symptoms oxidative stress gives off as well.
you think it's Ross? You think the pandemic was because of reactive oxygen species?
Do you not understand that a cell that's degrading is because it's an entropy level from the oxidative stress, which is the out of line of electrons?
Dude,
They're not coupling correctly.
okay. The reactive oxygen species at
Have you ever
low
looked this
concentration.
up? I'm
I
asking you a
did
question
reactive
right now.
oxygen species in my
I'm asking
PhD as it pertained to exposure to carbon nanotubes. I can show you publications right now.
But I'm asking you questions. So have you ever looked up the potential without using pharmaceuticals to realign the electrons and remove the ROS potential?
I mean, I've squelched ROS. I've done that with nanotechnology. I've literally
I'm
done that.
asking if you've used it with something with the potential outside of mainstream medicine. Have you ever tried it?
Nanotechnology, yes, I've done it. Yes, I've done it with
Okay, have you ever?
nanotechnology.
Let me rephrase the question. I'm
You're
not
speaking
trying
to like
to.
a very specific person that actually has the knowledge. Maybe like a couple dozen in the world.
Are you trying to downplay what I'm saying to you? Have you
No, I'm
ever
saying that
used
it's
a
just like, I
natural
mean, it's
substrate
crazy that you're actually
to
talking to me and you're
remove the
asking me
ROS
questions that I
potential?
actually am uniquely one of
Okay,
an expert at, like,
so
legitimately.
the ROS potential, it's basically electrons that are out of coherence, right? They're not coupling, they're not paired.
No, they're hydroxy radicals. You have it. There are
What is a
ROS.
hydroxy radical? You
ROS
got to go
is
deeper than what you're
created.
talking about.
ROS is created as a signaling molecule at low concentrations. The idea that they are constantly a bad thing or they're always going to be bad is
It's not a bad
wrong.
thing. It's just a cycle of energy. It's not a bad
Okay.
thing within itself. We're designed to have entropy in our body. Like, okay, so you go do jujitsu, right? And you work out. When you contract a muscle, what is that? It's electric effects, right? Your muscles are your battery packs of your body. Your fascia is basically the webbing, right? And the more muscle you have, they say the more weight loss you'll have, right? It's not even weight loss. It's the fact that your body has a higher energy potential, whether you want to define it as your immune system or not. Therefore, you can process toxins faster so they don't get stuck in what your body would construct as fat cells to hold these toxins so that you can actually remove and detox at a faster rate. So your muscles in themselves are literally the battery packs for your body, right?
So
So when you go
they're
to
running
do
out of
jujitsu,
battery. Is that's what you think that the pandemic was? They're creating too much ROS?
you're gonna mock me. I just told you the electron spin, right, gives the potential of energy. So you can define it, like you can mock me with the fact that it's
Do you
your.
think that COVID-19 and 1.2 million people died because of electron spin?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think an atom is?
Oh my gosh,
What do you
dude,
think the
that is
ROS
so
is? It's an out
offensive.
of
That
paired.
is so
It's.
offensive. That is
Are you even serious?
crazy.
Do you even know what you said just now?
You're literally saying that 1.2 million people died not because of a virus, not because of coronavirus, not because of the
No, I didn't
COVID-19 that
say
they
that.
developed. That you're
Okay.
saying that a misaligned electron spin.
What the heck do you think a virus causes? A misalignment of electrons? What the heck are you even talking about?
Well, how would
Like
you
you
know? What?
understand? Like
Wait, wait. What
let's
are
say
you talking
someone
about?
wants
Wait,
to
so now
go. No,
viruses
hold
are
on,
real
hold on.
then?
Let's say someone. I'm using it as your terminology, right? I didn't say they're real, but here's what I'll tell you. What if someone?
Oh my
What if someone
God.
wants to go take antifreeze and drink it? Did they die from
I might
antifreeze?
right
Or
now.
are we going to start?
I might right
Or
now.
are we going to start? This should be a cordial conversation. But here's what I'll say: is that the antifreeze? We're going to go deeper to see what the antifreeze physically did. We're going to go up on the layers, and at the end of it, what it did is it caused an ROS potential in the atom. And it misaligned the electrons, throwing it out of what you call a toroidal spin. It's all electromagnetism. It's a resonance field. Remember you were talking about how the soaps and stuff do that? So, and listen, I think your audience is kind of yelling at you at this point because I think someone else wants to come up, but
I
I'm not trying to piss you off. At the end of the day, I'm not completely wrong. I
no,
do this in my
I
everyday.
am really pissed. I'm really pissed because as a
I'm really
patriot,
sorry.
1.2 million Americans died
Listen,
in
that's
the
a very
United
serious
States.
topic.
And no, this is exactly what our topic is.
No, and
And
that's what I'm
what
saying,
has
which is very
happened
serious.
is
I'm not
that
downplaying that.
we all we are doing is coddling the same misinformation
No, we're
and
not.
disinformation that got us to this point where all those people died. 1.2 million deaths is almost the same as 1.3 million, which is all the deaths of all the United States wars combined in our entire history. You know how
Here's
many
what I'll tell you.
do you know how many deaths 1.2 million deaths is? That's a 9/11 every 5 days. And
Listen,
yet
did I ever say in any
here
sort of
we
way that
are
I'm trying to downplay
coddling the
that?
same disinformation that got here. And I hope that no one actually ever takes you seriously on anything that you have to say
Wow.
medically. Like, genuinely. I think that
Do you
you
know
are
how
doing
many?
people harm by you
No,
don't
I'm
even agree
not.
with viruses.
No, I'm
You don't
not.
agree with the pandemic that it exists. Like, it's just wild to me.
No, I'm not.
I think that you mean good. I genuinely I am trying to be empathetic with you, and I'm compassionate, and I don't think that you are an evil person, and I think that you can change. But I am telling you because you need some tough love, and you need someone to tell you what it is. And I'm telling you the truth that you are harming people with disinformation by this stuff. Like, this is bad.
Yeah, so here's what I'll tell you on that. I take heed on exactly what I do because that's a responsibility of life, right? And I would never downplay the amount of people that pass away, no matter what it's from. It doesn't matter if it's from viruses, drunk driving, whatever it is. I don't want anyone to have the potential to pass away. That's just totally, to even say that it's completely ridiculous. But here's what I will say. What I do, doctors physically have aligned with it, right? So if I need to be sued, so
No,
do they.
you are
And this
downplaying
is
it
people
because
who
you're
have an envy.
preventing
I'm not.
us, well, you're preventing the technology
No.
from being used in
Well,
order
you know
to
what?
actually create
Okay.
the vaccines
Let me tell you this
and the
then.
treatments for the next pandemic. That's
Let
how
me
you're
tell you this
actually
then.
hurting people
Then
because
let me tell
people
you
like you
this.
are the head of the HHS now, and we're not doing bat coronavirus cave population genetics because people like you and MAHA are actually heading these agencies as opposed to
Because
being like going off on some crazy like YouTube channel to never be seen again. You're the head of the agencies, and you guys are actively killing science in this country.
okay,
So
first of all,
yes, you're hurting us. You're hurting future pandemics. You're hurting future technology from being developed. This is
okay, so let me
bad.
ask you let me ask you a question. How in the hell do you think that you're not preventing me from my people and keeping God's people their temples clean? You are literally building the construct of the new world, right? The new quantum medical industry.
Bro,
And you
you
think that
are
that's
the deep
actually doing the good
state.
thing.
You are the
Deep
institution.
state?
You
Do you know what the
are the
deep state
HHS.
is?
You
Do
are the
you know
US
what the deep
government.
state?
You are
Sir,
being coddled. Stop
sir,
this
do you know what the
persecution
do you know what
complex.
the
You need to
do
realize
you
that
know what the deep
you
state
are the
is?
institution.
Do you know what the
You
deep state
are the
even is?
person.
Do you know what the
Yes,
deep state
yes,
even
it's
is?
you. You.
It's me.
It is you. You are the deep state.
You've
Exactly.
never okay.
Yes, MAHA is the deep state. Yes.
I don't know what MAHA is, and I don't align with
You know
anybody.
exactly what it is. Oh, stop.
No,
Come
no,
on.
hold
Now
on.
you're just
No, no, no.
lying. Now I know when
Wait,
you're
wait,
lying. You're just
Greg,
lying.
Greg,
Come
when the hell would
on.
I have? What do you mean?
You
Can I
don't know
look it
what
up? You said
MAHA
MAHA?
means?
No, I don't know what MAHA is. I don't align. Listen, I run 3 businesses. I work my ass off. I'm at work right now, and I'm getting ready to finish some stuff before I go home. I have no freaking clue what you're talking about as
It's
MAHA.
make America healthy again. It's the whole
Okay,
thing with
okay.
RFK Jr.
Oh, he's a bullshit. No, 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 no. Don't get no, no, no,
Oh my gosh.
no. I'm not even gonna go down that
Oh,
direction.
please.
No, no,
No,
no.
please.
Mm-mm.
Please. No, like please tell me how you feel about him.
No, it's a total fucking joke.
How?
That's a total fucking joke.
How?
How? Okay, first of all, even just looking at him, you can see he's unhealthy. So for him to even practice homeopathy medicine, he should be way more healthier than what he is, first of all. Second of all, the political system is total fucking bullshit. It is the same, it's two sides of the same freaking coin. It's total bullshit. It's a political game, and that is a complete joke. It is literally, no matter who you think you're selecting, right, into office, it's the same bullshit. They're going to have the same exact narrative that they've always had. It's total bullshit. Look up their lobbyists and who they're aligned with, and everyone else is in there.
Give me
So
one
I don't
critical
adhere to
critique
any
of
of
one
that.
of his policies.
I don't even look into them. I'm not even going to go down
Oh,
that direction.
come
I stopped
on,
politics and I
dude.
stopped voting a long time ago.
Come
There's
on,
what do you
dude.
let me
There's
ask you a
no
question.
way.
How in the hell
let
do
me
you
just run
think
down.
that
Let me
we
just run him
people?
down. He believes that coronavirus vaccines aren't safe.
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, I mean, I agree with that.
Oh, okay. All right. He believes that preservatives in food are poisoning people.
I agree with that.
Okay. He believes that fluoride in our water is poisoning people.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Dang. Wow. That's. Oh my gosh.
Well, hold
Like,
on.
come
One
on,
of the
dude. Come
listen to
on.
me.
Are you serious right now?
Listen, Greg, one of the businesses that I run is water wells. I drill water wells in the state of Texas. So I know what water is, and I know what constituents are, and I know we actually fit, like what we filter out and what we don't. I know what it does for your body. So I have knowledge in this. So I mean, as
You're
far as
not.
fluoride in the
But
water, it's total
did you
crap.
see how you lied by omission just now? You didn't even. You're
Just
not.
because you want me to come up with someone who you don't necessarily align with, but maybe they have somewhat of the same beliefs. I don't study him. I don't study what they're doing in politics. It's a total joke. At the same time, he's alignment with, okay, hold on, I have a question for you. Here's the point. You have a guy that is in office working for fucking Donald Trump, who's done what? He literally praises the fact that he did what Operation freaking what warp speed or whatever the hell it
They
is, where he got
denounce it. Trump denounced it now.
Oh,
Trump
well,
denounces it
isn't
because of
that what
you
they do in
guys, because of
politics?
MAHA.
No, but hold on.
Yes.
Isn't that what they do in politics? They'll tell you one thing and then another, like long down the road, tell you something else. Kind of like their stupid Epstein files that he's going to make sure they get out. And now all of a sudden, why is that a big deal? That's what they do. That's why it's a game show.
Dude, this is bigger than that. This is
No,
bigger than that. This is
100%. I agree with that.
1.2 million people that died, and we are one of the worst in the world on per capita deaths. This
I
is
agree with that,
absolutely
100%.
Rocky, please, bro, just chill, okay? I appreciate you, but I'll stay on as long as you can. Like, trust me, please, man. It's not.
Well, and
It's
I can
not
respect,
okay.
we can
It's
have another conversation later. Like, I totally respect your panel. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'll stay here. I'm just saying I don't want to disrespect anyone either.
you're. Do you understand? Do you understand how vaccine disinformation and anti-intellectualism is hurting our ability in order to be prepared for the next pandemic?
Do you understand how science even took place in the beginning and who actually even funds the pharmaceuticals that you guys construct? Do you even know how everything even came to play in the early
No, there is no
1900s?
pharmaceutical company that is funding CDC population genetics and bat coronaviruses in China. That it's not a profitable venture. Why would any company do that?
Listen, at the end of the day, like I said, it's all politics and it's all bullshit.
I know, and
I'm
politics
not
is
saying that
important when
health
it
isn't
saves
real.
people's lives, and public health is very important. That is why. So you should support people that actually care about this stuff, that dedicated their
But
lives to
to
this, that
say
give scientifically proven publications for this. It's not a joke. It's not something that is flippant,
this
and
isn't
you
a
don't
joke. I agree
care.
with you on that.
No, you
First of all, I
don't.
never said
It's
I didn't care.
politics is weird. Hee hee. That it's not that it's
I
bigger
didn't
than
say it
that.
was weird. I said it's a game. I didn't say
It's
it was
not a
weird.
game. Politics isn't a game.
No, to them it is. To them it is. It's not to us. Look at how they conduct themselves. They're in alignment with each other. They're best friends with each other, and now all of a sudden they don't like each other. They'll switch which party they align with. And come on, I mean, come on. Politics aside, health is a really big thing. It's a big freaking deal. We should take this serious. I'm not at all not taking this serious. Listen, when people are passing away and they don't have another option, and even doctors will tell them, okay, let's say, because there are circumstances where doctors will say, there's no other option. We've ran out of option. There's no studies that we can put you on. We don't know what to do. You're going to pass away. If those people have aligned with some homeopathy medicine and let's say miraculously something exponential happens and they heal themselves, don't you think that's just as important? Because there are many doctors who will say
Miraculously,
there's no.
your whole thing
I'm
is a
using
miracle. You literally
no.
are
I'm
waiting for
using
miracles to happen.
no. I'm using your terminology because you said that it doesn't work, right? So I'm just using your terminology. I'm just
Yeah.
saying okay, let's reconstruct this. If the if the doctors don't have an answer, right? And they tell the patient because this is on many cases of cancer. Like this is something, right?
We're talking about SARS-CoV-2. We're talking about the pandemic. We're talking about 1.2 million
Dude,
people that
you
died.
do understand doctors don't know everything.
Yes, but we're on a journey in order to better find a better
What do you
answer.
think? So what do you think an alternative is? They're on a journey to find the same damn answers.
No, that's what science
Yeah,
is.
they are.
Science is the fact-finding
Science
mission.
is the only way.
Engineering is to make the tool
Science
and
is
the
the only way
technology
then.
better.
Science is the only way then.
It's the best one that humans have found. Yeah, that's why I
Well, that's
dedicated
your
my
thing.
life to it. That is
your
exactly.
And
Yes.
I would never say that you are intentionally causing harm. I would never say that.
I know.
Because you
Well, because
genuinely
I'm
know
not trying
what
to
you-
go around and in a public health crisis try to sow
I
discord
didn't do
in a
that,
system.
and I never even got a dime from it. I actually came out of my own pocket.
I didn't
never
either.
even got
Guess
a
how many
dime.
times I've been called a pharma shill? Guess how many times I've been discredited online and been called that stuff. I mean, the idea that like this is all just like apolitical and we just like this is chill. Like I just got laid off last week. Like Trump like gutting all of science funding in the United States and increasing tariffs. Like
Okay, so if
that's
you wanna
having
use your
dramatic
science-
impact to like our actual science as a country. Like we have the entire world of RNA vaccines that are being defunded. It's like these are the huge things. These are the
So I have a
American
question.
companies that are being like shut down because of this. This
So-
isn't
so I have
just
a
like, I can't sell my tincture online anymore.
I don't sell a tincture online, first of all. Second of
Whatever. Oh my
second-
gosh. Like as if everyone doesn't do that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they can, right? Like it's a free country, so they can do whatever they want to. But again, we're responsible for what? I mean, how many cars do we buy that have something wrong with them? Like if Ford's alone, they have a situation where it's called a death roll. They sell those damn things all the time, and people have passed away from those. I mean, hello. Like there's shit wrong with almost everything that you do, right? So you're responsible for knowing your outcome. You're responsible for the consequences from the decisions you make.
You're helping foster anti-intellectualism and
No, I'm not.
anti-science.
Here's what I'm telling you.
Yes.
Even the terms that I've used are from your science. You may bring up a list
Yes,
of
and you're
scientists
using
that
them
know about-
incorrectly. You
No, I'm not.
quantum fields, quantum folded light, water memory.
I mean, have you ever
come on,
looked up?
dude.
Have you ever looked up quantum science, like the quarks, the neurons, the gluons, all of this stuff? I mean, do you really?
How would I ever trust the opinion on quantum dynamics and quantum biology and quantum all that kind of stuff when you don't even think that viruses are real?
I'm not talking about my study. I'm talking about your scientists in your university
Exactly.
studies that are
And you
peer-reviewed
don't
and everything.
understand what they're saying well enough in
No,
order
I
to
do.
reiterate it. No, you don't. You don't even understand.
God.
You don't even understand microbiology. That you're like 400 years behind.
Well, I would think that you're 3 drinks behind the curve.
Okay, I'm going to be after this probably. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I mean, you are literally like so far behind in terms of like the ability
No,
and
I'm not.
application of things.
I'm
Yes,
not. I'm sorry.
like look at like yes, confocal microscopy, AFM, SEM, like all these things we can literally image virus particles now, and we know that they're from viruses, from nucleotides, like. Reverse transcriptase.
you can-
Why would reverse transcriptase even exist if there weren't any viruses? It evolved in order for RNA viruses in order to be retrograde and integrate into DNA genomes. Like, why would that even exist?
Well, you don't want my opinion on that, but the point
Why?
is that
You don't even know about reverse transcriptase, so how are you going to know? Tell me now. Tell me. I would love to know.
Well, you don't even know what so for instance, if you take a virus, what resonance frequency would you, let's say this, they have a lot of things they're using a lot of things for constituents, right? They're using fireflies and they're mimicking the blood of lobsters. What nanometers are those? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
600?
how
I
in
don't
the
know.
world,
600
how in the
probably?
world would I be able to see it from your perspective if I'm not in your field of study? Just like how in the hell would I ask you the questions that I know would set you up for failure when you're not a part of my study?
I just gave you one.
It doesn't make sense.
Like membranes and stuff. I mean, I could give you a hypothesis based off of my previous knowledge, and we could
Do you
think
know,
about
do you know
like,
doctors
yeah.
that actually use resonant frequencies in the past, even in like
I
let's say
literally
the 80s?
talked about
Hold on, hold
sonication
on.
to you in the
Yeah,
lab, and
no,
I
no,
told
but
you
what
how we
I'm
actually
saying-
used it, and you didn't even know about
listen,
sonication.
no,
I was
no, I
teaching
didn't
you
know
about
about-
resonant theory today.
Sir, I've talked about resonance frequency and toroidal fields and how they physically construct the electromagnetism of every single cell, every
And you
single
didn't know
living
about
particle.
sonication?
Because I didn't know about the one machine that you use in your lab.
That is like the biggest thing in all of cellular biology and microbiology. Like that is huge.
And why would I need to know that? I don't,
Because
do you
that's
think
an
I need to know
application of
anything
your
else?
exact ideas.
But okay, so to disprove everything that I know, why don't you start understanding where I'm coming from so you can
I
disprove everything that I
try.
know?
I have tried.
No,
I am trying. But
but you
folded
don't.
light
The
and
point
and,
is,
and humans being electron cloud folded lights
yeah,
thing
but here's,
doesn't
yeah,
make
but
any sense. And
it doesn't,
water
well, it may not
memory
make any
and
sense. Start looking into it then, and maybe you'll understand your
I did.
biology
You
even
couldn't,
more.
dude. There is nothing to look into. Like
There
full like
is.
there
These are
water.
scientists, and you're freak.
No,
What are you
no, there
talking
isn't.
about? What are you
Water
talking about?
memory. Like it's just all these. It's literally just
You
all these buzzwords and keywords that just they don't make any sense.
They don't make any sense to you because you don't know about them because you haven't studied them yet. And if you studied them, it actually may help you in your industry even better.
I don't think that's true. But I
Well,
don't.
then you may be compartmentalized and biased about it. Totally cool.
I am biased. I am biased. Yes, I am towards science. Yes, I'm not.
Well,
Yeah, that as a method
bias.
of knowledge. Yes, I am very biased.
No, that's a method of ego. That's not a method of knowledge. That's egotism.
You
You
are
are standing in your
literally
own way
out
of
there
understanding.
saying
Okay,
that
so
the
no,
entire
hold on.
world of microbiology is wrong about germ
Here's
theory,
what I'm going to
and
tell
you're
you.
telling me that I have an ego problem?
Well, here's what I'm going to ask you. You sat there and said that your study and all of your goal is to help people and to
Yeah.
physically do the best ability you can. So if you go look into what I just talked about, don't you think that would help you more on a higher scale of probability to be able to help them out even more?
Yes, if it actually worked, but you don't do that, and none of your quackery
No,
actually
I'm not
does
talking
that.
about me. I'm
None of
talking about you. And it's not quackery.
Yes, it
Do you
does.
want me to bring up do you want me to bring up a list
Systematic
of scientists
reviews
that
and
use these?
FDA approval and all these ways. That's how it actually happens. That's how things actually get made into medicine. But guess what? You guys never do that.
No, because we're not going to use science to do it. I
Exactly.
use it in my own way. I don't need, but if I'm not studying
Exactly.
science, why?
And why
You
wouldn't you?
understand that even
What
when
like
MDs go to
listen,
school,
dude,
the
this
amount
might
of
help
time they
you.
spend on pharmaceuticals, and the amount of time they spend on pharmaceuticals is like 70% of their studies.
Do you realize
So
that like with RFK at the head of the FDA right now, you could get all these things approved. You could. You're just refusing not to. You're right. You realize that, right? So
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
is the deep state conspiracy on why none of your stuff can get FDA approval now that RFK is the head of HHS and the FDA? Why aren't you
Okay,
guys
first of all, can
doing
you
any of
patent
it?
nature? Can you
What?
patent nature? Do you know what patents are based
Yes,
upon?
you
They
can
have to
patent.
act.
You can patent a lot of different things. You can
No,
patent
you can
the
patent
application
things
of it.
that
Yes,
have
you
been
can.
altered to at least 20%. You cannot patent nature.
You can patent the application and the technology of the delivery mechanism.
As long as
Absolutely.
they have altered it at least 20%.
No, you
They
can.
cannot
It's a
patent
delivery
nature.
mechanism. You can
If they
deliver.
can
No,
patent
yes, this the
nature,
technology on how it can be delivered. See, this is the crazy thing. Like you guys are literally you are the deep state. You are the institutional knowledge right now, and
and
you
at the
have that
same time,
ability, and you
electromagnetic
can't.
waves, at the same time that you're
Ev-
talking, the electromagnetic waves are going to be used in your future of science. That's the whole quantum thing. They're physically using this in military bases and military studies. They have specific things that create piezoelectric effects on your body for soldiers who are literally who spend a long length amount of time in submarines. So you're sitting here saying that I'm using stuff that's not even in practice?
I'm saying that you could, if you actually have it in practice and you have it as a medicine that you think is real, why aren't you trying to get it FDA approved?
Do you think that that's a business model?
Yeah.
You
That's how
think
you get a
so?
patent.
You can't
Yes, you
patent
get
it.
a patent that you can patent it, and then you get FDA
They
approval.
cannot patent nature. They have to
Dude,
alter it.
what are you talking about? Yes, you can. Yes, of course you can. Like biotechnology is just manufactured technology that has been evolved, and we just change it and repackage it and then patent it. That's what it is.
I don't agree with you.
CRISPR wasn't just created. It was like we like it was discovered, repackaged into a plasmid, and then used as a technology. So CRISPR came from nature, and it was patented twice.
Did I not tell you before?
One in
Yeah,
Harvard and
because
one in
what?
Berkeley.
Because they have to use nature for their construct. Even the
Okay.
pharmaceuticals, like I told you, they use
Okay,
those
so now, so you
constituents
agree
from
with me.
plants.
So now you
No,
agree
no,
with
no,
me
I
that
don't alter
CRISPR
them.
is
You
from nature and
alter
it can be patented. So
every
again, what
every
is your reason
single
to why you
thing.
can't get actually FDA
I
approval?
here's the difference. I don't alter it. I use it as its ability. Like I
Perfect.
pick it from the ground and I
Perfect.
use it. You guys
All right.
alter it
When are you
to
doing
where
the
you
FDA
think that it's
approval?
better. I'm
When are
not
you doing
going
it?
to.
Why?
I'm not going
Why?
to.
Exactly, because you're afraid. You know that it's not
I'm
going to work, and
afraid,
you know
or
it's going
maybe
to
it's
fail
the
the
system that I'm.
trials, and that's why you don't do it.
No, no, that's not
Yes,
true.
that's why. You're afraid. You
And
don't
you
believe in it.
think
You don't
FDA
believe
is
it. You
even
don't think it's
trustworthy?
reproducible. What? The FDA that's head by RFK right now? You don't think that's trustworthy?
No,
Oh my gosh. He literally believes exactly what you believe.
I
He's
I don't.
coddling you.
First
He
of
is
all,
literally baby feeding you guys the
I never
chance
said
right
that I
now,
agree with
but you
everything
don't
he
think,
does.
you don't even believe in your own product. You don't think that it's
Don't you know what
reproducible.
politics is for? So that those people who have this certain belief, they would create the image of supporting them or saying that I speak for you.
I,
Like that's what politics
like
is for.
it's literally already happened. The election has already happened before, and now it's like
Okay,
you guys
listen.
have you won, and now you have your guy in there, and you're refusing. You're still in this persecution complex where you are always the victim, and you
I'm
aren't are
not the victim.
refusing. Yes, you are. Why
No,
aren't
I'm
you?
not.
Yes, because you're refusing to go through the FDA trials because you
No,
don't
I'm not the
believe in
victim.
your
I don't even
product.
claim to be a bullshit. I believe in it
Then
100%.
do
I wouldn't be
it.
using it.
Then do it. Get the patent.
You, they're not for the business model that we have. They're physically for science. They're
Wait.
physically for your
What?
pharmaceuticals. They're for your
What?
pharmaceuticals.
What are you talking about? Who's for science? RFK
If
is
I
for
am of
science?
nature, if I am of
RFK
nature
is
and
putting
I'm
out
representing nature,
misinformation,
why in the
disinformation
hell should I
every
have
day
to
that's
go?
agreeing with you. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
if I'm vouching for nature, why do I have to go get your FDA approval to use nature? Are you even kidding me?
Because you're claiming that it is reproducible and that it makes sense
What do
to
you think
use.
they've used for so long before your science came into construct and they basically
Then prove
belittled
it.
and
Then
gaslighted all
prove
of the
it.
naturopathic? I've
Prove it
even
through an
told you Sir Isaac
experiment.
Newton. I already have, but Sir Isaac Newton and
No,
everything.
you're
Hey, listen.
not.
Hey,
You're
listen.
not.
Hey, you want to do a meetup? You want to bring all of my stuff to the table and use what you have too and see what's the difference?
Yes, it's called
Because you think I
it's
have
called the
a
FDA approval process, and you are refusing to do it.
no. I'm not. No. And you think the
Yes.
FDA is believable?
Yes, but for
You
you
think
it
it's
is. For me,
entirely
it's not
untrusted?
because RFK is doing it now. Yes,
I could give a
the
stuff less what
HHS is
RFK
literally putting
or
out
freaking
anti-vaccine
Fauci or
disinformation
stupid
right now. No, Fauci isn't
Sexton or
there
who all
anymore.
these
Stop!
idiots are.
Don't tout it's keywords now. This is actually
What are you
happening.
talking
Like,
about?
wait, no, no.
Keywords. I literally told you everything is going to quantum states. Have you ever researched that? Go look up what your bioengineer effects are in a quantum state. Go look up. Go look how qubits actually affect it. Go look it up.
Okay, it's just like. I'm sorry, but like you are the institution, you are the deep state, you are the HHS, you are the FDA. Like that is important for
You
you
are
to
so
realize right
confused.
now. And that me
No, you're
as a
confused.
scientist, I am literally being squashed. I am being TikTok warninged off this platform. Like it
So are
not.
we.
No, you're not.
No,
No,
yes,
you
I
are
am.
not.
Even
No, you're
talking
being
about red light and
coddled.
blue
You
light
guys are
shift.
being
No,
coddled and being treated
no,
like children.
just the
No.
other day, I got kicked off of TikTok because we were talking about the effects of red light and blue light and how it affects your body, your circadian rhythm, the shifts in it, and how it actually creates a resonance in your body. So I got kicked off of it. Yeah, no, we get kicked off all the time. It's misinformation. You're not the only one being
Then
compartmentalized or filtered for misinformation.
if you
It's
think
on
that
both
it's
sides.
real, then I implore you, please do the studies, do it. You have all of the
Okay, I have a
institutional
question for
backing
you.
right now.
So I don't have, so where would I go? Let's do it. Where would I
Okay.
go? Because I don't have the funding for it, right? So
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to do this. I don't have a university
Okay.
that
You
I
get a
literally can
patent.
go to.
You go to patent. You talk to a patent attorney, and then you file a patent, which isn't that much money.
Yeah, no, I know about patent attorneys.
Okay,
Sure.
and then you go, and because you have you have like some type of study that you commission, a study, a reproducible study that you can show that gets you into stage 1 clinical trials, and that starts the process.
Okay, so I have a question. So the
Okay.
doctors that have done this with homeopathy things,
Uh huh.
whether it's different, like there's a lot of different modalities they use. So why is that not good enough?
Because it's an arduous process to actually go
Yeah, but
through all the clinical trials, and obviously not.
No,
they're not
they
FDA
have.
approved.
No, because they're physical scientists. They're doctors. They've gone through
Yeah.
these processes, and their
No,
stuff. I
no,
don't know if it's approved
that's
by
a
the FDA.
publication. No, it's a publications is
Do you know
different.
do you know what the ratio of the FDA approving something that would be deemed homeopathy is?
Yeah, exactly. For good reason. For good reason.
Okay.
Exactly. That's
You
my whole
don't think
point. But now is your chance. That's what I'm saying. I'm actually giving you a good piece of information here. This is your chance to actually be one of the 1 in 1,000 that could actually get through and get past and get the FDA approval. But you won't. But I know you won't.
What is that, a challenge?
I would love for you to do it. I'm very curious, genuinely. Yeah, I would love it. I don't think that you actually believe any of your stuff actually works.
Oh, bullshit.
Though.
I have 3 things I'm working on right now, and one of them.
If you actually believe it, then commission the study. Then why wouldn't you want to prove it through science?
Listen. One of them, which is really funny. It's about how things basically modulate. And listen, people do stuff like this all the time. It's just not mainstream. But one of them, you can actually reverse engineer GMO.
I've been a molecular biologist for 16 years.
Yeah, I know.
This
It's
is my
crazy,
thing.
right?
I can't wait. This is
Oh,
we've
yeah,
arrived.
no,
This is the real
Well, no,
conversation.
I'm not
How
gonna
do you
give it all here, but
reverse
here's-
engineer a GMO? What do you even know what that process is or what that means? I'm so curious.
Well, here's the thing. We're doing the science behind it right now. So here's the deal. If this ever comes to fruition, right, we'll go through the FDA process, whatever like you want, but I'll also send you one and you can try it out.
Okay, so what is
And this
reverse
isn't woo-woo.
engineering a
This isn't
GMO?
bullshit.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? I've never heard that term before.
Okay. Why? How would you not?
No,
Do you know what makes up? Do you know what defines it a GMO?
I would love for you to say.
Here's what I'll tell you. We're gonna save this for another time.
Don't leave me hanging now, dude. I'm a molecular biologist. I genetically modify things for a living. This is my wheelhouse. I'm so excited. Don't leave me now.
But here, you think you're going to understand what I'm talking about if you don't even understand what resonance toroidal fields are and frequencies and how things oscillate?
But it all comes down to nucleotides, and I work with nucleotides and DNA all day. That's literally what I do. So help me.
It from the perspective at all, anyways.
Okay. Just tell. Well, how do you genetically modify something with folded light?
Do you know what folded light creates?
Humans.
A geometric shape.
We all are humans.
It's a geometric shape. It's called. You can use it as a mathematical equation, which they'll deem a Fibonacci code. But at the end of the day, it's geometric shapes. Different resonances create different geometric shapes.
Okay.
Just like a frequency in your body is equivalent to a light wave, it's equivalent to an emotion. It's equivalent to all these things.
Okay,
yeah?
now explain to me how that interacts with a nucleotide.
I don't see, but that's the thing though. I don't deem your science. I've never been into your study to define it as a nucleotide but what I can do
genetically modify something. Don't you understand? Like that is literally how you genetically modify something.
Yeah, but that's just a resonance field. It's just a resonance outcome. Is it not?
Dude.
No, hold on. Is it not though?
Dude, you don't even, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even understand genetically modifying something, and now you're reverse genetically modifying something. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, legitimately, I don't get it. This is my field. I've done this for 16 years.
But it's not your field, because you don't even know.
It's not my field.
You didn't even, well, I have a question. When I said if your body's piezoelectric, you didn't even understand that. I'm not trying to challenge you, but if you're going to challenge me, I'm going to fight back.
You're challenging me that I've done molecular biology for 16 years?
Listen really fast. I asked you if you knew if your body was piezoelectric, and you had no clue what I'm talking about. So I'm just telling you, at the end of the day, not all of us know everything, yeah? So I'm going to sit here, and if you're going to attack me, I'm going to fight back. Right?
You're saying words. My whole point is that you say words that you don't know what they mean. And you said your breakthrough was that you're going to reverse genetically engineer something. And I had no idea what you were talking about. And I was asking you, how did you do that? What does that mean? And you said you were going to use...
create a resonance frequency.
Yes.
You create it the way it oscillates, right? All matter, right? Like, what? How do you think? This is going to get into really weird, like UFO stuff. But how?
What?
Do you
We're
not
talking
know what
about
the government
DNA,
does?
ACTs, and Gs. Like that.
No,
We're
I'm
talking
talking about
about like a
electromagnetism.
sequence of nucleotides.
Electromagnetism. Do you know how you can even? Do you know how Egyptians even create
Egyptians.
electromagnetism?
Egyptians.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't even know. You
What
don't
are you
even get
talking
it.
about?
You
Dude,
don't even get it. Dude.
Okay. Do
I have a
you want
question.
me
Do
to tell you? Do you want me to actually tell
hold
you?
on.
This is okay.
Really fast.
I can actually grift you better than you know your stuff. Do you know that? This is kind of crazy. Okay. So
first of all,
actually,
hold on.
listen.
What was I going to say? What was I going to say so that you can answer my question?
Listen, I'm
What was
just
I gonna
folded
say?
light right here. and I'm
Yeah,
going
you
to
are.
tell you how to do this. Okay.
Yeah, you're
So
piezoelectric.
I'm a
Go look it up on
piezoelectric
Google.
folded a light, and I'm going to tell you how to reverse engineer something. So just like how ultraviolet light creates mutations in DNA,
Yes,
I'm
it's
going to create resonance
essentially an oxidative
frequencies
stress,
in order to
absolutely.
reverse the ultraviolet light, because actually the triangles around the ultraviolet light will reverse the damage done to the DNA.
You're talking about triangles and the
Yeah, because I'm
you're talking about the UV light?
piezoelectric folded light.
But you don't even know what you even just said.
Exactly.
No, I do though. You didn't even make sense to me because you don't even know what you're talking about.
But
You
you realize
know-
that
hold on.
you realize
You
that
know that
ultraviolet
UV
light actually creates DNA mutations, right? You don't
Yes,
even you didn't.
because it's an
Oh,
entropy state. It's oxidative stress and entropy state. Here, what I'm telling
course.
you, know that it's no different than a pot of boiling water, right? It literally causes the bacteria to self-implode. It literally causes it to deconstruct. Why? Because it's a resonant frequency. It causes it to oscillate. What causes it to break down, Mr. Man? The oscillation rate, just like your damn bridge.
Okay.
And what nullifies that? Let's say if you're in, let's say you're in the sunlight and you're getting sunburned. What light wave can you apply that would mitigate that light, where it wouldn't cause oxidative stress or cancer? What light wave?
I would love to. I don't
There's
know.
two, but which one?
Okay, something to cancel out the ultraviolet. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, which light wave?
IR something probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be infrared. Yeah, one of
Okay.
them. Yeah, but here's my point though. Well, okay, what nanometer?
I would probably say like 800.
Yeah, about 80-20. Yep.
Okay, I got
Close.
it. Damn, I get lucky. I
Yeah.
get lucky sometimes. I get lucky.
Hey, no, that's really cool. I'll give you credit for it. If I was right there with you, I'd give you a pat on the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Here's
Thank you.
here's the point though. Okay, so do you know about ley lines and nodes and how they harness energy?
No.
Okay, what I'm talking about is electromagnetism. Do you know how you get something to elevate?
To levitate?
Yeah, elevate off the ground to levitate.
No, I don't.
Yeah, easy. You just match the resonant frequency of it. Like even right now, if you get the weight composition of a specific fruit and you apply that, it causes an oscillation effect, which means it's a static overlay of the ground, and it causes it to physically levitate.
Okay. So light, we've been talking for 2 hours. I'm
Yeah,
really
you're
I'm glad that I was honest with you and you know where I stand, and I feel like I think that hopefully you can respect that, even though I'm not trying. Okay, good. I'm not trying to. I think that you can change. You know what I mean? I think that you are not trying to be that person, and that's why I am reaching out to you. And it like genuinely, I think that you don't have to go down this path. It's very, very close to it. If there are ways. I think that there are legitimate, like nature-based medicines that have actually been talked about and researched and stuff. And I think that but the problem is that you're flirting with this anti-intellectualism, anti-science stuff that is legitimately hurting us in the next pandemic. And like I want to be honest with you, and I do want you to hear that.
Okay, so here's the thing. I fully took in everything you said, but here's my rebuttal. I'm not flirting with it. I'm in a relationship with it. Flirting is kind of mainstream. It's kind of fun. But here's what I'll also say. I take it very
Exactly.
serious.
I know.
I take it very, very serious. And the
I was
path
trying to
that
be
I'm
nice
on.
to you. I was trying to be compassionate to
I
you,
know,
and you're
I know,
like
I'm
trying
sorry.
to you're trying to double down, dude. Like it's not cool. Like
No,
it's
it's not that I'm
cool.
double down. Here's what I'll tell you. So I have a question. If you know what you know that you know, like in your studies, you see an outcome. And if I know that I know that I know, in my studies, I see an outcome. And there's multiple ways to get to the end of the line, to the goal. Don't you think both of those could be utilized?
Yeah, the path
Science is not the
forward
only
is
answer.
bypass. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No, it's not.
And
And
right
I
now,
apologize that you believe that.
you are the institution. You are the swamp. You are the deep state. Like, you guys
Well, then I
have the
guess I'm
entire
full of.
government. This is your chance. Like, if you guys had any, if you felt like you were any chance of having any reproducible results, like, you guys would be in stage 1 clinical trials right now, and you're not. And it shows me that you're afraid and you're insecure. That's
Oh,
why.
I'm definitely not insecure. You can tell by the way I'm talking to you. I'm not insecure, first of all.
No, you
And second
are.
of all, what would I be afraid of? The only thing I'd be afraid of is, along with all the other scientists who come out with something that creates an outcome that would go against mainstream science and then maybe disappear. That would probably be the only thing I'd be afraid of. But at this point, I know who Yahweh is. I know my God. So am I really afraid? Absolutely not, because I'm doing his work while scientists like you tell someone that you're the only answer.
Is the earth flat?
Oh, fuck yes.
Oh my
We
God.
live in a toroidal field, sir.
Are dinosaurs
Do you know
fake?
about that?
Are
Do you know
dinosaurs
about
fake?
toroidal fields?
Are
Maybe you
dinosaurs
should go
fake?
look them up. Absolutely freaking lootly.
Oh my God, dude.
Does that mean we can't conversate in the future?
I mean, you
Do you
can
believe
come
viruses
on.
are real? Do you believe that
Yes.
viruses are real?
Yes, of
Oh
course.
my God. Do
Yes.
you believe that the earth is round?
Yes.
Were you sold the lie of the last 50 years? Oh my God. I mean, come on, seriously?
Like,
We could do it both ways.
I think, look, I have
Do you think we
people.
landed on the moon and played golf on the moon?
Do you?
No, hold on. Do you think we landed on the moon and played golf on the moon?
Yeah.
Well, get my point?
I think
We can gaslight
I
each other
think-
all day long.
We're not gaslighting. It's not. I'm not gaslighting.
No, we are.
You. That's
You're
the thing.
you're playing a game, and at the end of the day, I listen. I physically do this for a living, right? I will help people, and then there's an outcome. If it didn't work, I wouldn't have repeat customers, sir.
No, of course that's not true
And
at
it's
all.
not
Of
by
course, you could
chance.
have people.
It's
People
not by
can be
chance.
delusion.
Oh yes,
People can be
because
delusional.
all of these outcomes are delusional.
Yeah, it's anecdotes. It's anecdotes.
Yeah, because
yes.
even our doctors that I work with come to me when they don't have a solution. Even my dad, who just got his surgery, who didn't have a solution from his doctors, came to me recently, and that's the only thing he's ever come to me, because he thinks I'm full of bullshit. So even him has come to the conclusion of, maybe she has something that can help me that the doctors can't help me with. Are you serious?
I think you need people in your life that are pushing back, and you're
I
basically
have
a
plenty
bull.
of those.
I don't-
I have plenty of those. Don't worry about
I think
that.
you're coddled. I think you're coddled. I think that
No,
it's
not
like
at
the
all.
exact opposite. Like, there's just not enough people in your life that really care about you to really tell you
So
the
if
truth.
I understand, so here's what I'll tell you. I understand that everything is a yin and a yang. It's a cause and effect, right? So the tighter the electrons spin, the more potential you have for an outcome. So here's what I'll tell you. That right there shows you that the more pressure you have on your life, the more you will grow. People who don't have pressure are spoiled brats. I have a lot of pressure. I understand exactly what it is, and I have the weight of the world on my shoulder with a lot of bullshit. And instead of being a little baby about it, I say, okay, I'm going to take this on because I can handle it. So here's what I'll tell you. I'm not coddled by any sort. In the history of my life, and what I have is because I have not played the victim card.
You've never done the hard work to actually understand the underlying
That's total
mechanisms
bullshit.
of nature. That's what you've
No,
done.
I know the
After
mechanism of
all
nature,
of these
you
things,
don't.
all
You know
you've
the
done, you
mechanism
think
of
that
these
you're a
science.
skeptic, but you're just a contrarian. You're not trying to actually learn anything. You're trying to get a Rube Goldberg word association game going where that you can
Where have you
overwhelm
go
someone
look
in
at any of my
keywords
social
and you
media
have no idea what's
platforms.
actually happening.
Listen, go look at any of my social media platforms. My
I
name is
talked to you for
Leanne. Go
2
look at any
hours.
of
I
my
don't need to
social-
watch any more of you.
But here's what I'm
in your
saying. I'm not
social
selling shit
media.
online. I'm not selling shit online, sir.
I'm
I'm not
either.
selling shit. I'm not coming to people and saying you have to look at me. This isn't for advertising. This is nothing. This is to give you an alternative to maybe plant a seed so that you don't attack people who've come up here and have used different modalities.
It's not modalities. It's harming people because you're
It's not harming anyone.
yes,
There's outcomes
yes.
where
There's
people have
people
physically
have
healed from
died.
it.
People died because of vaccine
People have
hesitancy in
also
the United
died
States.
from science. My brother passed away from
300,000.
your bullshit science, sir.
Yeah, you can find anecdotes for like a lot of stuff. We're talking about
Yeah, and a lot
300,000
of
Americans
these, a
that
lot of
died.
these patients are also test subjects for you, sir.
No,
So
they're
at the end of
not.
the day,
Oh my gosh.
oh bullshit.
Those are just
I've seen it.
trials, human trials.
I've
People
seen
like
it.
that. Those are
Well,
people
you
that
know
are
what? They
looking
die
for
because of
a
trials.
chance.
They pass away because of trials.
I mean, maybe some of them do, but that means that
At
they
the
know
end of
the
the day, what
risk.
I'm saying is, again, no one has all the answers. And maybe this is a planting of a seed so you can go look into electromagnetism and you'll help understand your study. Maybe we can have further conversations. And then you'll start to understand where the medical industry is going to. Maybe you could find a job in the quantum freaking medical industry of the new metaverse that they're creating so that you can actually have some kind of more beliefs that you have that'll be in line with what they're trying to do. And you'd have a really great freaking job.
Okay.
Why don't you look into that?
Because I want to help people, and I've dedicated my
Isn't
life
that
to
not what they're
science.
claiming to
Yeah.
do? Isn't that what they're claiming to do?
No, that actually help people, to like
No,
actually
that's
make a
what they're.
positive difference
You
in the world, like an
understand?
actual,
I
like
just
an
told you,
actual job.
Texas A&M has 1,000 physicists working on how to physically create the quantum overlay of the electromagnetism that they're doing on the nuclear power plants that they're creating, and they're building these different places. This is physics, so why don't you go look this up?
I'm not a physicist. I'm a
Why don't you go look
biologist.
into it?
I've done a PhD in microbiology. I've done molecular biology for 16 years. I can't just jump into physics. This
didn't
is
say
the
jump
thing.
into
This is
physics.
exactly the thing. Like, you don't even understand expertise enough to know that I, as a biologist PhD, I can't just jump in to a nuclear physics place.
Well, that really sucks
you don't
because if
have
you go into a
any.
different field of understanding, that sucks that you can't start
You don't.
understanding it.
Yes, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like, you are on the wrong side of the curve. You are on the one that shows that you have the least amount of knowledge and the most amount of confidence.
Wow.
That's the biggest problem, is that you think that you can actually go into all these different fields and be an expert in them, knowing nothing about them. I, as a
So I
microbiologist,
dropped out of school because it
I
didn't
know.
align with what I believed.
You didn't have to tell me that.
I was in veterinarian school.
You're
I dropped out of it
oversharing.
because it was not.
You're oversharing.
No,
I know.
I'm not
I know.
oversharing. I don't mind telling you that.
I
mean,
do know. I do know. And then I'm telling you, as a molecular biologist for 16 years, as someone who has a PhD in microbiology, I have a hard time even talking about fields that are directly related to mine, because I don't even consider myself like an expert in immunology and virology, because I've seen actual experts that actually know something, that actually have a world-renowned education on something, and I know that I lack that. So I do have an imposter syndrome, an internalized fear of actually saying to someone that I'm not something. And that's the problem, is that you have no shame. You go from quantum physics
that's not
to
true. You don't know who I am.
virology to germ
don't know.
theory to folded lights to
It's
all these different
all
things, and you say
connected,
you
sir.
know all of them. Exactly. They're all connected. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, is that you have no knowledge of these things you have no knowledge at an expert level. You're not an expert.
Well, what do you define an expert?
Expertise is something that you know to the point where you don't think that you know anything about it.
Okay,
That's
so
the
do
thing.
you have to have a PhD to be an expert?
No, but I'm saying that as a
Good, because
microbiologist, like
your
there,
original biologist and your original physicist and everything, Sir Isaac Newton, right? He didn't even have a PhD in the beginning either. So I'm glad you didn't answer with yes.
yeah, because
And by the way, he played with alchemy because he knew and understood what electromagnetism
they
was.
all did. They
and the
all
mathematics
did.
of it.
They all did.
Yes,
It's not like a big
but here's the
thing.
thing. So if they understood it, why can't you just start looking into it yourself so you can start seeing what
It's
what
having
the
a
correlation
hobbyist
is?
understanding versus actually understanding enough in order to apply those at an expert level, and
You don't
you
think
don't
that
have
they
that.
applied them
You
at an
don't
expert
have
level?
that.
Oh, I never said that I was an expert in your field of science. I would
No,
never say
I'm
that.
saying that you
But
lack
you're not an
like
expert in my
quantum
field of science.
physics,
Like if I
all
asked
that kind of
you
stuff.
what
You have no
organ,
idea about physics.
no, I do. No, I
You
do. I play
don't.
with it.
You
Oh yeah, I
don't.
do.
You don't. You play with physics. No, you don't. You don't even
Yeah,
understand
just like you
basic
play
germ theory.
with biology. Yeah,
No,
no, I
no,
do.
exactly. See, you don't understand. You don't understand. I've done molecular biology at a professional level,
So
50,
because I
60
use the
hours a
term,
day, a
so
week
because I
for
use the term play,
16
that you
years.
think that's downplaying what you're doing?
No, because I've been
You want me to
focused
use
on
the term
something.
work?
I've been focused on one expertise, one aspect of science, and I've dedicated my life in reading that. I read papers every day on it. I figure out how people are solving problems. I incorporate other knowledge from other areas that are tangentially related, but I'm trying to build up my knowledge base.
So I just told you that I work with doctors and veterinarians, right? I mean, like, how in the world, if they're coming to me and I'm doing this alongside them, if it didn't work, Why would they still be contacting me?
Because grifters grift, and they make a lot of money off of
Oh,
it.
so they're not
Yes.
educated enough,
No,
even though they
because
have a PhD.
money. Yeah, no,
And
because
even the
grifting
MDs that are
sells
going
right
to
now,
fund
and there's a
us,
lot
and
of
even
people
the
that
MDs that are
grift.
going to fund us are grifters.
You're a grifter. Yeah, you are a grifter.
So
Yes.
your own science that they knew was true, that maybe they found an alternative, they're grifters.
As soon as it's a science, as soon as an alternative medicine has been proven, it's just medicine. There is no
I've
alternative
given
medicine.
you all of the
There's no
science.
such thing.
And I even told you about the science that I'm speaking on. There's peer-reviewed studies on a lot of this, right? Like everything that I'm talking about is physically, it's published.
No, it's not.
Published.
No, it's not.
By your
Because we just
scientists.
talked about it.
Yes, it is.
It's not published. Otherwise, you get a patent on it and you go
Oh
through
my
FDA
God.
trials, and you
Again,
won't.
your FDA is for synthetic.
It's not my FDA. It's RFK's FDA. It's your FDA.
Oh my gosh! You
Yes.
think the FDA? I just told you the probability of the FDA.
Dude, like you're just. I'm telling you that it is your FDA.
You're really
You
in
are
such
the
a delusion that
institution.
You think that they're going to
It's
mitigate their
RFK's
profit by
FDA,
going
and
with
you are
something
literally
natural.
yes. You could probably get some quackery through, and that's the problem. That's why it's so scary right now for actual scientists, because
Quackery.
now we
Well,
are
then all of
actually
you
really
scientists-
afraid of people getting actual bad stuff through
Then
the
all of your
FDA.
scientists, I'm sorry to say that you have a lot of quackery in your industry because this is
sure you
coming
think-
from them.
I think that now the pool has been diluted so much that they're a huge problem.
You're so compartmentalized and you're so biased that even in your own studies, your own professionals, your own PhDs, your own MDs, all of these are coming up with the same quackery.
That's not true. That's just not true. It's
No,
about
that's
what you
what you-
publish. It's about what you publish. But I'm sorry.
They
I'm sorry. I
published
can't
it.
do it anymore. Light. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize. But thank you for
No need
getting
for an
on here.
apology.
I genuinely hope if you ever have like actual science that you want feedback on, if you ever, I don't know. I hope I don't know what to say.
No, I get it. Like even right now, we have mathematical equations explaining a lot of
I
this
can't
stuff
do it. I can't
that
do
they're
it. I'm
working on.
sorry.
So I get it. No, hear what I'm saying. Here,
can't.
listen, we can end it. Here's what I'm
Okay.
telling you. If it comes to fruition, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Is that respectful?
Yeah. You can come back. You can come back just like you could come back before. So.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I
See ya.
appreciate
Have
your
a good
time.
one.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. So we got a big slog, 10 gifts, 10 people in the queue. So we're just going to go 5-minute timer. Okay. And then try to get through Colt. I don't know how you guys came through, but we're going to go through 5 minutes each. Zolden Fry. Hey, Zolden. How's it going, man? Zolden Fry? All right, you're out, dude. Sorry, bro. All right. December market. Deceiver market. Hey, what's up, man? Deceiver, how's it going?
I'm doing well. What about you?
Good, man. Good.
It's more to what she was saying.
Okay.
Look, I'm no doctor. I'm way far away from my field.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the people were right to be afraid of COVID vaccine?
No, there's no logical reason to be afraid. But the actual virus in COVID-19 was way more dangerous. Absolutely.
All right, and you're right. We should definitely listen to experts, right? But
Okay.
is it absurd for people to be like, "Hey, what the fuck? That vaccine came really fast, really fast."
So there's another vaccine that had the same like standard technology, and as soon as that came out, like nobody was like, oh, now I'm gonna get vaccinated now. It was just that was a common trope that people used, but they didn't actually believe in it.
I'm from Canada.
Okay.
Like from what we've learned is that our statistic were really badly reported.
Okay.
So how do we trust the system if they lie about their statistic to sell more vaccines? How do we
They
trust
didn't
an
lie
organ?
about any statistics. So you're confusing SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, basically. So SARS-CoV-2 is the virus and COVID-19 is the disease. People that have SARS-CoV-2 positive aren't necessarily COVID-19. And it's just like how you can have HIV, but not have AIDS. And all the stats say that you're 10 times more likely to die if you were unvaccinated, if you had COVID-19. In the United States, there was about 300,000 people that died because of vaccine hesitancy, and the vaccine saved about 3 million lives.
All right, I'll give that to you.
Okay.
I can say that like sometimes cause and effect doesn't always align. Like you can make like facts tell a story if you kind of follow what I'm saying.
Not in the
Um,
middle of the pandemic, we know exactly where people are getting COVID-19 from, and like we know that they're SARS-CoV-2 positive. It's kind of like a, one to one there. It's not it wasn't mysterious.
all right. Do you think that if an anti-vax right decides to switch and get a further vaccine, do
Uh-huh.
you think he'll get a worse reaction because he didn't get a version one of the first vaccine?
No, I think that you're still. I would still get everything that you could get. Get it every year, or like 6 months if you're immune compromised. It's a good thing.
All
Like
right. So it is a good thing that certain people waited to see the effect on other people
I wouldn't
before
say that.
taking the
No,
vaccine.
that's definitely not
No?
true because what you're doing, but you're creating basically you want to create a smaller amount of viral genomes. So more viral genomes means more mutations because of more viral genome recombinations. So by getting vaccinated earlier, you're actually helping like lower the amount of viral genomes in the population.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had to say.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate your questions. Have
Okay,
a
no
good one.
problem. You too.
All right. Sorry guys, I don't know anyone's order, but we'll just do Trisha. Hi.
Hello. How are you this evening or this
Good.
morning?
Good.
So I was listening to your conversation with Light.
Okay.
I have a background in molecular genetics,
Oh,
DNA,
nice.
biotechnology,
Cool.
microbiology, chemistry. I analyzed water, wastewater samples. I've worked with SEM,
Oh, cool.
done a lot of things. But I do have to say that the functional medicine area is certainly coming up in the world. Like that there's more physicians that and researchers that are going to be working with functional medicine. It's all over everything I'm reading. AI is going to play a big part in that too, and I believe that traditional medical doctors are going to be working with functional medicine doctors with some of the things that she was discussing. I mean, some of the things she was discussing was a little far out there, but about the frequencies and the sounds and things like that are definitely a lot of the things that I've been reading are coming into fruition with that, where they're kind of integrating the research with AI, the traditional medicine, physicians, surgeons, and functional medicine all kind of coming in, being combined into one.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, like I said, there's no alternative medicine. It's just medicine that has been tested and proven, and then it goes into the foray. Like I'm not opposed to any of these like new uh, you know, ideas coming and being good. Like I look forward to being incorrect. Like that's part of being a scientist, and I'm okay with that. So I'm not like, but they have to be proven through, you know, clinical trials and all this kind of stuff. I mean, the same people that are saying that they don't want to have the vaccine because it didn't go through the trials in the right amount of time are taking stuff that have not gone through zero FDA approval. So it's just hilarious to me that they're, it's just it's ridiculous. And the FDA is notoriously very cautious. So, the fact that it did get through the vaccine, it shows that it's pretty safe. And but as in terms of like all these other new outlets and stuff, I mean, I think AI and a lot of those new AI generated medicines and stuff, I mean, those are hypotheses and they need to be tested in the real world in labs and actually with patients. And, at least in my world, in like protein engineering, like a lot of those proteins have not been like panned out to actually be beneficial, and better than like wild type or natural methods.
Hmm.
I'm
Well, I've
thinking
done a
about
lot of
Rubisco. I'm
research.
talking about Rubisco. It's just since you have molecular genetics, I'm talking about
Mhm.
Rubisco protein evolution, basically.
Mm. I did a lot of research on the CRISPR technique when it first came out. I don't know, it's probably been about 12 years, maybe 10, 12 years ago. And one of the reasons was I got very interested in it, not only with my background, but my granddaughter was born with cystic fibrosis.
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing a big study on cystic fibrosis, and they got a big award for a CRISPR study at the University of Florida studying ALS. They got a huge grant studying ALS with CRISPR.
Cool.
And I think they actually like mastered something with the ALS and like, I forget the woman's name, Dr. Jennifer Doudna.
Doudna? Yeah.
Doudna. Um, um, she was saying that like once they, can nail down the way to do it with one disease,
Mm-hmm.
then it's just, figuring out the next one and the next one and the next one. So I'm very interested in CRISPR.
Yeah. The really the person that's spearheading the human gene editing is David R. Liu, Liu. He's an incredible molecular biologist.
Is he at Berkeley?
No, he's at Broad. So he's with Harvard, and he basically through directed evolution created a Cas9 that does single base pair editing. So instead of the
Mhm.
standard double-stranded break cut, it actually changes like a C to a T or a G to an A, and
Mhm.
it's able to actually create single point mutation edits that will like cure basically like PKU or some of these single nucleotide diseases, which is pretty cool.
Mhm. Mhm. So back to COVID. So I got the first round of vaccines, the Moderna,
Mm-hmm.
and my daughter's father-in-law got it was the Delta variant, and my daughter's father-in-law got really sick and put in the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and subsequently died. But he was on a respirator, and they were saying they probably never should have put him on the respirator for whatever
Mm-hmm.
reason. Um, but we watched my grandkids for a few days, not for a few days after he died for the funeral. And then my husband and I both got COVID, and we were both double vaxxed.
Mm-hmm.
And so we ended up both having to go and get the monoclonal antibodies,
Mm.
which they were giving, and we took that, and
That's good.
it knocked it right out.
Nice.
But I mean, my oxygen was already down to like a 94, 93, and it was happening really fast. But my question is, and I was born with an immune deficiency, selective IgA immune deficiency,
Okay.
and I was very concerned about myself. Was I going to die?
Mm-hmm.
And but the thing is, I mean, with viruses, most viruses, unless you're immune deficient or have other health issues, most viruses only last 10 to 12 days. And then they just go away. I mean, the antibiotics won't fix them. Anytime I get an infection, which I get a lot of bacterial infections, a lot of viral infections, and, if I get a virus, man, there's just like, I just have to let it run its course.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, just like when you get the flu, you could just let it run its course. So I have a hard time like, with the whole COVID, and the vaccine, and like, why, if it worked so great, why did I still get COVID?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a physical barrier to stop SARS-CoV-2 to getting into your nostril. So, I I mean, what it does is it increases your native antibody production so that it stymies your viral load to a point where, basically COVID won't take over. So you can be SARS-CoV-2 positive without actually developing COVID-19 symptoms. And the statistics are definitive here. You're 10 times more likely to die from COVID if you were unvaccinated during so it's just it is. We got a better chance of understanding how to treat COVID now, so that it's not that stark, but that is what the stats are. So and
But
more
what about all
people
the
are
people that
vaccinated.
what
So
about all the people that didn't get vaccinated that
yeah.
never got COVID?
So again, we're confusing terms here. So they probably got
Okay.
SARS-CoV-2. They were probably an asymptomatic spreader. So they probably had it, but they probably didn't like develop COVID-19 for whatever reason. And honestly,
Hmm.
why like so many people are capable of having SARS-CoV-2 positive without developing COVID-19 is still kind of like an area of research. But it was nice talking to you. You can come in anytime, any other live. I just have like a queue right now of 10
Oh,
people.
sure.
So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Hmm.
All right. One of our friend of the show, Michael. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going tonight,
Good,
Dr.
dude.
Greg?
Nice, man.
Interesting. But first, I just wanted to, commend you and Dr. Michael out there. A couple of days ago, when you had the guest on who was going through cancer, you guys, give me a ray of hope in humanity still,
Thanks, man.
and how kind people are and things like that. And that's why I like coming on here. Um, it's very calming, I guess, as well. Going over to all these other chats and people are yelling and screaming. It's very exhausting mentally and physically. But my goodness,
Thanks, man.
that was really excellent. That's why I really like listening to this, because it's very calming. But and then second, to be honest with you, I thought you were talking to my cousin Carmen. I mean, my cousin Carmen was the same way, very into religion, into homeopathic therapy, supplements and stuff. And unfortunately, her mom, my aunt, and, her father, my uncle, both were very ill. My aunt, passed away. I mean, a gruesome death from breast cancer, and my uncle, was ill as well. And she took away all their tried to take away all their medications that were helping them, slowing everything
Oh my
down,
gosh,
and
dude.
started giving them all these supplements and all this other, I don't want to say garbage, but come on.
Yeah,
And it didn't help. It hurt.
for sure, man.
And then, just like you were saying, if she really believed in what she's doing, then she would go out there and actually get, what she needs to, through the FDA to get everything done. Have those doctors that she says that she's working with, to put their stamp out of approval on it, which they probably wouldn't do.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
just
if
don't.
it's a cheap alternative, then you'd have companies willing to produce it. You'd have, it's just it requires this global conspiracy of, that doesn't exist. Like, I'm sorry, but if there are no alternative medicines, that there are medicines that are tested and then brought into the fold. This pharmaceutical company conspiracy that all the pharmaceutical companies in the world are all conspiring with all the nations in all the world to keep us sick. It's so
Yeah.
nonsense, man. And it's so frustrating because it's like, I'm not a fan of like the for-profit business model for any of this stuff. I do think that pharmaceuticals have like a perverse profit incentive sometimes, but at the same time, like, man, like the competitive nature of this like global capitalist market does put some transparency in the fact that they want to eat each other alive constantly. They would want nothing more. Like, would Russia want nothing more than like to show that the United States vaccine is nothing but like nonsense? Or would some Russian company love to like show and sow discord and show that the Moderna vaccine has graphene sheets in it or something? It's like, of course, man, they would love to, and they have all the QC, all the instruments, they have all the capability of knowing that And it just doesn't happen because it doesn't exist. There's no global conspiracy, guys. It's just science isn't that coordinated. It's actually kind of wild. Like, I almost wish that sometimes like science was as powerful as what these people say it is, you know. But in reality,
Yeah.
bro, we're just like some nerds in like our labs, and we don't really talk to a lot of people, and we don't do a lot of communication with the public, and like we just kind of like do our thing, and we write our little silly publications as if anyone reads them other than scientists, and obviously they don't, because you guys are here not reading, you know, Science Mag or Nature.
Yeah. And I'd like to, would have liked to have found out, she's saying her patients, or however she wants to call them, are they, WebMD professionals? Are they just going online and saying,
Sure.
oh, I've got this? Or does she actually physically have, what their illnesses are from, blood work? Have you done blood work? Have you done all these things to see exactly what you are? Is she just taking their word for what, she thinks what they think that they have, and then, okay, well, here, let me go ahead and give you this, and hey, how do you feel? Hey, I feel fine now.
Yeah.
I think there's a very small amount of people, the base on the right, that might believe in what she's saying, and what RFK is saying, and things like that. But as well, just like you said, all those supplements and all those things that are supposed to, that people are claiming, natural types of things that people are claiming that'll cure diseases and illnesses and things like that, they can't get any type of FDA approval, because it's not going to work.
Exactly.
They can't claim that it's working. But all right, you have yourself
Thanks.
a good night.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I totally agree. All right, have a good one, Michael. See you tomorrow.
You too.
See
Take
ya.
care.
All right. Skog. Hey, Michael, I'm sorry, bro. I see you, but we're just gonna like go with the normies, and then we can chill like later, okay? Hi, Skog.
How's it going, Doc? Yeah, how's it going, Doc? My name's Skog. I'm a biochemist, or I have a bachelor's in biochemistry.
Cool.
And the original reason why I requested was because I was keeping track of kind of the misinformation that Light was saying, particularly with glutathione. And
Okay.
I originally wanted to just join just to be like, hey, this was wrong. I can actually kind of see where maybe she misinterpreted this article from this research journal here, and maybe
Gotcha.
that's how she got her conclusions. But
Okay.
rather, another thing I wanted to talk about, though, and this is what I've been kind of focused on, is I heard that you said that you were let off a week ago. Is that correct? Or
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so the reason I wanted to talk about that is personally, my most recent position was a medical research assistant at a cardiology research clinic, and I went from being full time, working 5 days a week, down to just 4, and now I'm down to 2 days a week. And I think as well, I think I'm going to be let off soon as
Damn.
well. And the
Sorry.
reason I want to just bring that up is that these individuals like Light, they have reoccurring patients. They have a position. They seem to be in a position where they're getting paid, but also spreading this misinformation. While I feel like people who are trying to either, like for me, trying to advance in this in the career of science, and as someone like you who is a doctor, we're getting sequestered. We're losing position. We're losing funding, and I guess that kind of struck home for me. And it's kind of infuriating. And I just wanted to hear if maybe you have more comments regarding that.
Yeah, man, it's like it's a big thing. Like the $500 million that they're taking away from RNA vaccine research, that's money that's going into, university labs. But then there's also the private companies that fund those labs with kits and sequencing and oligosynthesis, and then there's the services companies that will assemble their libraries for them, and it's like it's a lot of cascading impacts. And when you have the Trump administration just freezing all this money or making it kind of tumultuous in the future, you have companies not willing to invest capital expenditure, right? So they're not going to spend that money, and especially when the interest rates are high, they're not going to borrow money. So, and biotechnology companies are even more risky than a startup. So you just have less and less money going into startups, less and less money going into the science industries. You have less and less investment into the future. And really the best analogy is the late 70s when the United States was a leader in photovoltaic cells. We were producing
Hmm.
them in here. It made them here, invented them, and then all that technology, because of Reagan, went over to China. Basically, Reagan, puts
Hmm.
a wrench in the whole gear, and then it really doesn't come back ever, right? Manufacturing of all these photovoltaics is not in the United States right now. It's in China. So that never did come back. Those are good jobs that are going to be future proof because, photovoltaics are going to be around. And then just now in the last 10 years, they started to get exponentially cheaper. So, I mean, that timeline, we're talking like 45 years of, maybe like science being impacted here. Like I think it's unconstitutional what the Trump administration did. I mean, it's literally congressionally approved funds. So I mean, I guess it's just wild to me.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. It's a negative feedback if you think. Like the way I look at it is that there's because they get less funding, these research groups or these clinics, when they get less funding, they have less to show for themselves, and when they have less to show for themselves, they're not going to get any future funding,
mhm,
and they're going to have to move overseas, like you said. So
yeah,
it is just a shame, and I think it's just very atrocious that we're getting to a point where misinformation is being valued more, and that's being spread more rapidly.
yeah,
Um,
exactly. I mean,
but yeah, Doc, that's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you so
okay.
much.
All right, cool, man. I appreciate you coming on. I'll talk to you soon. See ya.
Yeah, take care.
All right. You can. I accepted. It's timing out, I think. Oh, thanks a lot, Aladdin. I appreciate you saying that. Um. Okay, you can disconnected. I'm trying to get new people in there. I see you, Ducray. I'm sorry. I see you, Michael. We're just gonna try to get some new people in. Hi, Tender Habit. How's it going? Tender Habit. How's it going? All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Requeue if you can. Tender Habit. A chemist. Chemist 2099. How's it going?
Hi, good evening, Dr. Greg. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for doing this live. Extremely informative. Thank you
Oh,
for your time.
thank you. Appreciate you saying that.
Just really quickly,
Mm-hmm.
there's so much conversation surrounding the entire COVID vaccine, and
Mm-hmm.
could you just break down, in particularly, the effects of the actual virus on your actual DNA, mitochondria? Like, is there any absolute change in that makeup? And if so, is that change permanent? And does that change affect over a period of time one's immune system and ability to fight off future diseases and infections?
So we have found um, the virus itself. It's interesting. I mean, there was a paper that was talking about it gets talked about in conspiracy theories a lot about like the spike protein mRNA integrating into the DNA of cells of muscle cells, but it was like in an in vitro plate-based assay, and it was never shown to actually integrate and replicate within the body. So I don't think that would be uh, pertinent for the coronavirus, like SARS-CoV itself. Um, but but in terms of long term impact, I mean, we do see like SARS-CoV-2 sometimes like in the testes of men, we see like long COVID symptoms. Sometimes if you've actually developed COVID-19 symptoms, that would probably be the most pertinent. It's kind of like a area study that there seems to be like some type of neurodegenerative aspect of for COVID-19 that we're still studying. It's if anyone's interested, it's the Iwasaki lab, and that's where it has a lot of the mechanistic understanding of it going on. Yeah. Oh, Trisha, there are long COVID clinics around the country that you might be able to go to and get seen at. But yeah, I mean, it's SARS-CoV-2, like how and why it goes, it's so easy to asymptomatically spread in some, and then all the way to like developing COVID-19 and being so deadly for like others is kind of like still, to my knowledge, still the kind of unknown. It is kind of it's kind of weird. I mean, the SARS-CoV-2 itself is just a coronavirus that basically combined to ACE2 about 10% higher binding efficiency. So it wasn't like any crazy of a virus. That's kind of like what's kind of crazy with it is that we kind of got lucky. The mutations and stuff weren't too nuts. It wasn't like a super it's not one of these like viruses that are being defrosted from the permafrost that are like completely unknown to our immune systems in the way that like a coronavirus with a unique spike protein is just going to be. It's called a novel coronavirus just because we hadn't seen that one, but specific one. But we knew how to treat coronaviruses broadly, right? Coronaviruses are really well known, and we know how to treat it pretty easily. So, we did have one of the best vaccines that were ever developed, which was 95% efficacy. I mean, most vaccines are at like 60 to 70% for flu. And we had that chance. We really did have a chance to like with masking to really stem a lot of this down. The science is that about 300,000 people died because of vaccine hesitancy, and like 3 million people saved their lives because of having the vaccine. So, and that's and the sad part is that 1.2 million Americans did die, which is a crazy number. It's very high. That's a 9/11 every 5 days since the pandemic started, and it's still a pandemic, by the way. And I mean, I try to put it in perspective with people, and I think that the best one is honestly the amount of people there are combat deaths from all the wars of everything that the United States has ever fought in the history of our country is 1.3 million. And we have 1.2 million died from COVID-19, which puts us about 200th, ranked 200th in the per capita death rate in the world. So we are absolutely atrocious in terms of that. There's nothing to be proud of, and I think that there's a lot of shame with that, and I think that's why I still talk about it so much. And the fact that like if we can't agree that like the 1.2 million people died, that we can't agree that those people if we can't agree that Americans dying is a bad thing, I don't know what we can agree on. So, and it is something that we can specifically link to bad policy, non-science policy that had an impact. So, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. I would like to also ask, in terms of the 1.2 million individuals that have perished, is there a correlation in terms of age, ethnicity, environment, and or area, in particularly having to do with geriatrics or those who suffer from pre-existing conditions who may or may not have been managed? I noticed that during that time, most people who were affected were primarily those who were of older age or
Oh yeah.
and those who had either some form of pre-existing condition, COPD, respiratory, or something in which affected them from a cardiovascular or respiratory perspective. But there was some inconsistency in terms of age. For example, you had quite a few elder individuals who were in the hospital and even incubated, but were able to pull through over the ages of 80 and 90. One can say it could be environmental, in which they were able to combat the actual virus in itself, and those who actually succumb to the virus after a while, we can look at a correlation between pre-existing conditions, age, and even environment.
Yeah, so there definitely was a correlation with age. I don't ever want to write those people off, though, because I think that that's so cruel, because it's like, what age are we okay with it? And this is what the Republicans were talking really early on, like grandma has to die for the economy. They were talking about that we can't shut down the economy, and it's okay if grandma dies. It's like, it's wild. It's just that's never the spot that I would ever want to be in. So the amount of people that died, the total amount, were in the cities, right? Because that's where there was more densely populated. So that makes sense, right? It's a respiratory virus, people more densely packed, more people are going to die in the cities. But rural per capita deaths, and because they were unvaccinated more likely, were Republicans. So it is actually wild to me. I am literally having the Groundhog Day conversation about Americans dying that are bad to Republicans talking about how they should care about their fellow Republicans that are dying, that did die, and they don't refuse to recognize that these Republicans died. It's awful, and you can correlate vaccine rates with county and with voting in the election, and it overlays perfectly. So it is very sad. Even like Republicans don't even seem to care about their own Republicans, and it's just, I don't know, it's gross, but yeah, it just seems what it is. But
Thank you
thank
so
you so
much.
much. Thank
I
you so
really
much, Candace.
appreciate your
Yeah,
time. Thank you very
thank you.
much.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, Ducray. Oh,
Hi.
sorry, Annie Race. It was socioeconomically, like I think Black people were more likely to be impacted. So, hey, how's it going?
It's going good. That
Friend of the
was
stream.
that was a nice long feisty conversation. Thank you, Plum.
Mm.
So I think I just wanted to point out,
Mhm.
and I'm pretty sure you caught it, but I want to make sure other people caught it, that she will reference people who are using actual like equipment and scientific methodologies to try and like use light therapy or other things,
Mhm.
but she's not doing that. And she won't come out and say exactly what she's doing, but it's either she's using her mind and pulling energy from nature or whatever, or she's giving supplements to people and telling them that these supplements will erode the electromagnetism that will kill the thing that is making them sick or whatever. But she'll use scientific studies and talk about people doing this thing in this nuclear place in Texas as if she's doing something similar, and she's not. She's not
Yeah.
using any equipment, any scientific methodologies.
I mean, isn't that
Nothing.
just like isn't that like the Oklo nuclear power plant for AI? Like, I thought there was just like I didn't understand why she was talking about it. Like, I tried to look it up, and it was like, I thought it was just the Oklo AI nuclear plant.
I'm
So
I mean, I'm
confused.
sure she didn't even know what she was talking about.
Yeah.
But like she would mention instances where they used light therapy to help healing in soldiers' wounds. Like, I don't think anybody's arguing that light can't help do things, but these are all people who are using specific equipments, and she's trying to make it sound like she's doing the same thing when she's not.
Yeah. It's
you
a
know?
lot of grifting, man. That's the problem, is that it's just like people that yeah, it's just I don't know those words. I'm not a physicist, but like I can just tell when she's using the words that I do know. I'm like, this isn't right, and it's not. I'm not trying to pick on her, but it's one of those things where you don't have to be an expert in every issue, man. Like you don't have to like just say that that under everything. Like it's okay to say I don't know, and I think it's like it's frustrating to have. I don't know. It's just weird to me how everyone seems to have this expertise, knowledge, and everything, and I don't get it.
Right, right, exactly. I'm just somebody who likes to read things, and I'm getting a bachelor's in anthropology with a minor in biological sciences. So I'm not an expert. I'm just like super curious, and I like learning about things. And you should follow Jorge Physics.
I do actually. Yeah, you guys recommended, and I
Oh my
do.
God, he's
Yeah.
awesome. And he's also really calm like you are, and really kind with people.
Nice.
We'll give him a little shit sometimes, but so do you. To be fair.
Cool.
And just real quick, with the last minute and a half we have, could you talk about ROS or ROS or reoxidative species? Could you explain that to us?
Yeah, it's just like it's basically like an extra electron or one that's missing for an oxygen, and it's basically it's created for during stressful events, so physical shearing, chemical exposure, that kind of stuff. So basically at small amounts it creates a signaling pathway in order to turn on and activate genes. So it's like, okay, we need to figure out this reductase, and turn this protein on so that it can accept or deal with this the hydroxy radical. So it's important. Like hydroxy radicals happen, and it's not new or happening because of whatever, but too much, and yeah, you do kill the cell, right? Because there's just you're not able to deal with that so much stress. So yeah, and basically we made carbon nanotubes that could bind to these hydroxy radicals, and you could actually like they called them squelching, so they would actually take it and absorb some of these non-standard like oxygens. So yeah, it's just like it happens all the time. It's not a huge deal. Like, I mean, your cells know how to deal with it biologically, and it's just like it's just something that I think people understand with like oxygen. They breathe oxygen, so now it's like an interesting oxygen species that people don't understand, or that they so. Yeah, it's just trying to get people afraid of.
Right. I'm wondering if we went over some of this in the genetics class that I took, but we learned so much in that class, I don't remember everything. I'll have to look at notes, and maybe I'll come on another night when you're a little slower and ask you more questions about it.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
All right, cool. Bye.
All right. You remove ROS with proteins, so it's like reductase and like other enzymes that can like take it out. Those types of proteins. Hi Susie, how's it going? Oh, okay. Let me know if we join again. It's all good. Jess Jades, how's it going?
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. I have a question for you that I don't know if you'll know the answer to, but I haven't had help from my endocrinologist. So I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes 2 years ago.
Okay.
And which has been horrible, but each doctor that I've seen has asked my history with COVID. And when I've asked them, is it correlated? They're like, we can't say that, but we've seen such an uptick of late onset type 1 diabetes that like it's suspected. So I was curious, just with this COVID conversation, I also was vaccinated. If you've like heard about that at all, or have any thoughts?
Dude,
Because
I
like
have
they
no
won't
idea.
give me like a straight answer, but
Wow.
I'm curious.
That's a good question. I have no idea. I'm not a medical doctor or deal
Yeah,
with mammals at all, so I don't really know. But that's interesting. I don't know.
yeah. Okay.
I
Just
don't.
there's been so much COVID talk. I was like, I'm
Yeah,
gonna throw
yeah.
it out there because it's not something I like trust to Google, you know?
Yeah.
But wondered if you had any ideas.
I would see like clinicaltrials.gov. That's like a good place to see where all the clinical trials are. Maybe there's like a clinical trial going on about that, or um, scholar.google.com. That's a
Okay.
good. So COVID type 1 diabetes.
And I have autoimmune issues, so they basically just said like if it was COVID related, something like my system reacted a certain way where it attacked my pancreas. But
Here's something. This is out of. It's a publication. Let's see where it's out of. It's a mini review. It's in 2023. COVID as a trigger for type 1 diabetes. I'll put it in my show notes. Here. Yeah, it's scholar.google.com, and I just put COVID and type 1 diabetes. So here we go. Type 1 diabetes is usually caused by immune-mediated destruction of isolate B cells, and genetic and environmental factors are thought to trigger autoimmunity. Convincing evidence indicates that viruses are associated with type 1 diabetes developed and progression. During the COVID-19 pandemic, causes of hyperglycemia, diabetic ketoacidosis, I just lost my spot, and new diabetes increased, suggesting that SARS-CoV-2 may trigger for an unmasked type 1 diabetic. Possible mechanisms of B cell damage include virus-triggered cell death, immune-mediated loss of pancreatic B cells, and damage to B cells because of infection in surrounding cells. This article examines the potential pathways by which SARS-CoV-2 affects isolate B cells in these three aspects. Specifically, we emphasize that type 1 diabetes can be triggered by SARS-CoV-2 through several autoimmune mechanisms, including epitope spread, molecular mimicry, and bystander activation. Given the development of type 1 diabetes is often a chronic long-term process, it is difficult to currently draw firm conclusions as to whether SARS-CoV-2 causes type 1 diabetes. This area needs to be focused on in terms of long-term outcomes. More in-depth and comprehensive studies with long cohorts of patients and long-term clinical follow-ups are required. It was cited by 45, so it's like somewhat legit.
somewhat okay. They weren't confident enough, my doctors, to like say anything to me, but you could tell they were gathering information for themselves, just trying to take note. But and I guess it doesn't necessarily change the outcome for me because I'm now insulin dependent, but I guess just curious to hear another perspective. I will look more into it. That I would need to like read what you actually read out loud myself. Because a lot of that I didn't understand, but
Yeah, I would. Let's see. If you DM me, I can. I'll try to. I'll send you the link so that you can at least have a starting point. Or if you want to go to scholar.google.com and then you just put in type 1 diabetes and COVID-19, that's a good place to start.
okay, cool. Thanks for taking my question.
Okay, cool.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, sorry, Michael. I just saw you. Sorry about that, man. Oh, thanks, Troy. Thanks, man. Randy. Randy Fitz, how's it going?
Hi, Dr. Grad. I'm doing well. Actually, not well. After watching that previous Light is Life, I'm I'm trying to be as kind and considerate as you are. I don't know what the right word is, but you know the movie Idiocracy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, the more I watch social media, I start wondering. I mean, we can joke about it and everything, but that terrified me. That was unbelievable. What we were all hearing there, and and I don't want to be rude, but using the word uneducated instead of, they use the word dumber in the movie. Like, are
hmm
we becoming more and more uneducated, or are the uneducated becoming louder and more emboldened? I don't know what's going on, but it's crazy. I don't understand it. What's your
yeah,
opinion on
man.
that?
I mean, I think it's so, man. So I think there's something that's really happened in the last 5 years that people need to. Oh, thanks, Jen. I love you too. Um, I think something that's happened that people don't realize is that these AI algorithms and are fed with disinformation in a way that really we've never seen before. And it's really kind of like causing kind of like a paranoid delusion, kind of like with people where they're really unable to see any type of like reality versus like facts. So like for example, the amount of people that thought that Kamala Harris was constantly talking about trans issues. That's completely false. She never talked about it on the stump speech at all. But like if you ask, Republicans, I think that they say like 25% of the country is trans. Because they get fed this stuff just constantly. Think boom, 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 boom. And I don't think actually that people are as dumb as people say. I genuinely I think that actually people are smarter than what we give them credit for. It's just that they're getting inundated with thousands of articles that are saying this perspective. So it's like we're just pattern recognizing beings, and you see that pattern over and over and over and over again. You're kind of like inherently going to say that.
So you're saying that the algorithms put as much weight as the misinformation articles as the good articles and the
Way
good
more,
information.
because people will interact and share and like the
Uh,
misinformation because it reinforces something
yeah,
that they previously hold. So that's the main problem. It started in Facebook feeds, right, where like the filters
yeah,
and your demographic is going to get you into big buckets of ads. But this is different, man. These AI algorithms are going right to you, specifically messing with your brains, actually, and they're learning. They're learning from about you, and they're learning what you're actually going to click on, and so people are going to constantly, um, they're going to constantly do that, and you
yeah.
push.
It used to just be my mom and dad, both Republicans, both in the Republican bubble of, they only see the comments from their Republican friends, and so all I had to do was fight that. But I've noticed it's gotten worse now as they, now just Google searches and like you're just saying, or even AI, any kind of AI use. You're right.
Mhm.
They're now using more. Their language is changing to be, and they're becoming more emboldened as well, and it's
Yeah.
like a new battle that I'm fighting. Like, it's terrifying. I don't know what the right fix is, or is there a fix for it? We've got to find a way to try to differentiate between sound articles and not, and misinformation. There's got to be a way to do that.
I mean, honestly, man, I think that science like kind of hasn't been fighting for itself. That's kind of
Yeah,
my frustration. Like, to be honest with you, man, like it started with GMO foods, like where science didn't fight hard enough about that. We kind of let the whole organic thing kind of take over, and I think that you just have that as like chipping away effect,
yeah.
and then now we
Well,
have
chiropractors
yeah.
and
I
like
mean, now it's like,
holistic
and now
medicine.
people think that like preservatives are poison,
Yeah,
or food
yeah.
dye is like what's keeping people fat, and it's just like it's actually wild, man. Like the idea that people really think that food in the United States has poison in it. I mean, that's just wild to me. You can never like ever be an expert in everything, so you do have to kind of trust and have like some trust in the institution, which does but the problem is that the onus is also on like the science communicators to kind of come out and not just be an authoritarian and be like, this is how it has to be, you don't have any choice. It's to kind of like explain through what's happened and what's
Yeah.
going to happen. And I think that that is one way that Fauci did not do very well on the pandemic. But I also think that it was like an impossible task, man. When you had the president of the United States overriding you constantly,
Yeah.
like, and it's sad. It's just
And when the population only wants sound bites, right? They don't really want to be educated. I took a college. My first college class was logic and reasoning, and it taught critical thinking more
nice.
than I'd ever seen in my life. This was back in the '90s, and I was immediately realized, is this not a subject? Why don't we have this from K through 12
Yeah.
that we are constantly and so people don't have critical thinking skills, and it's embarrassing. You made the comment about being 200th compared to other countries. It is embarrassing, and like it's not that hard. But then when we have what Trump's doing now to take away money from the education, it's like we're going the wrong direction. This is getting worse. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, like, where is the pride? Where is the patriotism of being like proud that your science helped fund this, that we helped pave the way for this to be developed for the world, that we funded this research, that like our healthcare workers. Nobody even talks about that. The healthcare workers bravely went in there, and a lot of them were in quarantine for a month at a time, not able to see their families because they were like dedicated to their jobs, selflessly going in there and dying, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. It's just wild, the gaslighting that has happened, that we've allowed and coddled these anti-vaxxers and these disinformation, and it's gross. We have to fight back. That's the only way. I mean, they are literally and I'm serious. Like, they are the institution now. We are on the outside. Science is on the outside looking in. So we have to do what we can in order to try to build the public's trust up, but then also show and say, hey, we're nothing a part of this HHS, and this is all disinformation, and this is all him. This is all RFK's plan and Trump's plan. This doesn't have anything to do with science whatsoever. It's just what Trump wants, and that's the bigger point.
Yeah. Well, thank you for putting up the great fight.
Oh, thanks,
We
man.
need
Yeah.
more of you, so thank you very much.
Sick. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
All right,
Have a good
take
one.
care. Thanks.
All right, guys. We're getting to it. 3 left. I don't know who was next. Almighty Fushi.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. How's it going?
Oh, how you doing, Greg? Oh my God, I've been here like the past 2 hours. I
Oh,
was
cool,
actually
man.
doing some work while listening to you. Like that's how I usually do it at night. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's hard to listen to. Like I'm not in biology. I mainly study hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can kind of relate to you sometimes. Some of the stuff people say about like computers sometimes is really frustrating to listen to. But like your stuff, like it's actually like life threatening. So I can only imagine it feels like 10 times worse, And
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's
yeah,
I think it's one of those things where it's still important to talk about. Like, the pandemic feels so long ago, but at the same time, if we can't like all agree that Americans died and that's an important thing, then I don't know where to go from there. Because like why would anyone care about me losing my job if we don't care about one, like, because of being laid off, because of the science cuts? Or why would we care about unemployment rate if we don't care about the deaths of people? You know what I
no,
mean?
exactly. No, exactly. Like it's hard that people can't even. Well, I won't say people, but a lot of people can't even understand that base level of like concern that you're supposed to have. Like if people can't understand that people died and that's bad, then they're not going to be able to get like the third order effects of like scientists not being able to like, maintain their jobs. They're not getting grants anymore. Like,
Mm-hmm.
funny story, like, well, not funny. This sucks. Like, my best friend growing up is a PhD. Well, not yet. He's like, I guess like 2 years out from graduating. Well, should be 2 years out from graduating, but
Mm-hmm.
he has to like finish like by May or so, because they're like, yeah, it's not looking good money wise, so you need to
Yeah.
figure it out.
Dang. Yeah, that's happening a
And that's
lot,
happened
man.
to quite a few of my friends.
Yep. Yeah, there's so many people on my chat, that come in that say that they got accepted to grad school, then it got rescinded, or they can't hire PhDs anymore because of the funding cuts, or it's just everywhere. It's just and the problem is science is such a small niche community, and nobody's kind of like talking about it. So how many people know a scientist? You know what I mean? It's like
Nah, for
really
sure, for
small.
sure.
So it's very weird. I go to block parties and I tell people I'm a scientist, and they're like, "What? People actually do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're being systematically removed."
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. It's like it's difficult because I guess at a base level there is, this difficulty to understand these things, but as you said previously, there's issues with communication as well. I
Yeah,
mean, you can put that on the science community, but like also people don't care, so it's like I guess people don't feel like, they're like, what's the point?
it's
But
tough, dude. I mean, like the amount of skills and expertise in order to kind of like do this and have this equipment and like these lights and this microphone and all that kind of stuff, and is different than the skills that I need at my lab. You know what I mean? And it's just
for
like
sure, for sure.
and honestly, guys, I'm actually way better scientist than I am a science communicator. I'm not good at this, I feel like, but I'm trying and I'm learning. But I feel like yeah, I love doing science, man. I just miss it so much, and I feel like it's so it's amazing. It's like when it works, there's nothing like
Oh,
it in
for
the
sure, for
world. There's
sure.
just nothing. Like you could fail for so long, and you could be like, trying all these new experiments, different methods, trying it to work, and then you kind of have like a a sketch, a DNA sketch of what you want your genome to be in the future, and then you'll do all these like steps in order to make the DNA, put it together, and then you put it into that organism, and then you like sequence that organism, and then you do a sequencing of that genomic region that you changed, hopefully, and then you align them, and then they match up, and it's like, man, I get goosebumps every time. I've been doing it for 16 years and I still get goosebumps that it's like, dang, I created a new organism today that never existed before in the history of the world. And like I actually put that DNA together, and now it like it does cool things. And dude, there's just nothing like it. I love it so much.
Not for sure. I understand. I just wish that that was like, something that like the world understood instead of us like going into subjective truth zone, you know?
Yeah, I know, man. I know. I think there's going to be a clap back, though. I think there's going to be like a swing back, and you know, people are going to appreciate it. I think more when they see that the RFK is going to have no solutions, just like they provided no solutions during the pandemic.
True.
These people, they never helped a single person. It really was. I mean, they're just, it was all snake oil salesmen, and you
That's
know,
what scares me. It's like, they can say these grandiose things, and then obviously, like I said, I'm not a biologist. I do like hardware, like mobile apps, stuff like that. But when somebody makes like a scientific claim, I'm like, okay, well, can I download the PDF?
hmm
Like, can I see somebody presenting this? And it's
yeah,
always well, you got to go to this YouTube, you got to go
yeah.
to this Medium article, you got to listen
Well,
to this podcast.
my link tree does have all my publications. So if you're ever curious about like what it is, and you ever want to
Oh, nice.
talk about it, or that'd be cool. So I mean, but I'm just letting you know. So
Oh, no problem, no problem.
cool. Well,
But
anyway,
thank you, man.
thanks, man. I appreciate you coming on. Awesome. Have a good one, man. All right, last one, guys. Miss Morningstar.
Hello.
Miss Morningstar, how's it going?
Hi. So I originally joined to talk about the COVID thing, but now it looks like I gotta switch careers because I'm in college and I want to get my PhD for astrophysics.
Okay.
But it looks like I'm not gonna get a PhD.
I think you can. I think you can. You just need to like be looking at programs and specifically asking about their funding, or if you said you're undergrad or you're graduating.
Is physics. No, I like just started college a year ago. I'm gonna start my second year in like a week.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I mean, I hate to say this because um, I am a patriot. Genuinely, I think that the United States does have a lot of
I'm
opportunities
gonna go
here.
to Europe.
Yeah, yeah, their grad programs. Like so the thing is, basically it's because of how they do the masters and the PhD. So we have like a PhD all in one kind of thing, but in Europe it's like they do masters and then PhD one after another. So you kind of have to um you kind of have to get on the wagon if you're going to be doing a European postgraduate or graduate school. You want to get on that as soon as you can. So I would look into it. There's a lot of like if you ever wanted to live anywhere else in the world, a foreign country, like now would be a great time. Personally, I'm kind of like I kind of regret not ever moving away from Southern California, but now I have 4 kids and a wife and a house in San Diego, so I can't really like leave. So, but I would love to live in some like country.
That's cool. I'll think about that. So I was in queue because I wanted to say something about COVID, but now I feel bad because every person's been talking about COVID.
That's okay. Whatever you
Uh,
want to say.
so I'm not an anti-vax person or any of that, and my
Yeah.
mom works in healthcare. But you said something about like it's illogical for anyone to be scared of vaccine, and I
Mm.
disagree with that because I'm black and my mom's also black. She works in healthcare, and
Yeah.
she's a certified nursing assistant, and she sees the nurses mistreat black people, and I feel like it's very valid for black people and other minority groups too, other people of color, to be scared of a new vaccine. Like so much malpractice and discrimination in the medical field against black people, and that's the only
Yeah.
reason why I feel like anyone should be scared of it. We're all vaxxed, obviously, because she works in healthcare, so she knows like the real issues that COVID had. But I think like that's like a good reason to be scared, being a minority in a country that literally experimented on us and didn't like the Tuskegee trials, like that happened. And there's
True.
other examples that happen where they have done horrendous things with medical stuff to people of color. And that's like the only real reason I feel like anyone should be scared of like a vaccine or anything. Now, obviously, I did my research and my
Yeah.
mom did. So.
I mean, I can't.
Oh my God, yeah, the smoke detector, yeah.
So I would say that you know it's not a specifically targeted vaccine. Like everyone was getting the same one. Everyone's getting the same thing, and I feel like uh, we can't. I agree with you with the Tuskegee thing, like in that point, and it obviously it's awful, like but at the same time, like it's kind of contingent on people within the black community to be advocates and for that and saying that this is important to do and this isn't Tuskegee 2.0. And I feel like that's the problem that I was frustrated with, where I was like, you know socioeconomically, there already was a disadvantage there because of access to healthcare services. Then there was like a second barrier there too, because I feel like there was a lot of people saying that, oh, this is too experimental, and it wasn't. And that's my frustration, where it's like it wasn't any. Um, we've been working on the mRNA vaccine for 30 years. It was just a unique time that made it really,
I
really good to use.
I definitely agree with that. I don't disagree with that. I was
Mm.
just saying I feel like that would be a good reason to kind of be scared. That's all I was saying. I
That'd be a
don't
good
disagree with
reason
what
to
you
be
said.
skeptical, but like not contrarian, right? Where we can say like is like it's valid to ask the question, but then like once the answer is given, I think that then it should be okay. Let's do this, like you guys did.
Yeah, we got vax.
Yeah,
It also helps that my mom works in healthcare too, so she's like, yeah, I understand the concern, but you
yeah.
know, anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool. Thank you so much. All right. 2 more. Susie. Susie, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
It's good. Sorry, I was having technology issues
It's okay.
and I debated to come or not come, show up or not show up because I can go on forever.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
I'll try. So, COVID. Um, I was in graduate school, studied neuroscience, and it was really funny because I came up with my own conclusion as to how this was going to expect the spinal column
Okay.
and the brainstem, therefore later on the brain.
Okay.
And lo and behold, several months later, publications start coming out with how there's several individuals, especially some that have more chronic health issues, that exhibit signs or symptoms closely associated with something like dementia
Hmm.
or multiple sclerosis, things like that, because it was causing significant brain damage and inflammation
Yeah.
to the spine and that, well, not the spine, the brainstem. And it was causing so much inflammation that it was reducing cerebral spinal fluid to actually run through the way it's supposed to. And the blood-brain barrier wasn't functioning as it should. So, to me, that was fascinating because I kind of called that before it was like a study.
Hmm.
So that's just like the nerd in me. I'm sorry.
Sure.
But master's is a cognitive neuroscience, and I got a secondary where I focus on perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. You said your focus was molecular biology?
Yeah, I got a PhD in microbiology, but I've been doing
Okay.
molecular biology for 16 years. Yeah.
So I not only focus. I'm not sure how familiar, if at all, you're familiar with perinatal mood and anxiety disorders.
No, not at all.
Okay, so when women have babies, people tend to say, "Oh, baby blues" or
Oh, okay.
postpartum
Yeah.
depression. This is not that. This is the abundance and the array of like postpartum psychosis, postpartum OCD, anxiety, postpartum bipolar disorder, all of these different things. And fun fact, when I did my research, one of the major populations that was neglected was men, fathers. So I collected samples, which measured levels of oxytocin and measures that were directly correlated to bonding, nurturing, and compassion and affection towards infants.
Okay.
A lot of that stuff is, I know we've heard of like intergenerational trauma
Yeah.
and how that spills over into infancy. So for me, I kind of felt like just because of what you were discussing, like obviously I touched on COVID because somehow everything got engulfed with COVID. But yeah, which I mean, COVID's COVID, whatever. But my little dorky nerd, like, haha, I called it and it happened. My focus was my capstone. I created an upper level undergraduate psych course that was all multidisciplinary, which the first semester was going to be like socio-cultural, economical,
Yeah.
and then the second part of the semester was going to be biological components that were
Nice.
contributing factors. So I did all the research, did everything I could to go into chronic disorders, mental health, found mental health, substance abuse, things of that nature that contribute, which are related to your studies.
Sure.
And, those things can pass on genetically in utero to an infant.
Mm-hmm.
The male contribution to the creation of the zygote, which becomes the embryo once it's implanted and grows into what will later be known as an infant.
Yeah.
All of that is contributed. It's just as important for a man to be extremely healthy when procreating as it is for a woman to be as well. But generational trauma can pass through, and all of that is in the genetics. So that's what I wanted to share, just because
Okay.
I'm a nerd.
Cool.
So
have you looked at the Iwasaki paper with the neurodegenerative thing in long COVID?
yeah, I think that's exactly the one I'm talking about.
Is that yeah?
Was it a study in
IWASA.
China?
No, she's in the United States.
Okay, no. I haven't
Yeah,
looked at that one
it's
though. The first one I found was the one that was in China.
IWASAKA, Iwasaki. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
IWASAKI. I'll put it in
Got
chat.
it. Okay, great.
She has a
But one of the
new
things I
20.
did was studied how men are also affected. Like, so I studied on neurophysiological restructure in the brain when people become parents, and was able to do fMRI and MRI like
Oh, cool.
scans to see how structures in the brain changed
Okay.
and how
Nice.
neurogenesis took place and areas were firing and other areas that didn't happen. It's amazing. It's fascinating. There's not a lot of research on it, and nobody wanted to support me at UNC Charlotte, but I did it.
Nice. Good job. Sweet. Cool. Well, hopefully the Iwasaki neurodegeneration kind of like
Yes,
maybe it's like
neuroplasticity.
yeah, that'd be cool. All right. Well, dude, thank you so much, Susie, for getting back on and
You're welcome. I'm sorry that I got disconnected earlier. Like,
oh, you're good. You're
I
fine.
was busy listening to whoever you were arguing with and wanted to come through the screen and shake her a little. So you're very patient. Congratulations on that. I don't have that patience.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thanks for jumping on. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, last person, guys. No Dreams, friend of the show. Hello.
Good evening. Hi, Dr. Greg.
Hi.
Hey, you've had some interesting topics tonight, even though your one lady just sprayed a million topics.
Yeah.
I was in the queue. I got exhausted with her, started getting sleepy. So I was like, oh, I can't do it. But then here I am at almost 2 a.m. But anyways, I just want to say, I don't think she was speaking from real life experience. She had relatives that did this and relatives that did that. And we all know from my experience of my relative working in a care home without being vaccinated is wrong. It's just reckless, and it goes on a lot over in the small rural areas. And I'm talking Wyoming, and there's a lot of people there, a whole population that believe not being vaccinated for COVID is okay.
Yeah.
And it's mind blowing. And her references to light therapy were mind blowing. So I left your page for a minute to check out hers. She's got a whole store of jars of herbs.
Oh my gosh.
And she is prescribing.
So she is. Oh
yes,
my gosh,
it has a whole store in Texas. And you know, my recent experience with vets with Sphinx cats have been phenomenally out of my pocket.
You know,
I mean, they flagged my cat for glaucoma, and it wasn't even glaucoma.
Dude, that's so frustrating because like
I gave her a rabies vaccine and she had a reaction. But the breeder I'm with now recommends that even though these are indoor cats and genetically modified cats, that you know, you have to do the ethical thing in the wisdom panels and the genetic testing. So there's a lot that just goes into an animal like a sphinx to raise it, to produce one ethically versus the backyard breeders that aren't. You end up with sphinx with no eyes, no hearing. I mean, you really have to be specific with the breed. And then you're talking to a girl that has a ranch of horses and a vitamin store. And you go to her page, you should, because she has like big gallon jars of vitamins, and that's her cure. All these herbs on her shelf. And that's her agenda, is pushing her platform for her business in Texas. And then she's involved with veterinarians on a ranch. And she's talking about reviving a horse with whatever. And she acted like there wasn't a medical crew giving medicine to the horse on top of whatever else.
Yeah,
And we had
exactly.
that
That was
talk
the
like 3 nights ago about the double-edged sword of supplements. Some people are more reliant on them, like me. I had a gastric. They are part of my health regimen, whether I ignored it for years or not, putting me in a deficiency. So I'm speaking from just common sense experience and life experience, and I think she's just pushing her agenda to monetize her platform for her store or her horses or whatever.
How do I'm at her profile. How do I know where her store is?
It's well, you follow her page and then scroll through it, and
Oh,
you'll
okay.
find her in her store
Oh,
of her cure.
oh, gotcha. Okay. It's like a
I didn't
physical
remember her
location.
name.
Oh my God, you're
Lightning of
right.
light of
Top Earth
yes.
Reflect.
So I want you to
Oh
learn from
my
this since you're
gosh.
new to TikTok. When you get, I would call her a Karen, even though that's a whole funny thing, for teachers named Karen. But because the kids won't give it up at school, they keep using the term,
Yeah.
you're a Karen. And they don't even get the term of what it's meaning, which is a person like her that's going to argue you down and tell you right from wrong. She doesn't care you have degrees or studies because she's pushing her whole quantum light therapy deal.
Dang. Yeah, she said that she wasn't selling anything.
Yeah.
That she
Look at her
wasn't.
store. She's
Yeah,
selling
dude.
health to
Yeah.
people in
Where is this?
Texas.
Yeah. Oh my
The
gosh,
people in
dude.
Texas, somewhere in Texas.
Oh
But
my
she's doing
gosh.
this because this is her belief. And yeah, I want you to learn from this. So next time you get somebody on there for 2 hours arguing you down, go look at their profile, go see what their page is about.
Yeah.
Don't say I'm not going to go, because you should, even if you don't follow her.
Yeah. How do
Because
I?
then you
Okay.
kind of know why they're saying what they're saying.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I'm just figuring out now how to do that from here, I guess.
Yeah, me too. You've
Dang.
done better in 2 months than I've done in 2 years.
That's crazy. Well, thank you so
So
much.
yeah,
That
I
was
just
so
wanted you to
frustrating.
know and be aware that she is pushing her agenda for her
Yeah.
business.
That's wild,
And
dude.
maybe it's not on TikTok, but maybe
Yeah.
she can platform that business onto a
Yeah.
platform
It's
like
going to
TikTok.
be.
Like mine is to sell Sphinx kittens ethically and not overbreed. And that's my thing that I'm doing disabled, because I am constricted a lot to a lot of physical things that I used to do. So, a good injury will change your life, and
Yeah.
you know that you die from your heart stopping, not your brain stopping. If you've ever watched anyone in critical care, and you're counting on their bladder to come back and move them to a care facility, and then sometimes they're getting moved, and it happened in my life too. Watched him die, and he just had cancer back in the other lung, and that's what killed him. When we sat with the hospital board, was he knew he had cancer back. He did not want to tell his significant other of 30 years, and he kept his health profile to himself because they never got married. They were just together a abundance amount of years. So, and he was older than her by 20 years. So, in the end of days, he lived his life the way he wanted to. He kept smoking. He kept doing his football cards, and when the cancer came back, that's what really killed him, was the cancer and his heart stopping.
Yeah.
But we did get him from ICU to, he was going to be transferred to Carson Tahoe. And, we all left the hospital after X amount of days thinking, okay, tomorrow's the day to the care home. And then he died.
Dang. I'm
So
sorry
you
to hear
can
that.
recover a patient
Yeah.
to out of ICU, and it's the doctors and medicine team that created the response. So she can't say that, oh, my so and so's in ICU and they're giving him herbs to get him out of the hospital.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, that's
man,
so
you had a
true.
lot of
Smuggling
patience
it
on
in.
that one. 2 hours of it. And the whole
Yeah.
time I'm checking her page and
and yelping out on your page, everyone should go look at her page before they jump
Yeah.
on you for misinformation. Go look at her store
Yeah.
because you're not selling anything.
So true. I'm not. I guess I should be. My big pharma check hasn't gotten here yet. I guess I don't know.
You gotta make a tincture and get it out
Yeah.
on TikTok, the NAD or the
Oh my gosh.
life-changing brain. I mean, my mom's always trying to order things for her brain and nerve shield. And I'm like, Mom, you take supplements already. I think you should discuss it with your doctor.
Yeah.
Because we have all new doctors, but at least I was able to claim my primary for her in Nevada, taking her from Gillette to Nevada. Now, yes, we're vaxxed. Yes, we did the booster. Yes, we're doing it again in the winter with the flu shot, same as last year. But the people that think that they are denying vaccines, I can guarantee you that girl had vaccines as a child. That's probably why she's healthy and selling her store of wellness.
Yeah.
And she's denying the fact that she had a smallpox and measles and chickenpox, and she had all these vaccines that make her a healthy person today.
Agreed. Alrighty, well, I'm
So, yeah,
crashing
next
out,
time
but thank you
maybe
so
check
much. Thanks
the
you
page.
for getting on here.
You're gonna feel silly when you go through hers.
Yeah, I'm
Even
really
arguing
tired.
with her for 2 hours.
So, well, thank you
But
so
now
much.
you
I
know how to
appreciate it.
do it while somebody's online.
Yeah, that's
And,
nice. Thank you.
whether they're selling stuff or not.
Mhm.
And they may not be selling on TikTok, just Texas.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Looks like a nice store.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for jumping on. I appreciate
I could just go picture going in there and her just mixing me up scoops of this and scoops of that and sending me home with a tea.
Exactly. There you go.
And I was telling you that it was basil and another herb, and she was drinking tea. I didn't even watch any tea, but judging by the store, I would say she sells herbs in little baggies
Yeah.
and tells them to make a tea.
For sure. All right. Well, thank
Because
you
I know
so
a lot
much.
of the Latino community was using herbs during COVID too.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on.
Anyways, have a good night.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. That was a stream. Before we go, we got to do this. You got to say thanks to everyone. Guys, thank you so much to the last subscriber, Sheepadoodle. Thank you, Susie, Jen, and A, Sheepadoodle. Thank you for the top gifters. The top likers, thank you so much, Jarcher Man. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Maiden of Mayhem. And thank you, No Amos, for doing that too. Thank you for 1 like, 1,000 likes, 10,000 likes. Whatever you can get done. Thank you so much. Also on my link tree, that is where the Discord is, where you can have primary sources, my show notes, and you can have just a broader science discussion. And then also on top of that, YouTube live archive, so that you can have all your the next shows on tomorrow. So if you want to watch it, you missed a part, you can watch it again. Also a link to all my publications, so you can read what I've done and the science that I have done. So I appreciate that. But guys, that's it. That's it. Thank you guys so much. What a show. I'm so tired. I can't believe it. We've gone 5 hours. This is my longest show ever. This is a long one. I've gone through my entire water. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all the new followers. If you're here, we do this every night and we have fun. Okay, cool. Thanks, Susie. Well, thank you. And we are out of here. Boom. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's go. See you tomorrow. See ya, everyone. Bye. Have a good one. We're out. We're out of here. See ya.